The main character mentally asks if he is sleeping and what time it is. He thought that he urgently needed to upload a new chapter. He reaches for his mouse and someone screams. The protagonist grabs something and wonders why it's so soft here. He tries to press the left and right mouse buttons, but it doesn't detect them. Someone with a female voice calls the protagonist a master and asks not to touch her there. Drops of sweat run down the protagonist's face. He turned his attention to someone. The main character wonders what is happening. He sees in front of him a black-haired girl with blue eyes, whose face is red. The protagonist wonders if he is dreaming and says that everything looks as if everything is happening in reality. The main character smiles and thought that this was just a dream, so you can afford a little more than usual. The girl's eyes watered and she asked the master to stop. She closes her eyes and says no need. She thought that if she ran away now, he would get angry and most likely they would beat her to death. She asks the master to stop. The main character looks at his hands and says that it looks too realistic, and then asks why this dream is so vivid. The protagonist makes a surprised expression and asks the girl saying Yui Lin if her name is. The girl looks at the protagonist with a frightened expression. The main character holds his head and says that his head is splitting. The girl approaches the main character and asks him what's wrong with him, and then asks him not to scare him like that. Sang Yui Lin trembles and wonders if he is dying, and then says that if the master dies now, the sect members will think that she did it and then she will definitely be tortured. She imagines that there are many sect members in pink clothes standing around her. The main character extends his hand to the girl. He puts his hand on her cheek and asks her not to cry. He tells her that he is fine. The girl looks like she's about to cry. The girl cries and shouts to the protagonist that he should not die because this could cause her problems. She thought that the usually grumpy, cruel and stern master was gently calming her down, and then added that he had definitely hit his head. The main character, with a gloomy expression on his face, asks the girl why she is crying and does she really want him to take action. The girl has a surprised expression on her face. Her cheeks turn red and she tells the master that it is clear that he is healthy, and this is the main thing. The main character puts his hand on his forehead and thought that she was created by a cute character, and then asks if her character has changed. The main character put his hand in front of his face and thought that he had moved into the story of Long Aoshin, into a short story that he himself wrote. He imagined the image of his character and thought that it was Shenshi, the Golden Core Cultivator, the second master of Shandon Xianzong. He is a ruthless character who does everything possible to become all-powerful. He imagines the character putting his hand forward. He thought that according to the plot, he was eager to get the treasures and abilities of the main character. Initially, Shenshi deceived and threatened the protagonist, even trying to kill him. Having reached Jindan, the protagonist first defeated the master, who by this time had completed work on the golden elixir. He imagines the protagonist standing next to the defeated villain. The protagonist thought that Shenshi was absolutely insignificant and his life was worse than death. But the main character was incredibly lucky, and the whole plot was tied to cliches. The main character made a dissatisfied expression on his face. He holds his head and shouts that moreover, Shenshi became the first enemy sacrificed to heaven. He asks if this is all because he prefers to give villains his name. He adds that if he had known this earlier, he would have made himself the protagonist's friend or Goldfinger's master. The main character, with concern on his face, asks what about the pianos. He looks at his hand and says that according to the setting, there should be an escort system or some similar loophole for travelers like him. He puts his hand forward and activates the supervillain system. Sang Yui Lin looks at the protagonist with confusion on his face. The main character, realizing that the system window was not activated, props up his chin and says that apparently he did something wrong. The main character shouts golden kryptonite system, lotteries, hate system, love system. The girl looks at the protagonist with misunderstanding. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks for at least something and asks the system why it is doing this to him and asks that it is really because he is not the author of this system. The main character, with a sickly appearance, lies on the bed and thinks that he will really have to leave the world of the living after the transition. Sang Yui Lin heads towards the protagonist. She clings to the main character. The main character thought that this girl was his youngest student. Everything happens before the protagonist arrives. She has not yet begun to praise him. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought that judging by the time period, the main character had not yet met Shandon Xianzong and had not become his disciple and had not yet taken revenge on him. The main character imagines himself reaching for someone's leg with his tongue hanging out and making a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character touches the girl's chin and thought that the protagonist is incredibly lucky. But he is very short-sighted, and if he wins his trust and becomes the #1 dog, will he be able to follow him to the top? He adds that judging by Tsang Yuilin's cute appearance, this world is full of beauties. The main character smiles smugly and thought that if you think in this way, then life immediately becomes promising. He holds the girl's cheek with a smile on his cheek and thought that he should change his image of a temperamental and cruel master. Tsang Yuilin, with tears in her eyes, asks the protagonist how he could do this because she is still young. The protagonist thought that he didn't even do anything. The girl is crying with reddened cheeks. The protagonist thought that it was too dirty, and according to the character's attitudes, the master always abused his position in relation to his subordinates. He wonders if anything will change if he does something now. The main character reaches out to the girl and thought that this is all for the sake of the readers, because they want to look at it. He adds that it will be full of likes, favorites, and comments. He makes a stern expression on his face. The main character grits his teeth and tells the girl to stop crying. The girl stops crying and smiles. The main character strokes the girl and thought how he can mock such a stupid child, and then adds that he needs to immediately change his image. He adds that he must first build good relationships with other students so that they do not later go over to the side of the protagonist, as was the case in the plot. The entrance to the building is illuminated by sunlight. Someone shouts to the protagonist that Xuanyu's student has something to tell him. The girl with long red hair tied in a ponytail thought that the younger sister had not come to Shenxi with spiritual tea for a long time and she should not be so clumsy, otherwise she would upset the master. The main character walks with Tsang Yuilin towards the exit. He imagines the image of a red-haired girl and thought that according to the script, his second student, Min Tian, is a kind-hearted, sentimental girl, but, unfortunately, her qualifications are completely mediocre. The main character opens the doors and thought that according to the plot, she was beaten to death by him for covering up the protagonist, and this also became the reason for his revenge. He adds that naturally, he didn't act so stupidly now. The protagonist's face expresses anticipation. Saliva flows from his mouth. He thought that the most important thing at the moment was to see the jade containing precious inscriptions on both the front and back. He opened the doors and thought that he would first see what the girl looked like, and then ask her why she was looking for a meeting with him. He sees how the red-haired girl bowed to the protagonist. The main character, with confusion on his face, thought that the method of appearance was too unusual, and as for the close-up, no one would see anything. He curses the main author. The protagonist commands Min Tian to stand up. The girl sits down and says that Xin Zhen sent an invitation. The protagonist's face turned red and blood poured from his nose. He thought the girl had a great body. The red-haired girl looked at Tsang Yuilin and thought that her little sister was fine. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that this was really about Xin Zhen Tiang. He adds that he was right. This is the administrative department of Shandong Xianzong. The protagonist asks for an invitation, after which the red-haired girl makes a frightened expression on her face. She trembles and says that she is reporting to the master that it still has not arrived. She closes her eyes and thought that it was all over, because she was too worried about her younger sister and therefore lied. She adds that if the master gets angry, he will simply kill her because she is completely mediocre. The main character, with concern on his face, thought that she came up with this story about the invitation to protect her little sister, and then asks why his students are so stupid. He puts his hand forward and tells her to take Yuilin, and then adds that he will spare her, but this is the first and last time. He thought that he needed to calm her down. The red-haired girl smiles and agrees with the master's words. The main character takes her hand and tells her that from now on she no longer needs to bow and she can say hello normally. Min Tian, with reddened cheeks, asks the main character what he wants to say. The main character brings his hand clenched into a fist to his face and says that it's nothing. He's just annoyed when he talks to her and looks at her back, so she should just obey the order. The protagonist leaves with a serious expression on his face. He thought that it was very difficult for him, because Shenxi is a sinister character, so it would be difficult to get these disciples to trust him. The main character closes his eyes and thought that he should return, take on the responsibilities of a master and teach them cultivation. Both girls look towards the protagonist, who stands with his back to them. The main character turned his head to the left. Min Tian blushed as she thought about the master. Yuilin asks the red-haired girl why she blushed and adds that she really thinks that their master is cute. Min Tian asks the black-haired girl what kind of nonsense she is talking about and how she can even say such things. The summit of Erbai, Shenxi Cave, is one of the 12 peaks of Shandong Xianzong. The concentration of spiritual power here is second only to the main peaks of Dantian and Danqing. Among the mountains there is a staircase that is shrouded in fog. At the top of the mountain there are two snow-covered fields. On the first one Edelweiss sprouts, while the second one is a hotbed of white jade. Flowers have the ability to accumulate Kai energy. They are also a necessary material for cultivation. And the field of white jade is a treasured place for breakthroughs in this process. These two fields are personally owned by Shenshi, and he also has a completely golden core. Although other peak masters are jealous of him, they still hesitate to do anything. The main character climbs the stairs. He thought that in his Edelweiss garden there was one mutated flower, and this was the main character's first plugin, and no one had discovered it yet. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, climbs the steps. He thought that he should take it first to avoid unwanted consequences. He closes his eyes and says that although the whole plot was written by himself, and what could possibly go wrong? The main character opens his eyes wide and says that he is too worried. He looks at the birds eating the plants and, with an angry expression on his face, shouts and asks why the hell they are stealing in his house. He runs towards the birds, clenching his hand into a fist, and shouts to the birds that they are digging their own grave. He shouts and asks them if they are really thinking of escaping, after which he says that he will see how far they can run. Green energy concentrates around the main character, and a dagger flies out of his hand. A magic circle is created in the sky, from which blue energy flies out. The defeated birds fall to the ground. The main character looks at the flowers and says that the birds ate his flowers, and then asks how his students even look after the house if this happens. The main character holds in his hand a golden object that glows brightly and shouts to everyone to urgently come to the Edelweiss garden. The girls run up the stairs towards the main character. The protagonist wonders what kind of speed this is and thought that their physical preparation was too poor, and then adds that he will assign them training and running for tomorrow morning. A few moments pass. Yuilin, Mintian, and a dark-skinned girl appear in front of the main character, breathing heavily due to fatigue. The main character says that they will talk when the girls catch their breath. He tells the dark-skinned girl to stand up. She rises from the ground and the main character makes a surprised expression on his face. The girl's face turned red and she said that she accepted the order. The protagonist's face turned red and he thought that Han Xianpi has above average talent. She is the best among her peers, and has the spiritual roots of fire and wood. He adds that her physique is different from ordinary people and he did not expect to see this in reality. The dark-skinned girl has a worried expression on her face. The main character thought that she was originally used to emphasize the brutality of Shenshi and he did not teach her any training. But Han Xianpi was a very conscientious girl, so she hardly complained, but only carefully did the housework. The protagonist turns away and blood pours from his nose. He thought that she had a wonderful figure and this character with such talents needs to be cultivated. The main character says that the bad birds have torn up his entire garden, and then he asks who should guard this place. The three girls have worried expressions on their faces. They look at each other. The main character with a gloomy expression on his face thought that it was obvious that even though the master is a rather cruel and ruthless person, the students are still friends and protect each other. He asks the girls if they really don't want to talk. The main character opens his eyes wide and thinks he understands. He imagines a girl in purple clothes and thinks that this is his senior student, Danla. The main character rests his chin on his hand and thought that his senior student was supposed to guard the medicinal garden, but she was injured after his punishment. He puts his hand on his forehead and exhales, after which he thought that he only had himself to blame. Mintian bows to the protagonist and tells him to moderate his anger, then asks him to forgive their sister. She adds that Danla asked her to take care of the medicinal garden, so it is her fault and she should be punished. The main character shouts to the red-haired girl who is making too much noise. He asks her how dare she tell him what to do. The red-haired girl is trembling with fear. The main character moves his hand to the side and tells the girls to leave here to fulfill their duties, and then tells them not to dare to test his patience anymore. He thought that although he was not going to punish them, he should still look stern. The main character looks at how his students hug their knees and roll away from the protagonist. The main character, looking at this, thought that he was really that terrible. Urbai Peak is divided into 3 sectors. The first zone houses new students and services. A wooden house stands in the middle of the mountains. In the second zone there are outstanding students. White and red buildings are located among the forests. The third zone is naturally Shenshi's residence. 4 brown buildings are located among the fog. The main character stands near the golden magic circle and thought that in the second sector there is also a system for accumulating spirituality, and this power there is twice as high as outside. He wonders why Yuilin and the other girls choose to stay in the first zone rather than trying to get into the second. The protagonist, with a stern expression on his face, thought that maybe they were afraid of being too close to him and dying. Sunlight illuminates the building. The main character is about to open the doors and thought it was interesting what damage Danla had. He adds that he mentioned it quite briefly in the novel, so he hopes it's nothing serious. He opens the double doors and sees a naked girl in a wooden bathtub, her body covered with scars. The girl's face turned red and she called the master. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. The orange-eyed girl apologizes and then tells the protagonist that she didn't know he was coming, and then asks him to leave. The main character leaves the building. His cheeks turned red and he thought that there should be no regrets in this life, and then asks what happiness is. He adds that happiness is when a cat feasts on fish, when a dog eats meat, and when Shenshi opens the door, and behind it a beauty takes a bath. The main character made a serious expression and thought that the scars on her body shocked him. The main character imagines Danla sitting on the ground wearing pink clothes. He thought that she was his first Shenshi disciple, which is why she suffered most of the suffering. And she also reached the 9th level of the Kai purification realm, which is the highest result among all disciples. He adds that she is also the only one who decided to stay when the protagonist was betrayed by the rest of his followers. The main character closed his eyes and thought that she shouldn't worry, this would never happen again. Danla lies in a wooden bathtub and thought that the master saw her naked, and then asks what she should do now. He adds that suddenly he will go wild and want to do something bad to her. She rises from the water and thought that it had been quiet there for some time. The girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face wonders why he left so easily, and is he really not interested in her at all. The main character opens the double doors to the room with the older student. The protagonist's shadow falls on the girl. The frightened girl asks if he is acting too quickly. The main character asks the girl to open her mouth. The girl replies that no, because she is his student. She opens her mouth and thought that with her condition she could die if the master wanted to conduct training again. The main character reaches out and puts something in the girl's mouth with an indifferent expression on his face. Danla trembles and asks the master what it is. The main character says that this is the Yuan elixir, a priceless 4-grade drink. He only has 10 of them. He tells the girl not to waste time and better quickly absorb his power. The older student is enveloped in golden energy. The girl combines her palms and closes her eyes. The main character looks at the girl from around the corner and thought that after taking the elixir, Danla would be able to smoothly move into the fundamental realm. The white building is located in the middle of the forest. Fireflies fly near the treetops. Mintian tells Yui Lin, who jumped out of the bushes, to be quiet, and then adds that they will be finished if the master catches them. The younger student gives a thumbs up and says everything is clear. She raises her fist in the air and tells the red-haired girl to relax, because Shenshi is cultivating at night, so he won't even know that they have entered the second zone. Mintian raises his index finger to his mouth and says that caution will never hurt this time. Thanks to the help of an immortal, they were able to obtain an excellent healing pill without cultivation, and they must carefully hand it over to their elder sister. The red-haired girl knocks on the door and tells Danla to open the door as they brought her medicine. Yui Lin, with confusion on her face, wondered if she had fallen asleep. Mintian asks with a frightened expression if she suddenly fainted after being punished by the master. Yui Lin knocks down the door with his head and says that the situation is urgent. They must urgently break down the door. She falls to the ground with her face on the floor. She rolls around on the ground, and the red-haired girl makes a surprised expression on her face. Danla sleeps in a wooden bathtub. The red-haired girl tells Yui Lin that her elder sister has ascended to immortality. Mintian says that all her wounds have disappeared. The younger student drools from her mouth and says how big the Urbai Peak is. The red-haired and black-haired girls made a scared expression on their faces. The main character with a creepy smile on his face stands among the girls and asks them what they are doing in the middle of the night. Mintian holds a bottle in his hand and says that they just wanted to check on their older sister. Yui Lin wishes the master good evening. The protagonist looks at the bottle and thought that they really brought medicine for Danla, and although these students are bad at cultivation, they are very good at heart. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he says that their elder sister is now in the middle of the transition, so there is no need to disturb her and they need to go back. The main character turns his back to them, and the girls agree with the master. Yui Lin tells the red-haired girl that the master has become kinder, and then asks if this is really the one they know. Mintian with a red face says that she doesn't know. The main character goes out into the street and smiles. He thought that although he wanted to change the direction of the plot at first, but now he really likes these students. He adds that apparently he will have to become a good master. Urbai Peak. There is a large estate among the mountains. The main character meditates on a brown carpet. He sat with his eyes closed and thought that according to the plot, Shenshi has the roots of water and wood, and also knows exactly all the combat grappling techniques, and is also capable of healing. His best technique is overcoming mountains, an element of spiritual art. According to the ranking, there are spiritual, profound, and immortal techniques in the cultivation world. There is a huge green magic circle in the sky. The protagonist thought that even if cultivated to perfection, it would still be impossible to become powerful enough. The main character looks at his hand and thought that now he is at the golden core stage, and only one step separates him from the stage of soul generation. He adds that of course, there is a possibility that he will no longer be able to improve. After all, according to the story in the Kingshu region, one who has reached the soul birth stage is already considered omnipotent. At the moment, he is just at that stage, which is already enough to become the first enemy for the main character. The main character concentrates blue energy in his hand and thought that he should try it. The main character releases a bunch of blue energy from his hand. A blue bolt of energy passes through different parts of the chair. The chair breaks into many small parts. The protagonist returns the blue clot of energy back to his hand. He thought it was an amazing feeling. He closed his eyes and thought that since he had decided to become a good master, he should not neglect his own cultivation. It was evening outside. Someone opens the double doors. The main character asks what happened now. He stands at the cliff and thought that it was really because the rules in this world were invented by him. He crosses his arms behind his back and asks how he was able to move to the soul birth stage so easily. He looks up and thinks that this world responds to him, tries to please him, and, apparently, puts his needs first. Not only would there be no obstacles to the advancement of his kingdom, but the balance of the rules would be tilted in his favor during battles. All enemy attacks will be weakened, while his strength will only grow. The protagonist smiles smugly, with a happy expression on his face. He raises his fists up and says that surprisingly, the heavens themselves are helping him, and if he does not care about the consequences, he will soon be able to reach the stage of a god. The main character smiles and thought that although it would be better to follow the plot for a while, he would suppress his kingdom at the golden core stage. He puts his hand on his forehead and thought that God was really helping him and with his situation. Even though the protagonist will be equipped with various cheats and is able to quickly increase his level, it will not be difficult for him to defeat him. The main character, with anticipation on his face, thought that great, this means that he will always be able to become the master of the main character, and allow himself to touch his thigh. Even now this man does not see himself as the main character. The protagonist laughs very loudly throughout the entire mountain. The next day, morning light illuminates a wooden building. Yui Lin leans his hand on the wall. She sleepily says good morning to her older sister. Min Tian asks Yui Lin if she slept well. Han Xianpi stands behind her with a wooden basin. The younger student wipes away her tears and says that last night she heard the master's terrifying laughter from the top of the mountain, and, because of fear, could not sleep. A dark-skinned student wipes the face of a younger student with a handkerchief. The red-haired girl tells Yui Lin to quickly wash herself and adds that the master called them to the white jade hotbed at the top of the mountain. A white towel lies on the wall of a wooden bathtub. Ling Tian shouts that he needs to speed up, he is waiting. The rest of the girls run after her. The main character yawns and thought that he had been sitting here for so long, so he began to feel sleepy. Danla stands behind him. The older student tells the main character in the ear that her younger sisters have arrived. The main character noticed something. The older student turns to the master. The protagonist thought that Danla had entered the fundamental realm last night. The main character looks at the other students and thought that they were next. The dark-skinned girl tells the protagonist that she welcomes him. The main character covers his mouth with his fist and tells the students that from now on he wants to see them in this place every morning. He asks them to wake up early and cultivate here for an hour, and then asks them if they understood him. The girls bow a little and agree with their master. Han Xianpi puts her hand on her chest and says that she thinks it will be better if she does household chores, and here she will only disturb her sisters. She says with a dissatisfied expression that she doesn't have the ability or cultivation yet. She thought that she was good for nothing and maybe she would remain working until the end of her days, having failed to save her mother. The main character asks a black student how old she is. He thought that Shenshi had not taught the girl any cultivation methods before because he was wary of her unknown origins, which could complicate things, but now he had nothing to fear. The girl replies that she is now 14 years old. The main character tells her that she is no longer young. A drop of sweat runs down the girl's face and she turns to the master. The main character, with a stern expression on his face, says that usually the cultivation of the golden core stage begins at the age of 9 to 12 years. He adds that at 14, the meridians inside the body are about to take shape. Even if you start cultivating just now, The dark-skinned girl's face turned red and tears flowed from her eyes. The protagonist strokes the girl, and then says that everything is fine and it's not too late. He adds that she has the spiritual roots of fire and wood, and since she has not joined the sect before, he will personally teach her cultivation methods. He looks her in the face and says that if she works hard, everything will work out, nothing is impossible. Han Xianpi calls out to his master with a pitiful expression on his face. She sits on the ground and imagines many dark silhouettes with smiling faces, then asks if he is her master. She thought that the one who 4 years ago was at the top of the Immortal Hall of Fame, despite the ridicule and contempt of others. The protagonist from the past takes her hand and thought that the one who 4 years ago was at the top of the Immortal Hall of Fame, despite the ridicule and contempt of others. The main character leads the girl away from the smiling silhouettes. The girl thought that he took her hand and made her his student. The main character strokes the girl and tells her not to cry. Min Tian asks if it's really him. Yui Lin asks if the master is really such a gentle person. Danla says with a red face that Shenchi used to be very kind. Finally, the old master returns. Sunlight illuminates the building. The younger student says she is so tired. Yui Lin took off her shoes and said to get up early every day, climb to the top of the mountain, train, and then go down again. This is beyond her strength. She calls her legs poor. Nintian pours water from the basin onto himself. She looks away and tells her younger sister that the master is doing this for their sake, so there is no need to complain. Han Xianpi gets up and says that he will go to the foot of the mountain and wash the vegetables. Yui Lin hugs the dark-skinned student from behind and tells her to let her know if the master has been too strict lately. A black student asks a younger student not to cause trouble. The dark-skinned student says that the master not only spent his time and energy teaching her cultivation, but also allowed her to train in his white jade hotbed, saying that she has excellent spiritual roots of fire and wood. She adds that he treats her very well, and to live up to his expectations, she should train as hard as she can, as she is indebted to him. The younger student asks the red-haired girl if she thinks the protagonist will become the kind person the older sister talked about. Mintian says that she doesn't know, but asks the girl to remember the fact that initially all the sects abandoned them. She adds that she was rejected because of her low spirituality. Han Xianpi was rejected because of her status. She points her finger at the younger student and tells her that she was not accepted because she was stupid. Yui Lin, with a dissatisfied expression on her face, says that this is not true at all and she is very smart. The red-haired girl hugs Yui Lin and tells her that the master took them as his pupils. She thought that this was a significant indicator of his kindness. The dark-skinned girl came down the stairs. 2 men stand in front of her. She asks them if they have a pass. A guy with long green hair asks a dark-skinned girl if she has forgotten him. Han Xianpi tells him that he must be Zhao Huangeming's older brother, and then asks him why he came here this time. She adds that she remembers that just recently he came to pick Edelweiss. The guy with green hair puts his hand forward and says that this time he didn't come for flowers. He adds that they recently lost several medicinal cranes in Hebai, and his master sent to look for them on the mountain tops. A dark-skinned girl asks what kind of medicinal crane is this. The green-haired guy smiles and says that yes, they are very dear to their sect. Their blood and feathers are priceless treasures. These birds are extraordinary, and they usually live at the peak of the white crane. He asks if they saw them. The dark-skinned girl turns away and says that she didn't notice anything. The main character and his students are sitting at the table. He eats the cooked crane and tells Han Xianpi that it is an amazing dish, then calls the crane delicious. The red-haired girl also eats the crane and says that she agrees. The dark-skinned girl thought that if you don't take into account the fact that they fried and ate one bird, then no, they didn't see it. She puts her fist to her mouth and says that if they don't have a pass, they will have to go back and ask for one. She adds that his master has a rather hot temper, and if they go up to him on the mountain, she is afraid that, at best, he will get angry. She thought that she needed to calm down and first pretend to be a fool, and then come up with something. Zhao Huangeming asks the dark-skinned girl why she is so stubborn and doesn't want to compromise, and then says that they will just go up the mountain and look for the cranes. The girl apologizes and tells him that she cannot allow him to pass without a pass. A green-haired guy with an angry expression on his face asks the girl if she really thinks she has the right to talk to him like that. He adds that she doesn't even have her own cultivation method, so she shouldn't show off. He points his fist at her and asks if she has a death wish. The guy with gray hair puts his hand forward and tells his older brother not to be so impulsive, because the master of this peak is Shenchi. Zhao Huangeming gritted his teeth and thought that he doesn't care about his students. He often beats them to death. He has no idea how they are still alive, and the dark-skinned girl doesn't even have a cultivation method. He adds that then, if he kills her, then Shenshi will not mind, because she is just a useless pile of garbage and he will only be doing the master a favor by getting rid of her. Han Xianpi made a serious expression on her face. She puts her hand forward and blocks the blow, causing blue streams of energy to diverge to the sides. The green-haired guy with a surprised expression on his face asks what happened. A dark-skinned girl holds her hand in front of her and asks the green-haired guy if he really wants to climb Erbai Peak. Zhao Huanming gritted his teeth in anger and thought about what was happening, then added that he had reached the 3rd level of Kai condensation and wondered why he was thrown back. He adds that Han Xianpi couldn't block his powers, she doesn't even have cultivation abilities. The green-haired guy runs to the dark-skinned girl and shouts to her that her master did not teach her cultivation, but she probably picked up the basic techniques from her teacher. He adds that it is his turn to teach a lesson. Han Xianpi has a worried expression on his face. She thought that he was an opponent completely out of her level, but if she had to die now, she would proudly give her life for the master. The main character appears behind the girl and asks the green-haired guy if it's really his responsibility to teach someone else's student. The main character sends a huge spiritual hand towards the green-haired guy and is pushed away by the blow. It repels not only him, but also his comrades. The main character puts his hand on the shoulder of a dark-skinned girl and tells her that she is great. The protagonist made a dissatisfied expression on his face. The green-haired guy and his comrades bow to the protagonist and apologize. The main character tells them from above that they are still young, so he will not complicate their lives. He asks them to leave and adds that if they need anything, then let their master come himself. The main character asks his student if she is injured. The girl replies that everything is fine. The main character points his finger at the leaving guys and asks why they came. The girl asks the master if he really protected her despite the fact that he didn't know what happened. The main character tells the older student that she said that she lived for a very long time in a place where peaches bloom, and this month he was finally able to figure out all the tasks. Cranes eat grass in a field. Shenshi sits on a stone and asks the cranes when they will get down to business and give him a couple of nesting places so that he can get acquainted with the crane eggs. He says that he hopes that the big cranes will give birth to little ones, where they can be sold, and then the money will flow like a river. The main character leans on his hand and thought it was strange, because he ate 1 crane and left 3 males and 3 females, and then asks why they don't reproduce. The protagonist gets up from the stone and says that it doesn't matter. He turns to the older student and asks if his fundamental realm has stabilized. Danla tells the master that yes, with the help of his elixir she was able to move into a new, now unknown state, and then thanks the protagonist. The main character hands the girl a magazine and tells her that now that the transitional stage is over, she can begin to learn spells. So the time has come, because she has a mutated ice root, and its attributes are the same as those of the water ones. He adds that he also has a spiritual level water technique, so if she doesn't understand something, she can turn to him. Danla, with reddened cheeks, rests her head on her hand and tells the protagonist that of course, she will train hard and will not let her down. The girl opens her mouth and thinks why the master hasn't punished her for so long, and then adds that she can't stand it anymore. The main character says that, as can be understood from the name, the Conference of Immortal Seedlings is a selection event at which the sect selects from the younger generation those who are capable of cultivation. Although Shandon is the least known of all existing associations, it is considered quite promising. In the middle of the stone altar there is a green ball through which the natural landscape can be seen. The protagonist reveals that the Yuhua sect and the Dawnman Pavilion, Shandon's allies, also came to watch this great event. An old man in purple clothes sits surrounded by his students. An old man in green clothes sits on the opposite side. The protagonist says that the qualifications of the chosen disciples often influence the rise and fall of the sect over the following decades or even centuries, so the choice is very, very careful, fully studying the participants and their abilities. The main character sits on a bench with his arms crossed behind his back. His students stand behind him. Danla tells the master that the way he sits completely overshadows his reputation. The red-haired girl looks at the protagonist. Someone tells her that Shenshi from the Shandon sect is over there. The red-haired girl crossed her arms and said what an interesting person. A pink-haired girl stands next to her. The pink-haired girl with a smile on her face calls the red-haired girl Luo and asks her if she really liked the protagonist. The red-haired girl replies that she would be interested in him if not for his dark past. The main character pays attention to her. Luo made a seductive pose with her face flushed. The old man in green clothes and the old man in purple clothes made surprised expressions. The main character says that she has lousy charm and blood pours from his nose. Then Tian shouts to the main character that he is bleeding. The protagonist wipes the blood with a handkerchief and says that he is fine. He hasn't been eating much lately and thinks that this is the reason. The younger student clenched her hands into fists and told the main character that the girl he was looking at was amazing. The main character asks her why she thinks so. The younger student waves her hands and says that her two Urbai peaks are even better than Danla and Mintian. Old people spit out the drink they sipped from their cups. The main character with a smile on his face says that, alas, superficial people have gathered here, and then asks where this damn world is going. The protagonist made a serious expression on his face and thought that according to the plot, the main character Xiaokai will finally make his debut today. He will stand out in the last test and make a statement. Someone jumped away from the chain. The girl jumps on the chains while the people behind her barely hold onto the chain, grabbing it with their hands. The old man in black and white clothes rests his chin and says that he didn't expect that a worthy representative would appear at this year's Immortal Seedlings conference. A man with blue hair, a master of Danking Peak. He says that this bridge, made of iron chains, measures the strength of the spiritual root. It is a serious test for the participants, but this child does not care. He adds that he has never seen such talent before and therefore thinks that this seedling will have a great future. Three old men bow to an old man dressed in black and white. The old man in green clothes says that this is pure luck for their Shandon sect. The old man in purple clothes says that in his opinion, such an outstanding talented seedling should be under the patronage of the patriarch in order to receive the best training possible. An old man in white and black clothes tells the elders to calm down and offers to look at the data of this child. He adds that although he really wants to take this child as his disciple, he should first look at the compatibility of his spiritual root, and perhaps there is a more suitable person among the elders and peak masters to train the boy. The main character is resting a little lower. His eyes are covered by a shadow. With a smile on his face, he thought that he could rest for now, and he would see if they would accept the student. The old man in white and black clothes closes his eyes and thought that it is difficult for everyone else to talk about this, but they in the Shandon sect are indebted to Shenchi. All of his current students were elected at the Conference of Immortal Seedlings, but none of the peak masters and elders wanted to take them under their tutelage. According to the rules, children who have passed all levels and presented on the cloud platform are students of the Shandon sect. However, there were a few outsiders that the elders and peak masters were unwilling to train. In the end, Shenshi took them under his responsibility, which definitely helped the Shandon sect and avoid disgrace. The main character walks surrounded by his students. The old man in black and white thought that if there were still good seedlings here, he would do his best so that Shenshi could accept one or more of them. The old man in black and white clothes is Patriarch Nin Shenman. He gets up from his seat and congratulates them on passing the test and calls the children great fellows. He adds that those who stand on the cloud platform are now disciples of the Shandon sect. There are many children standing in front of him. The patriarch says that after testing their spiritual roots, the children will be assigned to a suitable master who will become their mentor during the long path to immortal cultivation. The three elders smile. The patriarch unrolls the scroll and says that now those whose names he will name will come forward and go to the building in the middle of the platform. He tells the girl about the three spiritual roots of water, wood, and earth, and then asks if she would like to join Danking Fen. The girl with brown hair says she's ready. Danla feeds the main character and tells him that if he continues to not pay attention to anything, then all the seedlings with good qualifications will be taken away by other elders and peak masters. The main character asks what's wrong with this and says that he doesn't want to accept anyone at all, and then asks if the four of them really aren't enough problems for him. Yui Lin with a smile on his face says that he knows something. There are rumors in the sect that the master is the king of garbage who likes to accept overgrown students. The main character thought that this was not a compliment and understands why she is so happy. A girl with dark hair with two long strands on the sides is enveloped in a green aura. The patriarch says he is surprised at the purity of the spiritual root of the tree. The main character, with a look of surprise on his face, thought that this was Wai King, the first member of the protagonist Xiao Kai's harem, a gourmet baby whose trust the main character had won through food. Nin Shenman asks the main character if he wants to adopt this child. The old man didn't think that there would be so many good seedlings besides Xiao Kai, and this one has a spiritual tree stone, so why shouldn't he give it to Shenshi? The three elders with anger on their faces wonder how such a magnificent seedling can be offered to this scum. The main character moves his hand to the side and with his eyes closed says that he is not interested and he thinks that it would be better to give the child to Bai Zhan from Linshu Peak. He thought that Bai had a jade skill, and Wai King's data suited him very well, and according to the plot, she should become her disciple. Linshu Peak, Bai Zhan. The pink-haired girl replies that this is completely impossible and tells the protagonist that his power is much greater than her own, and such a wonderful seedling cannot be trusted to her. An elder in purple clothes with a dissatisfied expression on his face says that Baijan's cultivation is still too superficial. It is only at the Golden Order stage. Wai King is very talented, and therefore this issue needs to be seriously discussed at a general meeting and decided whose disciple she will become. Baijan thought with a sad expression that this is true. She is not strong, and she does not have a high status in the sect, so it is unlikely that she deserves such a talented disciple. The main character, with an angry expression on his face, shouts and asks what this nonsense is and says that if she wants to take her, then let him take her and train her properly. He adds that if he says that the pink-haired girl is more suitable as a mentor, then he is 100% sure of this, and then asks who is for and who is against the idea of sending Wai King to study with Baijan. An old man in purple clothes shouts at the protagonist. The pink-haired girl's face turned red and she called out the main character's name. The protagonist asks the girl to come to him. He asks her if she is hungry and then hands her a cake. Baijan strokes Wai King and tells her to eat. She pulls the girl's cheek and tells her that she can eat all his cakes, but in exchange she should not follow Xiao when he offers to kill him. The pink-haired girl thanks the protagonist. The main character moves his hand to the side and tells her that she is most suitable for teaching Wai King, and he said this completely sincerely. The main character smiles smugly and says that the show will finally begin now. The patriarch tells the next child to come out. A child with brown hair, Xiao comes out. The heads of the sects look at the child. One of them says that only Xiao remains to be tested. Another says that he does not know what his spiritual root is, but if it is water, then he can become his disciple. They answer him that he has been living for more than 100 years and was his life really so good that he stopped even counting his age. Another of the observers says that he thinks the patriarch will take him as a personal student, so there is no need to build false illusions about this boy. The patriarch tells the child to come forward. The boy combines his palms. He tells the immortal master that he welcomes him. The patriarch smiles and tells the guy that he is talented and calm, so he will definitely have a great future regardless of which master he decides to join. The boy is enveloped in blue energy. The patriarch looks at Xiao in surprise. The main character rests his chin and thought that he knows who still wants to make him his student. A fire root appears above the boy. The patriarch, with a smile on his face, thought that he had a fiery root exactly like himself. The master of Danking Peak exhales and says that no one can compete for this boy with the patriarch. Nan Shenman props up his chin and says that since Xiao has a fire attribute, he will take it. A spiritual root with an image of a tree appears above the boy. Baijan thought with surprise on her face that he had the double spiritual root of fire and wood. Although this is not the best combination that could be, but still these are very good attributes. A spiritual root appears in the form of a stone. The patriarch shouts that another attribute has been discovered. Xiao has the triple spiritual root of flame, wood and earth. He adds that this is a rather mediocre qualification. The patriarch says that he is very sorry. Xiao looks around with concern on his face. Two more elements appear, golden and blue. The patriarch says that he has as many as 5 spiritual roots. He turned out to be just a selection with no talent for cultivation. One of the observers says that he thought it would be something extraordinary, but in fact he just wasted his time. Another person says the result was disgusting. A lot of people smile maliciously. One of them says that Xiao was so self-confident that now one wonders how he will leave the stage. Xiao trembles and clenches his hands into fists. The patriarch puts his fist to his mouth and tells the boy that he has no talent for cultivation. But since he passed the test, then according to the rules, the Shandon Immortal Sect will give him 3 years of testing. He asks the masters who are ready to take the boy as an apprentice. The blue-haired man is silent with regret on his face. Baijan has a surprised expression on his face. Nin Shenman crossed his arms and said with a smile on his face that there was no point in taking on such an untalented student. He would only become the laughing stock of the sect. The patriarch asks the sect leaders if there is anyone willing to take Xiao under their care. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, mentally asks the patriarch to say directly to whom he will give the student. The boy has closed his eyes and is trembling. One of the sect leaders says that such an ordinary person should never join their sect. Xiao clenched his hands into fists. Some of the observers say that if he does not have talent, then he will not become an immortal cultivator, and in general, the case of Xiao does not fit the established rules, so they can safely exclude him. The main character appears in front of the boy and asks him what his name is. The boy looks at the protagonist in surprise and calls him Xiao Kai. The main character asks the boy why he is crying, and then says that in the future the boy will become a man, and there should be no tears on a man's face. The boy wipes his tears and agrees with the protagonist. Shenshi asks the boy if he wants to become his student. The guy nods his head. He shouts that he agrees. The main character tells the guy that now he just has to believe in one thing. Sooner or later the world will lie at his feet. Xiao Kai puts his hands together and tells the protagonist that his words will forever remain in his heart, and then thanks him. The main character turns around and tells the student to come with him, and then says that he has already become bored with this conference. The student follows the protagonist. The main character thought that this was the same look. The level of his favor towards him was at its maximum. He smiles smugly and thought that starting with SSR characters, he is gradually changing the storyline, and thanks to this, he can live with peace of mind in the future. The main character points the index finger of his left hand forward and shouts that he, the invincible evil master, with his students, will eventually scatter flowers everywhere. Sunlight illuminates the building. The main character tells Xiao Kai that from today on he is a disciple of Urbai Peak. The main character sits on a chair and tells the boy that although his results are not the best, he believes that one day his strength will become known to the whole world. The boy says that he will not disappoint his teacher. Danla thought with a smile on her face that the master liked the young student, although this boy looks like a salted fish. The main character takes the bottle and tells the boy that it is a tablet for collecting Kai energy, and with his current level he will need to divide the elixir into 10 portions and take one each time he cultivates. This will help you improve faster and more efficiently. The older student tells the protagonist that he is crazy because his younger brother has just begun his journey, and then asks how he can give him these pills. The main character with a smile on his face says that for others, maybe this is just a way to speed up the growth of abilities, but not for such a bright child with an ideal spiritual relationship like Xiao Kai. The older student takes the protagonist's hand and asks him to punish her for saying rash things. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He says that it doesn't matter and she needs to forget about it, because she did it for the sake of her younger brother, so he will not use punishment. Danla tearfully asks the protagonist why he hasn't scolded her lately, even when she does something bad. The main character, with a worried look on his face, asks the girl what she means, and then tells her that she did a good job. Xiao Kai watches what is happening with confusion on his face. He addresses the protagonist, causing him to make a surprised expression. The main character looks to the side and thought that he was saved, and then asks the younger student if he wanted to say something. Danla thought that she had completely forgotten that her younger brother was still here. Xiao Kai puts his 2 index fingers together and says that he is actually a girl, and her real name is Xiao Kir. The main character with a fake smile asks what he said. Sunlight illuminates the building. The main character tells Xiao Kir that she has been here for a couple of days, and then asks her if she has any questions about cultivation. The younger student sits on the protagonist's lap and says that she understands everything, but cannot find the right position for the stage of entering the body. The protagonist smiles and tells the girl not to worry. Cultivation cannot be rushed. The girl changes her position, and the main character tells her not to do this and adds that entering the body is not done like that at all. Xiao Kai's face turns red and she tells the protagonist that he is an amazing person, and then asks him if he was surprised by the fact that she turned out to be a girl, and then adds that this means that the master revealed her disguise a long time ago. The main character, with a smile on his face, tells the student that her clan has gone bankrupt, and the road here is full of bandits. He adds that the only thing left for a woman is to start looking like a man, and adds that he won't tell anyone about her secret, so she doesn't have to worry. The main character, with concern on his face, asks questions about why the main male character turned out to be a woman, where his protagonist is and what will happen to his harem in the plot. He adds that he cannot understand this. The main character opened his eyes wide and wondered how this was possible, and then thought that Xiao Kai has now become a girl, and, so to speak, the bicycle has turned into a motorcycle and it should become much more convenient to ride. The main character takes out a journal and says that these are cultivators born with deficiencies that interfere with the 5 elements entering the body of spiritual energy, with the circulation of spiritual energy interrupted, which remains in their body as small or abundant increments. Transcendence. He opens the journal and tells Xiao Kir that he has 5 elemental spiritual roots, so he won't be able to just go through the first step of entering the body without refining Kai. But she doesn't have to worry because he can solve this problem. The student has a surprised expression on her face. The main character tells her that today she will be taught the rules that cultivators must know by heart. The younger student agrees. The blue sky rises above the mountains. Han Xianpi carries plates and says that she has prepared 2 more of the master's favorite dishes. Danla's cheeks turned red and she held her cheeks and said that he would definitely be delighted. The dark-skinned student with concern on her face thought that something was wrong with her. Danla was acting too strange. Mintian enters the room with Yui Lin and says that she sent a message to the master. He will arrive soon with Kier. The blue-eyed student says that it smells delicious here. She looks at the fried meat with appetite and happily says that today they have cranes fried on coals. The red-haired girl asks who was fried there. Mintian asks Han Xianpi if the master told them that they need to take care of these birds and why she made food from the unfortunate crane. She sees the main character and Xiao Kier enter the room. The main character with a smile on his face and closed eyes says that he is so hungry after his morning training with Kier, and now he can eat even an elephant. He opens his eyes and thought that he has no need for food because he is at the golden core stage, but the Han Xianpi dish looks simply excellent, so he cannot resist. The protagonist looks at the meat with appetite and thought he would never forget the taste of fried crane. The red-haired and dark-haired girls look at the protagonist with concern. The main character realized that it was a crane and screamingly asked why his precious cranes were fried. He adds that in addition, these are also 2 females. Xiao Kier asks Mintian if the master can even determine the sex of birds. The red-haired girl replies that the younger student needs to be quiet, because the master is about to get angry and therefore it is better to be silent now. The main character thought that he had been feeding the medicinal cranes with precious snowdrops for so long and it was all in vain. He adds that he thought they would lay eggs and finally make him rich. The main character, with an angry expression on his face, shouts and asks who did this. He looks at his students with an angry expression as they bow to him. The main character exhales, trying to calm down. He turns away and covers his face, and then asks the students to stand up and not be afraid, and then asks who did it. He thought that the medicinal crane was originally a secondary object, much less important than these beautiful disciples. He adds that at some point he lost control of himself and was influenced by the cruel character inherent in the master. The older student holds the main character by the sleeve on his arm and tells him that it is her fault. She lowered her gaze and told the main character that she caught the cranes herself and allowed Han Xianpi to cook them. She adds that she deserves the most severe punishment. She sits down on her lap. Her face turns red and she screams and asks the protagonist to be sure to punish her to the fullest extent. The main character, with disgust on his face, wonders what is happening. He turns away from her and thought that although the situation is quite strange now, if he doesn't punish her, it will be very suspicious. Xian Kai put her finger on her cheek and said that big sister really needs to be spanked for making a mistake. The main character thought that this was a great idea, and she would learn a lesson if she accepted the punishment in front of her sisters. He rests his chin and thought that from now on he should behave more restrained and become less cruel, so that the image of a caring master is not destroyed. Just a brilliant plan. He asks the older student to come to him and she agrees. He commands her to lie on his lap, which she does. The girl trembles and looks at the master. The main character looks at her with a happy expression. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He thought that this woman's body was very different from Kier. He raises his palm up and thought that he should not forget about restraint. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he thought that the main thing was not to lose control of himself, otherwise his image of a good master would be destroyed. The protagonist hits the girl with his palm. He tells her that as a senior student, she should set a good example for her sisters, but she has committed a terrible crime, so she will be punished today. He adds that this should serve as a warning to others watching. He hits the girl again. Danla screams after being hit. The older student says that she was wrong, and then adds that the protagonist needs to hit harder in order to adequately punish her in front of her younger sisters. The main character is breathing heavily because he is tired. With a surprised expression on his face, he thought that it seems that he now understands Danla is a machoist, because according to the plot, she was abused, but still did not leave Shenxi and now all the pieces of the puzzle fit together. Then he did not even think about the reason for her action and apparently, this is how the heavens decided and thus they filled in the gaps in the logic of history. But the way it all works is a little scary. The main character is enveloped in a golden aura and flies away. He says that he doesn't want to eat anymore and adds that the girls can do whatever they want with the cranes. He thought that the Almighty liked to joke. Mintian asks her elder sister if she is okay. Danla says that she is fine and asks the red-haired girl to come over. She tells her in her ear that she needs to get new panties. The red-haired girl leaves and shouts that she will be back soon. Yui Lin asks Han Xianpi what is wrong with the second sister. The dark-skinned girl says she doesn't even know. Yui Lin silently looks at the older student. She laughs and her face turns red. The main character exhales, a drop of sweat running down his face. He sits in the wooden bathtub and says that Danla now acts more reserved in front of her younger sisters and cares more and more about her image. But in private she becomes too strange. The older student asks the protagonist if he called her. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. The main character says that he has repeated many times that he does not need help with taking a bath. The girl is dressed in a towel and tells the master that it must be hard for him to teach them every day, and that is why he is tired. She adds that she can rub her back. She climbs into the protagonist's bathroom, and he shouts at her not to crawl into him. The girl's face turned red. She called the master. The main character with a dissatisfied expression on his face tells her to stop and adds that he doesn't need her help and that's why she needs to leave here. Danla climbed into the bath and tells the main character that she will not do what he wants. She asks if she should be punished for disobedience, then laughs. The main character looks at the older student in fear and thought that this world is too crazy, and then wonders how he can have such a student and who can resist her charms. The main character looks at the older student and thought that if he wrote the novel this way, the number of views would undoubtedly increase. The cheeks on the protagonist's face turned red. Xiao Kier shouts that she has a question, the answer to which she does not know and therefore she needs advice. The main character and the older student are scared. Danla gets up and asks the master what she should do. The main character laughs with a serious expression on his face. He points his finger at the closet and asks the girl why she didn't think about the consequences first, and then tells her to hide in the closet. The senior student goes towards the closet and asks the master not to say that he came here. The girl locked herself in the closet and the main character thought that this was progress. The protagonist uses a spell to remove water from the floor. He thought that he needed to remove the water from the floor and from Danla's body, otherwise she would catch a cold. Xiao Kier enters the room with a smile on her face and shouts to the master that she is coming. The main character says that it is already very late, and then asks the girl why she came. The younger student looks around. She puts her hand on the back of her head and says that it turns out the protagonist was taking a bath. She apologizes for interrupting and says that she had a few questions, so she came for advice. The main character tells the girl that he will listen to her, after which he informs her that she does not yet know how to purify Kai, so she does not need to work so hard on the theory. The younger student, with a guilty look on her face, asks if this is true. The main character closes his eyes and wonders why she keeps looking at the closet, and does Xiao Kier really suspect something? The younger student says that those who are incapable should start studying earlier than others, because she has the worst talent, and therefore she should try better. Danla is sweating because she is too hot in the closet. Xiao Kier says that she originally wanted to ask her elder sister these questions, but she seemed to have fallen into the ground. The main character asks the girl what she doesn't understand. The younger student tells the master to wait until she pours him a cup of tea. Light falls on the closet. An older student with a red face was sitting in the closet and thought that it was so cramped and stuffy here. She sniffs the protagonist's clothes and thought that the closet was saturated with the smell of the master. She thought with worry on her face that Xiao Kier was still there. She thought that the master's scent enveloped her and added that it was alluring. Miniature images of the protagonist fly around the girl. She thought it was so exciting. The main character looks at the closet with a frightened expression on his face and wondered what Danla was doing there. Xiao Kier carries a tray of tea and tells the protagonist that the tea is ready. The younger student falls and drops her tray. With a satisfied expression on her face, she thought that when the master's clothes got wet, she would have to help him get new ones from the closet. The main character looks at what is happening with concern. He quickly runs up to the girl, preventing her from falling with one hand, and with the other he caught the falling dishes. The main character smiles and tells the student to be careful. The girl hugs the protagonist and says that she is so clumsy, but fortunately she did not wet the master's clothes. She adds that she doesn't know whether there would be a suitable replacement in the closet or not. The main character made a fake smile and says that everything is fine and she needs to be more careful in future, because wet clothes are not a problem. But she could get hurt. The main character thought that this little girl definitely did it on purpose. The younger student places her hand on the protagonist's chest. She looks him in the face and says that she is obeying the order and calls the protagonist the best. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that she was still young and, most likely, did not understand such things yet. The moon rises above the building. Xiao Kier tells the protagonist that he will go and says goodbye to him. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, says that the younger student has been beating around the bush for an hour. Although he is at the golden core stage, he is about to explode. The main character looks at the closet and thought that Kir was so obsessive that he didn't have time to pay attention to how Danla was doing. He adds that he hopes she's okay after being in the closet for so long. He opens the closet and makes a surprised expression on his face. Drops of sweat run down Danla's body. The protagonist's face turned red and he turned away. He asks the girl if it's hard to be locked in a closet, after which he tells her that if she behaves like this, then next time it won't be a harmless closet. The older student comes out of the closet and asks the main character if he has any more punishment, after which she says that Danla wants to accept it. The protagonist takes a step back and screams. The older student says that whether it is spanking, burns, or hot wax, if the master does it, then she is ready. The main character turns away and tells the girl to change her clothes, because there is no need to set a bad example for her sisters. The girl agrees with the master. The protagonist sits on a chair with a cup of tea in his hand, thinking that this place is too dangerous and if he stays here, he will not pass the test next time. He brings the cup to his face and tells Danla that he will be leaving here for a while, so she needs to get her things ready. The girl gets up from the floor and asks the protagonist why he suddenly decided to leave. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, says that he needs to find something. He thought that almost all the snowdrops had been fed to those stupid cranes and he needed to hurry up and use the main character's cheats before something else happened. The older sister has a puzzled expression on her face. The next day, outside the Shandon Immortal Sect, sunlight illuminates the mountain peaks. The main character walks among the green bushes and says that after arriving in this world, he went outside the sect for the first time and in any case, the road will not take much time, so he will walk. Many people accompany the caravan. An old man in black and red clothes tells Madame that there is a stream ahead, after which he asks if they should arrange a stop. The girl from the carriage tells Commander Gao that he needs to take a break from the road. She adds that everyone must be tired, since they have been traveling without a single stop for several days. Many people with swords are standing not far from the carriage. A man with dark brown hair says that it smells delicious, and then asks where this divine smell comes from. The man with the mustache says that he is drooling. Kebabs are being fried on the grill. The main character says that lamb kebab with cumin is the best thing he could come up with. Going down into the ravine to find Indian cumin seeds was a great decision, but now the finishing touch remains. The main character, wearing sunglasses, seasons his food. A guy with dark brown hair shouts that it's a lamb kebab. The rest of the guards also look at the protagonist's grill. An old man with gray hair, a mustache, and a beard looked out of the carriage and told the guards that he was not a cultivator. He turns to Uncle Gao and hands him the gold leaf. The guard dressed in black and red looks at a golden leaf. The main character blows on the kebab and thought that among these people, only one person is in the fundamental realm. But the movement of his spiritual energy is completely disordered. He adds that he poses no threat. Gao greets the protagonist and says that his name is Gao Shen and adds that he is the commander of the guards of Mulin Castle. The main character eats a kebab and asks the guard commander how he can help. A man in black and red clothes smiles and with a gold leaf in his hand tells the protagonist that his cooking skills are excellent, so he would like to buy some skewers in exchange for the gold leaf. The main character closes his eyes and tells the guard commander that he must be joking, because this is an unequal exchange. He adds that he won't eat that much anyway, so the guard commander can take as much as he wants. Gao Shen, with a smile on his face, thanks the protagonist for his generosity, and adds that his brothers will finally be able to satisfy their hunger. The fire gradually goes out. The main character stretches and says that it's time to move on. A girl in blue clothes and a girl in yellow clothes approach the protagonist. The girl in blue clothes calls the protagonist his little brother. The protagonist's cheeks turned red and he turned his attention to the two girls. He wonders if they are sisters or mother and daughter. The main character touches his ear with his finger and asks the girl who they called the youngest. The girl in blue clothes has a puzzled expression on her face, and the girl in yellow clothes smiles and covers her mouth with her hand. The girl in blue tells the protagonist that his kebab was amazing and their meeting must have been predetermined by fate. She adds that her name is Luo Shasha and she is from Mulin Castle, and this is her daughter Yueting. She asks the protagonist his name. The main character closes one eye and says that cultivators do not reveal such information and adds that his Taoist name is Jingji. The girl in blue smiles and tells the protagonist that he turns out to be the emperor, after which she asks for forgiveness for being rude. She thought that the Taoist name was given based on rank, but she had never heard of the Jing generation before, so he most likely made it up on the fly. This person is very careful. Luo Shasha asks the main character if he is in a hurry. The main character with a smile on his face says that in fact he is in a hurry and is already leaving. Yueting laughs, and the blue-robed girl's face expresses confusion. The protagonist turns around and says that he is heading to Duanli Mountain, and then asks Luo Shasha why don't they give him a lift. The girl in blue's face turns red and she tells the protagonist that he can join them if he doesn't mind. Near the river there are tents of people from the caravan. Yueting combs his hair and asks his mother why she allowed the protagonist to travel with them. Because the elder said that he was not a cultivator. Luo Shasha with a smile on her face says that this young guy is a little strange and she couldn't see his intentions. He adds whether he is a cultivator or not. He is quite an extraordinary person. She says that besides, the young man said that he was heading to Duanli, and this is a demonic mountain and they say it was occupied by devilish monsters. She adds that not a single person managed to survive and a person without skills would not dare to go there. Yueting hugs his mother and asks her if she will have to join the Yuhua sect if this man is truly a master and they become friends with him. She adds that she cannot stand being separated from her mother. Luo Shasha tells his daughter that he also does not want to give her to anyone, but their own wishes are usually not fulfilled. Her daughter closes her eyes and says that if he is very good, then she will marry him and after that no one will dare to mock their Mulin castle. The main character sneezes with his eyes closed. Gao Sheng extends his hand to the protagonist and tells him that the street is not the best place to relax, after which he tells him that he can spend the night in his tent so as not to catch a cold. He adds that he will be on duty tonight. The main character waves his hand and tells the guard commander that he is still awake, and then asks him why they are heading to Mount Yuhua. The guard commander sits down near the fire and says that their Mulin castle was once considered one of the greatest Sanhu sects. He adds that the immortals bowed to them, and even the imperial court of the Jade Kingdom showed respect to them. But after the death of their ancestor, the sect immediately lost its protection. With a serious expression on his face, he says that all these years Madame has maintained the castle alone, and if not for her wisdom, he is afraid that Mulin would have long been swallowed up by hostile forces. He adds that they are heading to the immortal sect located on the mountain, and the madam wants the young lady to join her. The main character props up his chin and asks if this is the Yuhua sect. The protagonist remembers the red-haired girl master. He raises his index finger and asks the guard commander what about his master. Gao Sheng exhales and says that he died young and then madam had not yet arrived and they had not even seen each other, but were already separated from each other forever. He adds that the madam adopted the young lady. This is well known to everyone in Jianghu. The main character puts his hand on his head and thought that these beautiful ladies, who have to manage their family affairs on their own, are both untouched virgins and even if they don't want to attract jackals, they will still come. He tells the guard commander that he needs to wake everyone up quickly because now there will be a battle here. Gao Shen, with a surprised expression on his face, asks the protagonist what he said. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, says that their enemies are coming here, among whom are cultivators. He adds that we need to hurry, they are only 300 steps from here. Gao Shen put his hand to the side and shouts that everyone needs to be on alert and prepare to enter the battle. The guards wake up all the warriors in the camp. The main character says that since this is fate, he will definitely help. Someone is running towards the camp. Many warriors with swords are running towards the camp. Luo Shasha says that there is no need to panic. If the enemy decides to ambush, then he does not have the confidence to face them. She turns around and tells the protagonist to follow them, and tells her daughter not to be afraid. The main character, with a smile on his face, thought that even in such a situation, she was protecting a complete stranger. Yueting clenched her hands into fists and had a dissatisfied expression on her face. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that if their meeting was destined by fate, then he would help them. The protagonist thought that given that there were cultivators among the attackers, the victory or defeat of mortals did not matter much, and he needed to know when another unit was attacking. The guards fight the bandits. Someone shot a fiery arrow from a bow. A fiery arrow flies at the protagonist. The elder says that the main character is just a wandering cultivator. The elder sits on top of the carriage and raises his hand up. Golden energy shoots out from his index finger. Luo Shasha thanks Elder Bai. Many fiery arrows fly towards the elder. The old man raises 2 fingers up and a golden barrier is created around him. The elder points 2 fingers towards the enemy and shouts forward. A flying sword with a golden trail behind it defeats several bandits at once. A bandit with brown hair flies on a sword and says that he already thought that he was something, since he was making such speeches, but in reality he turned out to be an ordinary cultivator of the fundamental realm. The elder directed his hand to the side and concentrated golden streams of energy around it. He asks the bandit who he is. The bandit crosses his arms and says that it doesn't matter, but the elder is just a hired cultivator and he doesn't need to fight because of the assignment, and if he doesn't do anything, he will save his life. A man with gray hair and a briefcase behind his back comes out of the bushes. He tells Luoshasha that they haven't seen each other for a long time and adds that she is getting prettier every day. Luoshasha shouts to the gray-haired man that it is him, Lei Kai. She adds that this whole scene was really about capturing Mulin Castle. A gray-haired man with earrings in his ears asks if she really thought that after she arrogantly refused him, she could get away with it. A girl in blue clothes addresses an elder. The elder opens his eyes and thought that he was not his opponent. The main character is standing under the barrier and thought that he could no longer stand aside. Luoshasha puts his hand towards the protagonist and tells him not to move. A drop of sweat runs down her cheek and she says that because of them, the protagonist got involved in all this and he needs to leave as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Luoshasha tells the gray-haired scoundrel that she is giving up, but on one condition. He must allow his daughter and this cultivator to leave. Lei Kai smiles maliciously and says that there are rumors that the eldest lady of Mulin Castle has eyes the color of spring water, and her lips are like peach blossoms. He adds that she looks like an immortal, like an angel who descended from heaven to earth. With a smug expression on his face, he asks how he can let such a beauty go after making sure that the rumors are true. The elder materialized the sword in front of him and says that to earn money, you need to work for others, and in any case, time is running out. He asks to be allowed to help one last time. The sword flies straight towards Lei Kai. The brown-striped bandit sent a golden ball of energy to the elder and said that this was too self-confident. The energy breaks through the barrier and binds the elder. The gray-haired scoundrel screams and asks for help. The brown-haired guy puts his palms together and says that this is troublesome. A stone wall rises from the ground. The elder's sword breaks through the wall. The villain grabs the blade of the sword. The gray-haired scoundrel shouts that he was almost killed and today he will teach him a lesson. The elder closed his eyes and looked down. Luoshasha holds a paper seal behind his hand and addresses the protagonist. The main character takes Luoshasha's hand and asks her to remove the seal. With a smile on his face, he tells the girl that, in fact, he is not young. Yueting takes the protagonist's hand. The scoundrel with gray hair screams and asks where this brat came from. The brown-haired bandit made a serious expression on his face. The protagonist has a stern look. Black-violet energy concentrates around it. Lei Kai sits on the ground and trembles. The brown-haired bandit trembles and wonders what kind of cultivation this is, because even the power of his master cannot compare with the power of this thing. He asks to be spared. The main character with an angry expression thought what this suffocating feeling of oppression is. Yueting put her hands on her chest and thought that since childhood, she has been surrounded by danger everywhere, but she has never felt as calm as she does now. He is truly a master. The main character hugged Luoshasha and she thought that she had been carrying such a heavy burden for so many years, but now she can rely on him and everything will be okay. Luoshasha, Yueting and the elder bow to the main character. The girl in blue thanks the main character for his help and calls him my lord. The main character puts his finger on his cheek and says that although it has been said that he is not really young, calling him my lord is too much. The girl in blue clothes tells the main character that she thanks him, calling him a young master. The main character says that this is a rather interesting way to handle things, and then says that it doesn't matter, so they will continue. Two people in the foreground bow to the main character. The brown-haired bandit smiles nervously and asks for his life. He adds that his name is Fan Daekwon, and his master is Fan Dingshan. He is the elder of Dai King. He reports that when he returns to the sect, he will give away all his treasures and has nothing to do with him. Lei Kai shouts to his subordinate that he was given the spirit-gathering green lotus seed of his family. For how much he asks how he can do this to it. Fan Daekwon calls the gray-haired man a scoundrel, and then asks when he managed to get the damn seed. He sends a flying sword towards the gray-haired man. The sword almost reached his torso. The sword breaks into two parts right next to the villain. The brown-haired guy coughs up blood. He sits down on the ground and holds his chest. The main character, using blue energy, holds a sword in the air and asks the two villains if he really allowed them to move. Fan Daekwon asks the protagonist to calm down. He wonders what kind of sword this is. He adds that his blade was split in two with just one swing. The protagonist thought with a smug smile that the jade bamboo sword is a signature weapon, so he cannot show it. This blade deserves to be called his hidden trump card. Although it is only a deep level, it can be used for any purpose on this map for beginners. In the novel, for example, if a group of people had jumped out to block Xiaokai's sword strike, he would have easily killed them. He made an evil smile and thought that they must be scared if a boss like him was walking around. He adds that they should be scared. The brown-haired guy tells the protagonist that he really didn't take any spirit harvesting green lotus seeds from him and he wants to set him up. The main character thought he wanted to have fun as a villain. He tells the guy that they have 20 breaths and whoever gives him these seeds first will be spared. Fan Daquin's body is enveloped in a purple aura. He is about to attack the protagonist, but 3 arrows fly at him. They hit him straight in the chest. The defeated bandit falls to the ground. He was shot by Lei Kai. He holds a green lotus seed in his hands and shouts to the protagonist that he has found them. The main character tells him that there are still 5 breaths left. The sword pierces the villain from the back and he coughs up blood. Fan Daquin with a creepy smile tells the gray-haired man that he is so naive, and then asks if he really thinks that the Kai purification stage and the fundamental stage are the same. He gives the seed to the main character. The protagonist tells him that he will not kill him, as they agreed. The brown-haired guy compliments the protagonist, but golden energy flies near him. The elder cut the bandit's throat. Luo Shasha apologizes to the protagonist for overstepping her boundaries. The main character says that it doesn't matter, because he only said that he himself would not kill him. Death at her hands has nothing to do with the agreement. He adds that since he decided to help them, he naturally will not get hung up on such trifles. The elder holds a golden rope tied in a knot in both hands and says that this is the treasure of a fundamental realm cultivator. The main character takes this item, a castle that binds the earth, the highest spiritual level. The main character throws the item back to the elder and says that he has lifted the prohibitions and discarded all divine thoughts about it, and then says that the elder should keep the item for himself and use it with caution so that no one dies. The elder catches the item and says that this is the highest spiritual level, and such a valuable thing cannot be accepted by him. The main character leaves and says that there is no need for unnecessary words, because he does not like such things. He adds that since he helped during the crisis, it turns out that fate's plan was fulfilled. He adds that he still has work to do, so he has to go. The main character with a smile on his face thought that this is it, this feeling. His aura is like that of a sage or the best expert in the world. Yueding, with reddened cheeks, tells the main character to wait. She asks him if he is heading to Mount Duanli and if he would like to continue on with them. Luo Shasha, with a smile on his face, tells the protagonist that they have not yet adequately thanked him, so they need to slowly discuss all the details in the carriage. The main character looks at them with confusion on his face. The main character has his palms together and smiles with anticipation on his face. The caravan moves along a road in the middle of a mountainous area. Yueding calls the master with reddened cheeks. Luo Shasha, with the same reddened cheeks, exhales. The main character eats the sweets that Yueding feeds him and says that it is so sweet. The main character tells Luo Shasha that he heard that she wanted to transfer to Yueding to the Yuhua sect as a disciple, and then asks if this is so. The girl in blue replies that yes, it is so. Elder Bai said that she has good cultivation talent, so she can take advantage of this opportunity while she is still young. Yueding hugs the protagonist's hand and says that she will soon be 14 years old and she is already a big girl, and her peers are getting married at this time. The main character tells the girl that she is not so small. He rests his chin and says with a thoughtful look that the elder is just an ordinary cultivator. He knows one thing and the other he doesn't. And even though the Yuhua sect is run by women and sending Yueding there seems to be the safest option, they practice a dual cultivation method there. Luo Shasha made a surprised expression. Yueding asks the protagonist what it is. The protagonist says that this information is not for children, so he will not tell him about this method next time. He suggests first looking at the girl's abilities. The main character puts his index finger to the girl's forehead. Yueding thought she could feel the heat coming. She turns away and thought that her body was burning, but it was a pleasant feeling. She trembles and calls the young master. The protagonist tells her not to move, because everything will end soon. Luo Shasha covers her mouth as her cheeks turn red. Yueding is breathing heavily and lying on the protagonist's lap. The main character looks at the smiling girl and thought that Yueding had a rare case of empty spiritual root. He made a serious expression on his face. The protagonist thought that she had an empty spiritual root. Yueding closed her eyes. Shenshi thought that a person is considered mortal if he has 5 spiritual roots, but an empty root is a sign of immortality. From birth such people have the potential for elevation. He adds that they retain the energy of heaven and earth well, and there is no so-called congestion. The protagonist puts his hand to the girl's forehead and thought that, However, the empty spiritual root has no attributes, so it cannot by its nature control this power. Even if Yueting cultivates, it can only use its capabilities to improve physical strength and health. He thought that in the cultivation world, such people always end up the same way. They become a battery and a superior double body. Countless immortal sects would covet her empty spiritual root and take advantage of Yueting at any opportunity to advance to a higher realm. Many hands reach out to Yueting's body. The protagonist thought it was driving people crazy. Yueting asks the protagonist what the results are. The main character with a greedy smile on his face tells the girl that she has good talent, and then asks if she wants to become his student. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She smiles with reddened cheeks and replies that of course. The main character raises his index finger up and says that since they are now a teacher and a student, then she needs to listen carefully. He raises a second finger and says that firstly, under his guidance, she will learn to cultivate, but she can't tell anyone about it, and she can't spread information about her abilities to strangers. Secondly, he will not teach constantly, because he will often have to study on his own, but he will help outline guidelines for cultivation. Thirdly, when faced with any problems on this thorny path, she can call him at any time of the day or night and he will give her a stone for messages. When activated, she will be able to contact him, and the protagonist will help in any way he can. Yueting tells the master that she understands everything. The main character is stroking the girl and thought it was quite nice to have such a cute student like Yueting. The main character remembers his students and adds that, unlike those at home, one of them is a masochist. The other an intriguer, still a big child and a guy. He wonders how he should cultivate under such conditions. The main character tells Luo Shasha that Yueting's talent is special, and if outsiders find out about it, then trouble will not be avoided. Therefore, one must remember that she should not show off her cultivation abilities. A girl in blue clothes with a slightly frightened expression on her face says that this is dangerous. The main character smiles and tells the girl not to worry, because he will sort everything out and help solve another problem. The main character addresses the elder, calling him Bai Jishui. The old man is enveloped in golden streams of energy. He asks the protagonist what advice he can give him. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, tells the old man that his cultivation technique is imperfect, so it consumes vital energy, although fundamental stage cultivators can live for 200 years, but he thinks his time is running out. He offers to make a deal. The elder put his palms together and tells the protagonist that nothing can be hidden from his eyes. He asks him what he should do. The main character put forward his hand with a tablet and says that this is a Yuanlin tablet. It contains vitality and spiritual energy. It will extend his life by 10 years, but on condition that he uses it for the first time. He adds that he will then help refine his technique, and if he spends the next decade diligently cultivating, he will be able to ascend to the final fundamental stage and live another 100 years. The elder bows to the protagonist and tells him that she gave him almost a new life, and then tells him that he can ask for anything and he will not refuse under any circumstances and will fearlessly take on any task. The main character with a smile on his face tells the elder that for 10 years he must become the defender of Lulin Castle, and in a critical situation do everything in his power. The elder agrees. Luo Shasha holds her daughter's hand and tells her that she is happy that her daughter was able to become a disciple of the young master and now there is no need to give her to the Yuhua sect, and therefore they will not have to separate. She asks her daughter to always obey the master. Yueting, with reddened cheeks, asks his mother if she told one story about how immortals are open, and that they do not follow conventional etiquette. She adds that a master and disciple can become a pair of cultivators just like brothers and sisters. Luo Shasha's cheeks turned red and she asked Yueting what she was thinking about. The main character silently listens to them. Yueting asks the master when he managed to return. Her mother tells the protagonist that he is truly an incredible person, because he has the extraordinary ability to disappear without a trace and appear silently. A drop of sweat runs down the main character's cheek. He wonders why he feels like he is creating a harem when he accepts new students. The main character smiles and says that Bai Jishui agreed to protect Mulin Castle, and now few will dare to threaten them. Luo Shasha covered her face with her palm and thought that Elder Bai was a fundamental realm cultivator, and she was sure it was very difficult to persuade him to come down from the mountain. She looks at the protagonist and thought that, however, the elder so easily agreed to become their protector, and then asks how strong this young master is. The main character raises his hand and tells the girls that they no longer need to go to the Yuhua sect, so they can go home. He adds that later he himself will come to Mulin Castle. Yueting approaches the master and calls him, looking into his face. The main character strokes the girl with a smile on his face and tells her that there is no need to look like that, because this is not his real face. He adds that he will let her look at him before he leaves. The main character is enveloped by wind currents. His clothes change to black and gold and his face looks older. He tells Yueting that the technique has already been passed on to her, so she doesn't need to forget to cultivate diligently. He adds that they will meet soon. Girls with reddened faces look at the protagonist. The main character flies out of the carriage. He flies over the treetops and thinks that he has spent too much time, so he needs to hurry. He thought that he should succeed in 2 days. With a serious expression on his face, he concentrates blue energy into his fingers. The main character thought that Duanli Mountain was ominous and there was not a single human settlement within a radius of 100 miles, and many dangerous snakes and monsters lived in the forest. This mountain is home to the Kingland poisonous toad, whose cuteness is equivalent to the birth stage of the soul. The main character looks out from behind the tree and thought that all the fruits from the tree of 5 elements can improve the quality of a cultivator's spiritual root, and demonic monsters at the soul emergence stage can gain a human form with the help of such a fruit. He looks at the shabu with red eyes and thought that it was the poisonous Kingland toad and it must be guarding the fruit and waiting for it to ripen. The main character was lying on a pillow and thought that he was not particularly interested in the fruit itself. He came here mainly for the stone of the 5 elements, which was buried under the tree. He is able to balance and store spiritual power, which is the necessary basis for Zyokir cultivation. He adds that although it will not be difficult to kill a demonic monster at the stage of soul generation, but, as they say, it is better not to do something than to do it. He adds that he will simply take the stone when the toad leaves. The first day passes. The main character lies on the pillow and watches the toad. The night is coming. The main character has turned over on the other side. The toad is sitting near a tree. Several days have passed. The toad is sitting near a tree, and the main character is lying face down on the grass. The protagonist, with an angry expression on his face, thought that this poisonous toad only eats, sleeps, and stays in the same place. He adds that even if he continues to wait, she will not move an inch. He wonders whether he should kill her. He held his head and thought that violence was definitely the wrong decision. He adds that this is a matter of personal dignity. The main character opens his eyes wide and thought that his specialty is traps and illusions, so he can use this art. He adds that the poisonous toad is lazy and probably has the same preferences as her. The toad opens his eyes because he heard someone croaking. He sees a pink toad in front of him. The poisonous toad opens its mouth in surprise. The pink toad gives off a pink aura. The main character smiles and clenches his hand into a fist. He runs and thought that the poisonous toad turned out to be true to his natural instincts, and apparently his plan to use poison and laxatives would no longer be needed. He hides behind a tree and says he hopes she won't finish soon. Someone shouts at the main character to turn around and calls him a demonic monster. A poisonous toad jumps out of the water. She flies towards the protagonist. She opens her mouth and releases a purple poisonous liquid. The main character summons a sword and is enveloped in blue energy. With a menacing expression on his face, he asks the toad why he is swearing like that. He jumps towards the toad and shouts crashing wave. The poisonous toad shouts that this is just the golden core stage. The protagonist performs a slash on the toad, which emits a blue color. The toad hits a stone. She looks out from behind the stone and thought it was impossible, and then asks since when were human cultivators so strong. The main character uses the advancing wave several more times. Another toad watches the protagonist's attacks. A fiery flower appears above the main character. The main character thought why this fool ruined her chance and adds that he is yelling at a distance of 10 miles. The poisonous toad looks at the fire flower and says that if the golden core cultivator is already so strong, then this attack from the soul generation stage will flatten it and the mountain at the same time. Toad shoots a purple beam from his mouth and shouts that it doesn't matter, because if he is destined to die, then he would rather die with dignity. The beam is directed towards the fiery flower. The beam comes into contact with the flower and multicolored clots of energy fly in different directions. The main character looks out from the bushes and with a dissatisfied expression on his face, he wondered why this big step of spiritual pressure just disappeared. A girl in boots appears. She tells the main character that he is not bad, since he managed to break her Fire Lotus Samtai. The blonde with a sword in her hand is enveloped in fiery streams of energy. She says that this will not stop her, because she will still take the 5-element fruit today. The protagonist looks at her and says that she is Yui Wushwang, a genius from the Immortal Tan sect, the daughter of the leader. The poisonous toad stands in the water and says what does it mean? Human cultivators remain the same, and apparently he was mistaken. The toad shoots several bolts of energy at the girl. Yui Wushwang shouts scorching phoenix cry, and an image of a fiery bird appears behind her. 3 clots of energy are directed towards Yui Wushwang. She dodges 3 bolts of energy. The poisonous toad asks the girl if she is scared, and then asks how she dares to encroach on the treasure. The girl puts her sword forward and asks why she would use a fiery phoenix to fight the toad. She lunges forward, leaving the phoenix behind, and shouts that she can do this personally. The main character, with a look of incomprehension on his face, wondered why she then wasted her energy calling on the phoenix, and was it really all for the sake of a performance? Toad sends many blue streams of energy into Yui Wushwang. The girl deftly dodges the clots of energy and swings her sword. She directed her pupils to the side. She dodges the blue blast of energy and screams that it was close and she almost got her clothes dirty. The main character puts his hand on his forehead and thought that he can no longer look at this, and probably, of all the battles that he has ever witnessed, this one traumatizes his brain the most. A poisonous toad releases poisonous smoke from its mouth. The blonde covers her mouth and nose, then asks her how dare she use poison. Sweat runs down the girl's face. He thought it was bad. The poisonous toad looks at the girl falling into the water and tells her that if she is poisoned by her Kingland poison, then even if she is a transformation god cultivator, her strength will be significantly reduced for a while. The toad laughs loudly. She releases her long tongue. The toad tied the blonde with his tongue and says that he wonders what a nascent soul stage cultivator tastes like. The main character attacks the toad using the stepping wave. A stream of blue energy rushes into her. The attack hits the toad, after which she says that she was simply careless, and the main character does not cause her fear. The poisonous toad hits the stone, leaving a strong dent in it. A poisonous toad with a dissatisfied expression asks the main character how he dared to ambush him and where his combat valuables are. A purple beam shoots out from the toad's mouth and it uses Kingland venom gas explosion. The main character shouts stepping wave, after which a blue stream of energy is directed towards the purple sword. The toad pushes away and asks the protagonist if he really only knows one trick. The blonde lies on the ground behind the protagonist and looks at him. The main character with a smile on his face says that it was his real walking wave. The main character materializes a blue spear in his hand. His spear is engulfed in blue energy and he shouts crashing wave. The protagonist swings his weapon. The spear greatly elongates in the protagonist's hand. The floor and stone near the toad are cut by blue energy. The toad trembles and asks how this is possible. The main character makes the sword fly with the help of blue energy and says that he will not kill her provided that she does not interfere. The toad croaks and thanks the protagonist for sparing her life. The main character looks at the tree and thought that he could easily take it away if that stupid Yui Wushwang had not interfered. Then he would not have had to resort to such a simple and crude method. The girl with red cheeks apologizes to the main character and asks him if he could share the fruit of the 5 elements with her, and then says that he can name any price. Shenshi looks at the girl with a dissatisfied expression. He turns around and asks what will happen if he doesn't want to sell it. He thought that she was behaving as usual, wanting to get everything. What she liked. The blonde looked down, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. She puts her hand forward and raises 5 fingers up, and then shouts that 5 elixirs in exchange for 1 fire element of the fruit of the 5 elements. The poisonous toad tells Yui Wushwang that she could have told him the price right away, and he would have given her all these fruits. The main character puts his hand on his forehead with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thought that the poisonous toad was guarding the fruit because he wanted to transform, and the most effective elixir for transformation was a level 5 drink. He asks if she now wants to exchange everything for 1 fire element fruit. The main character looks at the girl and tells her that as expected, Yui Wushwang, his ex-girlfriend, has not changed at all. The girl clenches her hands into fists. She concentrates blue energy in her hand and asks the protagonist if he really thinks that this is not enough. She materializes a blue stone and asks how about it. The poisonous toad says that this is the spiritual stone of the Winter Mountain. The blonde puts the stone in the bag and says that she cannot give it away. Yui Wushwang takes out a blue stone and wonders if it will work, then says no. Toad, with a look of surprise on his face, calls this stone Cloud Hidden Jade. The poisonous toad looks at the protagonist and telepathically communicates with him. She invites him to team up to get rid of her and take all the treasures for himself, because she can use poison, and the protagonist can then take advantage of this beautiful girl. The protagonist, with a grim expression on his face, tells the toad to shut up if he wants to live. The girl takes out another stone and the main character tells her to stop taking out all her supplies, and then asks that no one really told her that she needs to be careful with such things. The blonde's face turns red, after which she says that she actually ran away. The main character puts his hand on his forehead and wonders why he is still surprised. He points his hand towards the tree. A stream of blue energy rushes towards him. The energy collects the objects the protagonist needs and they rush into his bag. The girl lowered her gaze. The main character hands the girl a fire stone and tells her not to sigh because he will give it to her. The girl asks the main character if he will give her this fruit of the fire element. The main character turns away and says that when you go outside, you need to hide your expensive things. Otherwise, people with bad intentions will notice you. And if this happens, then at least she will be incredibly strong. But she can still be injured or killed. He adds that she needs to pick up the fetus and go home. The girl looked closer at the protagonist. She sees Shenshi in him. The girl shakes her head and doesn't understand why she's thinking about Shenshi again, and then says that he really looks like him, because at that time he loved to show off and was a complete idiot, even getting in her way. The girl takes the fire stone and says that she cannot accept this and give nothing in return. So she asks him to name the price and adds that she will promise whatever he wants. The main character props his chin and says that the 5 elements fruit is not that valuable on its own, so he can exchange it for 1 transformation elixir and a Daluo gold bar. The girl clenches her hands into fists, after which she tells the protagonist that this is amazing. Not only does he have a high level of cultivation, but he is also skilled in awakening, which is impressive. The main character with an embarrassed expression on his face says that he knows very little. The girl takes out a container and a small sword. She says that here is a transformation pill, and then adds that unfortunately she did not take any awakening materials with her, but she will find a way to give them to him. Regarding the second item, she says that this is the mother part of the guiding jade sword, and when she returns to the sect, she will send it to him through the same. But daughter one. The main character takes the sword and says that its value in itself exceeds the cost of the fruit of the 5 elements and the transformation pill combined. The girl with a smile on her face says that she, Yui Washwang, is from the Immortal Tan sect, and the protagonist saved her life, and therefore she wants to repay him generously. She adds that in addition to transferring items, this sword can be used to communicate with her, and if there are any questions, he can contact her at any time of the day or night. The main character smiles and says that he is Kyan Zhen, an ordinary cultivator. The girl flies away and tells the protagonist that she is leaving. The main character waves his hand at her and calls her a stupid girl. The main character tells the leaving toad that if she doesn't need this transformation pill, then she can leave. The poisonous toad, with surprise on his face, asks the protagonist if he will really give it to her. The main character then asks what else he needs it for, and then adds that he needs help with something. The poisonous toad asks the protagonist if he really wants her to become his pet or something. The main character with a menacing smile holds a sword in his hand and asks the toad if she really minds. The frightened toad replies that no and she will do anything, so the protagonist should put away this sword. The main character throws a pill into the toad's mouth and tells it to eat it, and then adds that during the transformation period, demonic monsters are very weak, and the unique smell from the transformation pill will attract a large number of other creatures. He adds that he will protect her. Toad says that there are a lot of monsters on this mountain. From the shadows, many predatory eyes look at the main character, and he tells the toad not to worry, because as long as he is nearby, nothing threatens her. A wolf with red eyes jumps out of the bushes. The main character cuts it into 2 parts. The main character sent a wave of blue energy at him. He calls this monster brave since he dared to attack. The main character looks at the huge crowd of monsters and says that since the nascent soul stage is able to hold back demonic beasts, then these beasts must be the strongest of all. The poisonous toad closes himself behind a purple barrier and says that although the cultivation of these monsters is not comparable to his cultivation, there are too many of them. The main character looks at the toad and tells it not to worry, but rather to focus on absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The main character concentrates blue energy in his hand and tells the toad that he will help her with this. The main character releases streams of air from his mouth. Many streams of energy disperse around. The poisonous toad thought that all the energy from the surrounding area was concentrated here. This was a divine ability. She wonders if this is really a golden core cultivator, if he is one of those people who carries 100 golden pills in his stomach. The main character holds 2 swords in his hands and is enveloped in golden energy. He says that he's finished and asks to let me think, because he doesn't have skills that deal area damage. He asks how he can deal with so many demonic monsters. The main character puts his hand forward and a green beam flies out of his hand. Behind the monsters are many green swords. Behind the other group of monsters are also many swords. There are 2 circles of green swords around the protagonist, with all the monsters sandwiched between them. The main character swings his sword and tells the monsters that since they are already here, they will not leave now. He thought it was nice to say villainous phrases, even though they were addressed to these creatures. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, shouts the advancing wave. He shouts the word cut many times. The protagonist runs between monsters, hitting them with his sword. He takes another hit and defeats the 2 flying monsters. The main character asks the toad how he likes his technique. The poisonous toad, with confusion on his face, thought that he only had one technique. The main character runs towards the monsters and shouts to the toad that she must collect all the internal pills and materials from these demonic monsters. It all costs a lot of money. The toad thought that this cultivator scared her too much and she should try not to irritate him. The main character picked up transparent leather and with a smile on his face says that the foggy snakeskin feels very silky to the touch, and in the modern world good stockings could be made from this fabric. He makes a surprised expression on his face and thought that for 1 second he could probably make a weapon out of it. He adds that he is just going to give something like this to his students for the competition. He imagines hand-Zyampian stockings and thinks that he needs to stop, because these are his students. The main character smiles and saliva flows from his mouth. The poisonous toad thanks the protagonist for his protection and says that the dangerous time has passed. The protagonist clenches his hand into a fist and tells the toad that it will soon transform and need to give it a name. He asks her if she is male. The toad blushed and replied that no, she was female. The main character, with a misunderstanding on his face, asks the toad why she was then attracted to his illusion of a white jade frog. Poisonous toad asks if Zio Bye Bye really doesn't exist, and then says that she is his first love. The main character puts his hand on his forehead and says that when the time comes, he will find his real one. The toad, with admiration on his face, asks the protagonist if this is true, and then tells him that then he can give it a name. The main character, with a thoughtful look, says that his current body resembles jade, similar to black ink. He names the toad by Zio Bye. A poisonous toad with a dissatisfied expression on his face asks the protagonist where his manners are. Wooden buildings illuminated by sunlight. Mulin Castle. Luo Shasha tells the clan leaders that they are all Mulin elders. She asks them if they think their actions put her in charge of the castle. The elders and Luo Shasha are sitting at the table. The man in yellow clothes shouts that this is all for the sake of the Jade Kingdom family, and this can be seen as providing support. He adds that he is no longer talking about the 6th prince, who is interested in the young lady, which will also benefit Yueding. The elder in purple clothes shouts that they have already accepted wedding gifts from the royal family, and if they don't keep their promise now, they are afraid that they will anger them, and this will be irreparable damage to their castle. The brown-robed elder says that there are 3 cultivators in the Jade Kingdom, each of whom is successful in their field. They cannot offend them. The elder in green clothes says that he noticed that the young lady also returned with them, which means she did not join the sect, and the 6th prince is already waiting outside the gate, and if she agrees, then their Mulin castle will have an unlimited future. Luo Shasha puts her hand on the table and tells the elders that enough is enough. Did they really agree to the marriage without notifying either her or Yueding? While hiding behind the well-being of the castle, she slams her hand on the table and shouts that the 3 big Mulin halls are losing money every year, but their pockets are getting wider and wider. She adds that she will never agree to this marriage. Someone in purple boots comes into the room and says that this is an interesting statement. A man in purple clothes and with his hair tied in a ponytail, surrounded by guards, approaches the table and says that he would never have thought that the body of the Lady of Mulin Castle was as hot as her temperamental character. He adds that he definitely likes it. A man with his hair tied in a ponytail closes his eyes and shakes his head in disagreement. He asks how they can threaten such a beauty and adds that they say that the fiancé of the Lady of Mulin Castle passed away before they got married and her body is still pure, and what a pity it would be if, having all this, he does not find son-in-law. He made a gloating expression on his face and says that he is a person who does not like to beat around the bush, and since the 2 of them are not related by blood, they can be called sisters, and then marry him. He adds that on his part, guarantees will be provided that Mulin Castle will henceforth increase in strength, and the Jade Palace will not be left without support. Luo Shasha calls the man in purple clothes the 6th prince and tells him that she is sorry to disappoint him, but she refuses him. She asks Elder Bai Jishui to send them out, to which the old man agrees. The guard puts his hand in front of the 6th prince and says that this is the middle stage of the fundamental realm. The sixth prince, with a frightened expression on his face, asks the guard what is happening and if he was the one who said that there is no cultivator in Mulin Castle to protect him. The guard says that this is Bai Jishui, and contrary to rumors that he has little time left, his sword Kai has only improved. The sixth prince bows to the elder and greets him, and then says that he is the sixth prince of the Wang Tiang kingdom and is willing to offer an amount 3 times more than what is paid in Mulin Castle. The elder releases golden energy from his fingers and says that he apologizes to the sixth prince and he is the protector of this place. He adds that he has his own responsibilities here and therefore asks them to leave. The prince's guard takes out a sword and says that they are not his opponents. Toad says that this scoundrel really left, he is a coward. The main character sits with the Toad on the beam and tells her that she does not understand that such teenage mutant ninja turtles are the most difficult to deal with. Soon Mulin Castle will face disasters one after another. The poisonous Toad asks the main character if he has a student there and why not help her solve all these problems. The main character with a smile on his face says that if you get rid of the prince, then you will have to deal with the royal family, and then with the immortal sect, and even if you destroy them too, then there are even stronger cultivators behind it. He adds that he is very familiar with such a routine, and if you fight in a series of battles, the reader will not get any pleasure from reading. The main character took the Toad in his hand and said that now Mulin Castle has Bai Jishui, and the Jade Kingdom has 3 cultivators, and despite this, the chances are approximately equal and of course, there will be some tension between them, but there should be no serious conflicts. So everything is for the best, and Luo Shasha is a cautious character. She will not take risks. The poisonous Toad asks if the world of cultivators is really that dangerous. The main character looks at the Toad with a smile on his face and says that this is why she needs to learn to hide and camouflage herself well. He adds that she needs to be careful and not tempt fate, otherwise she will become a fried chicken. The poisonous Toad replies that she is a toad, and not some kind of chicken. The protagonist tells the Toad that he will take it to his student, after which he evaporates. A dark silhouette is visible on the bed. Yueding meditates on the bed. She sits with her eyes closed, completely immersed in meditation. 2 waves of golden energy emanate from him. She opens her eyes. The girl looks at the protagonist, who is sitting on a chair in front of her, and calls him a master. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, tells the girl that she worked hard to reach the first stage of cultivation in such a short time and calls her well done. The girl jumps on the main character with a happy expression on her face. She sits on the protagonist's lap, who made a frightened expression on his face. The main character strokes the girl and asks her why she was worried. Because nothing has passed since their last meeting. The girl clings to the protagonist and says that Yueding hasn't seen him for 10 whole days, and last time the master left immediately, as the cultivation method showed. She adds that he did not even allow him to express sufficient gratitude. The main character looks at the girl with a smile on his face and tells her that if she behaves well, the master will satisfy her requests. The girl with an inspired expression on her face asks if it's really anything. She imagines how she and the protagonist kiss while naked. The girl's face is red and blood is pouring from her nose. More blood poured from her nose. The main character, with concern on his face, asks the girl if she is okay. Yueding wipes away the blood and says that everything is fine. She just ate too much and was overexcited. The main character, with a fake smile on his face, says that he needs to tell her something. He thought that he hoped this nosebleed didn't mean what he thought. He puts his hand forward with a toad and says that this is Xiao Bai and you shouldn't be fooled by this cute toad, and in fact, its strength is equal to the stage of the origin of the soul. He adds that he gives Xiao to her so that she can spy on him when he is not around. Yueding, with an upset face, asks the master if he is leaving again and doesn't want to be with her anymore. The main character holds her close and calls her stupid, and then asks how he can reject her. The cup falls to the floor and breaks. Luo Shasha looks on with a shocked expression. She looks at her daughter. Yueding is crying and her cheeks are red. Blood is visible on the bottom of the girl's dress. The main character, with a frightened expression on his face, puts his hand forward and says that he can explain everything. The girl in blue clothes immediately leaves. Luo Shasha went out into the street and called the protagonist a monster, because Yueding was only a year away from coming of age. She adds that she cannot believe that he could not bear it. She puts her hand to her cheek and asks if she is starting to look too old. The main character, with his hands behind his back, asks Luo Shasha how one can say such a thing and adds that Madam is very young and beautiful. The woman in blue turns around and says that the master must be joking. She asks for forgiveness for attacking him like that. The main character puts his finger to his cheek and says that it was just a misunderstanding and his relationship with Yueting is purely like a teacher with a student. And the spots are due to the fact that her nose started bleeding and he doesn't know why this happened either out of nowhere. The girl looks at the protagonist with a suspicious look and says that she didn't say anything and he doesn't need to justify himself. A drop of sweat runs down the main character's cheek and says that he was afraid that she would misunderstand everything. The girl in blue clothes asks what exactly. Luo Shasha approaches the protagonist and looks him in the face, and then asks why he is so worried about his feelings. The main character stutters and thinks that she is really teasing him, because they are both already adults, and then asks why he should be afraid. The main character hugs Luo Shasha. He calls the woman madam with a smile on his face and says that he thought that she would misunderstand his heart. The girl asks to call her Shasha. The main character imagines a scene where he asks the girl whether the word madam sounds more reverent, and the girl raises her hands at chest level and tells the master that he really likes such games. The main character's face actually turned red. He runs away and shouts that he left something for Yueting and tells her that she can use it too when she has all the necessary instructions. He says goodbye to the girl. The protagonist flies on a sword in the sky. He puts his hand on his face and wonders why he panicked at the most crucial moment, which looked terribly awkward. He thought that next time he would do exactly that. A small sword flies towards the protagonist and makes a ringing sound. An interface with messages appears in front of the protagonist, where, according to the first message, Yui Wushwang asks the protagonist if he is here. In the second message, she writes that she just returned to the Taeyeon Immortal Sect and is now safe. According to the third message, she knows that the protagonist is most likely busy, and therefore she will not be any more distracting. She asks to write to her more often, and then asks if the protagonist has any questions. The main character asks if this is a messaging app. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He asks what kind of setup this is and adds that his ex wants to start dating online. The blonde takes her feet out of the water and laughs, and then says that as she thought, he accepted. She sits near the hot spring and calls Shenshi a fool, and then asks if he thinks he can hide from her. She lies down on the ground and tells the protagonist that she has been looking for him for so long, and now she will see where he will run this time. The girl exhales and asks why the protagonist then left without even saying goodbye. Urbai Peak. There is a staircase in the middle of the mountain peaks. Smoke flies among the bamboo. Many of the main characters' students are bathing near a hot spring. Mintian bathes his feet in the water, and Yui Lin flexes his fingers with a sly expression on his face. She smiles and asks the red-haired girl to let her touch her. The red-haired girl replies that no matter what, and then asks her to go to Han Zion before it. The dark-skinned girl's face turns red and she asks Yui Ling what she wants to do. The blue-eyed student raises her hands and walks towards the dark-skinned girl. She shouts at her that it is better to give up right away. Danla hugs the blue-eyed girl and tells her that she has grown up enough. The blue-eyed student asks the older student what she is doing. The eldest student grabbed Yui Ling tightly, after which she said that she heard that the master also touched her here. She asks if his touch feels the same as his. The blue-eyed girl asks to forgive her, after which the red cloth flies away from her. The main character catches the red cloth and, with a reddened face, asks where the bamboo forest on Urbai Peak came from, and especially the source and what is happening here. Zio Kier stands behind the protagonist and says that the master has returned. She adds that it was she who prepared the hot spring for him. The main character turns around and with a smile on his face says that then, after everyone has finished their procedures, he will also take a plunge to recover from the journey. The younger student hugs the protagonist and tells him no. She clenches her hands into fists and says that she did this so that he could comfortably watch the seductive bodies of his older sisters while they were taking a bath. She adds that Yui Ting tried hard for him, and then asks him if he likes her now. The main character's cheeks turn red and he is about to say that he likes her, but stops. He came to his senses, a drop of sweat running down his face. The main character raises his palm and tells the girl lying on his lap to grow up, and then asks her how she even dared to use such a charm technique on her master and where she was taught such dirty tricks. Zyokir cries and shouts that she was wrong, because she never knew how to cultivate, and when she realized that the test of the sex was coming, she had no choice but to learn self-defense techniques. The main character strokes the girl and tells her that even so, she should not use them on her master and she does not need to worry about cultivation, because he came down from the mountain to help her solve this problem. He tells her to come to his room later. Zyokir replies that of course. The main character stands up and says what next. He approaches the pink-haired girl and calls her the master of Bai Peak. Bai Jian bows to the main character and greets him. She says that she took the liberty to visit him and asks for forgiveness for disturbing him. The main character opens the door and tells the girl that they will talk inside. They go to the garden. The girl's cheeks turned red. She thought that she had heard that Shenshi is chaotic, has a high level of cultivation, is ignorant, and behaves like a tyrant towards students. She looks at him from behind and thought that, however, now the master does not make others feel uncomfortable. Rather, on the contrary, next to him you forget about your problems. Baijian looks at her hand, which she pressed to her chest, and thought that Shenshi probably likes a lot of people and wonders what she is thinking about. The main character apologizes and tells the girl that he has nothing to treat her with. The main character moves his hand to the side and tells the girl that the students recently dried several stems of Edelweiss grass. They can be brewed and drunk as tea. He asks the girl to sit down. Baijian sits down at the table and says that she came to thank the protagonist for the day of the Immortal Sapling Conference and for recommending Y King to her. The main character controls the kettle using blue energy and pours water into the cup. He says that this is nothing and, not for the first time, says that she is best suited to be this child's teacher. Baijian closes her eyes and looks down, and then says that her position in the sect is not high, and the students who trust her have practically no talent. It is almost impossible to receive a good gift. He adds that the protagonist's cultivation is high and deep. He has the spiritual roots of water and wood in his arsenal. And she also knows that the protagonist cared about her when he wanted to give Y King to her. She adds that she appreciates it. The girl takes out the box and says that compared to Erbai Peak, her Linju is nothing, there is nothing worthwhile there. But by the will of fate she was able to get an iceberg of bamboo jade, which will definitely suit her technique, and this is her gift as a token of gratitude. She adds that she hopes he doesn't mind. The main character looks at the box and asks how this is possible. It's such a valuable thing and he needs it more. Baijian's cheeks turned red and she tells Shenshi to accept it and adds that she will always remember his kindness. The main character rubs his nose and thought that Baijian, seemingly gentle and well-spoken, but in fact is a woman who is soft on the outside and hard on the inside. She is so determined that even death cannot make her doubt herself for even a second. The main character takes the box and says that he accepts this, and if the girl encounters difficulties, she can turn to him. The girl's face turns red and she calls the name of the main character. The main character smiles and asks if there is anything else he can do to help, and then tells the girl that there is no need to be shy. Baijian holds a bag in her hands and says that she would like to create a magical treasure for King before the upcoming sect training. She adds that she has heard that Shenshi is skilled in cultivation, so she wants to ask him for an immortal sword, and then says that she has taken care of all the necessary materials. The main character looks at the bag and thought that she had prepared so much and adds that Baijian gives all of himself to this student. He says that with this amount he can make several magical treasures for his students too. The pink-haired girl lowers her gaze and tells the protagonist to accept her gratitude and adds that if he needs anything from her, she will no doubt help. The main character smiles and says that there is no need for such formalities, and then tells the girl to help herself. A girl drinks tea from a cup. The main character also drinks with a smile on his face and thought that it was such a pleasure to calmly drink tea with the beautiful Baijian. The main character opened his eyes wide. He closes his eyes and thought that this was not good. The realm of suppression between spiritual connections weakened again and he could barely stay at the god stage, and he needed to quickly disperse the rhythm of Tao throughout the body. Baijian looks at the protagonist and tells him that this tea is unusual. A drop of sweat runs down the girl's surprised face. She closes her eyes and her body is enveloped by currents of wind. The main character looks at her and thought that the heavenly elder brother Tao was too lenient to give out insight so easily. He wonders if the people around her might be absorbing the results of her dispelling. He adds that this really means that he can take on tasks of a replacement nature. He rests his chin on his hand and thought that this rhythm of Tao and spiritual connections happen once a month or 10 days, even more often than visits to his aunt. He asks if it will help the disciples to cultivate if he himself dispels everything. The pink-haired girl opens her eyes. A golden aura envelops her body and she asks if she has had a breakthrough. The protagonist smiles and congratulates the girl, because her good preparation and this moment of enlightenment helped her skip the intermediate stage and go straight to the last stage of the golden core. He adds that from now on she should be addressed as Master Baijian. The pink-haired girl thanks the protagonist. The main character waves his hand and says that there is no need for thanks. This is all the result of her hard work and she deserves it. He thought that he was still in shock that the suppression of his realm had caused the Tao rhythm and spiritual connections to leak out. Baijian's cheeks turned red and she turned to Master Shenshi. She looks at the protagonist and asks him if she can come here more often and adds that his tea is very tasty. The main character rubs his nose and tells the girl that he will be glad to see her at any time of the day or night. He looks at the pink-haired girl who is walking towards the exit. The main character asks Zyokir to come to him. The girl crawls out of the bushes and asks the master why he is so charming. The main character takes the girl by the hand and asks her how her cultivation is going. Zyokir clenched her hand into a fist and looked away, after which she said that she had tried so many methods, and when spiritual energy entered her body, it dissipated after 5 spiritual steps, and not a bit remained. She adds that it is a shame that she wasted the Kai elixir he gave her. The main character, with a smile on his face, reaches out his hand to the girl's face and tells her that this is not worth her worries. He places an amulet around her neck and tells her that he has found a way to help her with cultivation. Golden streams of energy are directed towards the girl. Zyokir opened her eyes wide. She takes the master's hand. She says with reddened cheeks that it's better. The main character raises his index finger and says that he has prepared a mutated edelweiss for her, and she will need it if she ever reaches a dead end with cultivation. Zyokir took a hair from the protagonist and with a smile on her face said that it was a different color from his hair, and then asked if it was a woman. The protagonist has a worried expression on his face. Zyokir, with a smile on his face, tells the protagonist not to worry so much and adds that for a person their age this is completely normal. But there are also women, so the protagonist should not be fooled by them. She adds that if the main character chooses a girl, then first you need to talk about it. The main character shouts and asks the girl what she is saying and asks her to go cultivate. The girl leaves with edelweiss in her hand and says that she will take it with her. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on her face, thought that she was so impudent and two-faced, very undisciplined and uncontrollable. The main character holds a bag in his hand and looking at it says that the problem of Zyokir cultivation has been solved, and the world path has finally been restored. And when the gold dahlia of frost-free jade arrives, then it will be time to close and create magical treasures for his disciples. 3 months later, the main peak of the Shandon sect, Dantian Peak. The wooden building is at the top of a long staircase. 2 elders stand in front of Nin Shenmin on the throne. The purple-robed elder says that Disan scouts have recently been spotted near the spiritual veins that are under their control. An old man in a brown robe tells the man on the throne that it seems to have become more active lately, and has already absorbed the 2 small sects closest to them, and no doubt they intend to enter into conflict with them. Nin Shenmin says that Disan Master Huan Wushan's level is close to his own, and he hasn't heard of any breakthroughs lately. He adds that without their sect, they will not be able to start a war, since they will not have advantages, but they still must be prepared for any actions they take. He looks at the great elder in the brown robe and says that they will have to disturb them and send them on a journey. He commands him to go to Dongmin Pavilion and Yuehua sect, explain the whole situation to them, and they will hope that in the future, when the time comes, they can gain their support. The elder puts his palm to the side and closes his eyes, and then says that he is ready to go to the pavilion, but will refuse to visit the sect, because there is very little time allotted for him in this world, and therefore he hopes for understanding. Nin Shenmin closed his eyes and thought that 10 years ago an ambassador was sent to Yuehua to announce important statements, but for some reason he stayed there for a long time and later he returned very thin, and his cultivation level had decreased. He says so be it. The green-robed elder puts his hands together and says that the cultivator who goes to the Yuehua sect must have great strength, and only in this way can they show the sincerity of the Shandin sect. He adds that Baijan is at the final stage of the Golden Core and has sufficient skills for this task. Nan Shenmin stands up and says that she just recently made a breakthrough by sending her there alone. The green-robed elder smiles and says that maybe she should ask Shenshi to come with her. He adds that he believes that an expert at the perfect core stage will be enough to gain the respect of the sect. Nan Shenmin thought that this person wanted to cause trouble for them, and behind the green-robed elder, a bright flash of light appeared in the middle of the mountains. He closes his eyes and says that Master Shenshi is still closed. An elder in purple clothes shouts and asks what it is and adds that an immortal treasure has appeared. An old man in green clothes says that it happened in the direction of Urbai Peak. The old man in purple clothes shouts that this is not it and he is scared to death, because although there is a thread of Tao rhythm here, it is most likely a high-quality Xuan treasure. Nin Shenmin silently watches what is happening. The main character goes and thinks that he was careless and performed the suppression rather poorly and even almost created an immortal treasure. He adds that he would have a lot of problems if he created an immortal treasure. The protagonist's students greet him. The main character, with a smile on his face, asks the students how they are doing. Danla tells the protagonist that the younger sisters took her cultivation very seriously, especially Xiaoqier and Han Xianpi. They both improved their skills and are now at the 5th level of the Kai Awakening realm. The main character strokes the younger student and says that now they can be considered average cultivators. The older student places her hand on the younger sister's shoulder. She tells her with a smile on her face that the master just came out, so his spiritual energy is unstable and you shouldn't stand too close to him. Xiaoqier cuddles up to the protagonist and says that the elder sister is just joking and now her 5 elements have been corrected and specialize in dispelling the influence of spiritual energy. She adds that her words have no meaning. The students look at each other angrily. The main character raises his index finger up and says that Yui Lin is also great. She already has the 2nd level of the fundamental realm. Danla says with a smile on her face that it's all thanks to the protagonist's technique. It really helped her make a breakthrough. The main character asks the girl if she has already mastered the softness around her finger. The older student raises her hand and replies that this is so, and besides, she also understood the meaning of this technique. She adds that she can finally make changes based on the characteristics of her spiritual power and develop a stronger and more suitable technique for her. The main character with a fake smile thought that it was just a show of goodwill, and there was no deep meaning or any merit. He says that creating your own cultivation method is very good, but first she must show it to him. The older student and the younger one look at each other. Danla says that she is ready to demonstrate, but she will have to disturb her little sister and ask her for a little help, since she is an adept of dispersing spiritual energy. Xiaoqier says with a menacing expression that she agrees, but the senior student needs to show mercy. Danla smiles and says that naturally, this is just a demonstration. The main character, with a worried expression on his face, thought that it was obvious that they were in a novel about cultivation. But then why did the phrases sound like it was a palace drama? Xiaoqier stands in front of his older sister and tells her to be gentle with her. Danla replies that of course. The main character silently watches the girls. The main character hits his palm with his fist and says exactly. He tells the younger student that the master has perfected the immortal sword and to try it out, whether it suits her or not. Xiaoqier clenches his hands into fists and thanks the master. With a dissatisfied expression on her face, she says that this immortal weapon is somehow strange. She holds an axe in her hand and asks if it is meant for cutting wood. The main character raises his thumb up and says that everything is correct and you shouldn't doubt the products of your master. The younger student was enveloped in a golden aura and thought that she could feel the strongest Tao rhythm flowing from this weapon right inside her body. It was truly of the highest level. Xiaoqier puts his axe forward and smiles. The protagonist, Han Xianpi, Yui Lin and Min Tian make scared expressions on their faces. The main character asks Yui Lin, who made a displeased expression on her face, what is wrong? The blue-eyed student clenches her hand into a fist and says that the older sister is fighting with the younger one. The main character closes his eyes and answers that he knows, and then thanks her. The dark-skinned student and the red-haired student take Yui Lin away. The older student stands opposite her rival and thought it was time to see the result of the exercise. She stomps her foot and blue energy emanates from her. Many blue crystals with chains are heading towards Xiaoqier. The younger student performs an axe attack and breaks the chains from Danla's attack. The chains gather again above her. Min Tian with a surprised expression shouts that this is strengthening spiritual power. Such an ability only appears at the fundamental realm stage, and then asks how she does it. The older student with a serious look thought that it was all because of this woodcutter, an immortal weapon. She creates a dome out of chains. Xiaoqier breaks the chains that closed her. Waves of blue energy emanate from Danla's fingers, and then she thought that her rival had broken the ice prison, something that even someone at the fundamental realm stage is not capable of. Xiaoqier flies towards the senior student. Danla sends waves of blue energy into the younger student. The main character thought that the spell had obviously undergone many changes, and if she continued like this, then this technique would become a spiritual spell of the highest class. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He thought that in the original plot of the novel, Danla did not have such a strong understanding. He adds that besides this, she was not particularly active in cultivation. He looks at the older student and wonders why now this girl is motivated to fight until victory, and why she is now becoming a hard-working genius, because she can just sit back. Danla looks at her master and thought about him. She smiles smugly and thought that only by becoming stronger and stronger will she be able to get closer to him. She adds that when she becomes more powerful than him, the master will not have the opportunity to refuse her. Xiaoqier, with a sinister smile on his face, tells his elder sister that she was distracted. She swings and breaks a wave of blue energy. The main character thought that this was Yui Lin's special skill, the chopping spiritual wheel. He makes a surprised expression on his face and thought that only the protagonist after the Golden Core stage could achieve it, and then asks how she was able to comprehend it after the 5th level of Kai cultivation. Zyokir runs towards the senior disciple and thought that even if Danla has a mutated spiritual root, it definitely does not go beyond the 5 elements. The younger student jumps on the older student and swings her axe. The older student with a menacing expression on her face tells her opponent that her strength has exceeded all her expectations, but she will still lose. Zyokir is covered in ice and cannot move. Danla snaps his fingers, the ice disappears, and the younger student, with a frustrated expression on her face, says that she lost. The main character strokes Zyokir and tells her not to catch a cold. The main character tells the older student that her control of ice has reached the highest level of spiritual spell, and it can be called ice crushing. He adds that the technique should also be called Zyokir. The younger disciple clenches her hands into fists, and says that it originates from the reincarnation of the 5 elements, and they, in turn, have a strong dispersal effect, so she will call it the chopping spiritual wheel. The protagonist turns away from her and tells the others to come here as he has prepared weapons for them. He adds that there are only 2 months left before the start of the sect competition, so they should make the most of this time to familiarize themselves with the treasures. The protagonist tells Mintian that he knows that she is afraid of pain, so an attribute was made for her that specializes in protection. She holds a huge black and gold shield and thanks the protagonist. Yui Lin holds the protagonist by the sleeve and calls him. Yui Lin is holding a pink heart-shaped wand, which is decorated with white petals and wings. She asks the protagonist if it is necessary to beat and stab with this stick. The main character smiles with his eyes closed and a drop of sweat runs down his face. He says that this is a magic wand and it needs to be filled with his spiritual power, and it will be able to generate spells. Yui Lin asks with enthusiasm on his face that maybe this is a whipping stick after all. The main character exhales and tells her that so be it if it suits her. The older student holds the clothes in her hand and asks what kind of treasure they have. Han Xianpi holds dark stockings in his hands with flushed cheeks. The main character has a nosebleed. He raises his finger up and says that this should be worn. Danla embarrassedly asks the protagonist if he wants to see how she puts it on. The main character coughs and crosses his arms and says that of course he wants them to try it on quickly, since they need to adapt to them as soon as possible. Han Xianpi looks at the protagonist with stockings in his hands and asks what this thing is for. The main character rests his chin on his hand and coughs, and then says that for her he used the skin of a misty snake. These are high silk tights, excellent magical equipment. He adds that they contribute to both offense and defense. A dark-skinned student with a surprised expression asks if this item is universal, and then calls its attributes strong. She asks how to wear it. The main character whispers to Han Xianpi that she needs to stick her legs into the hole and pull it higher. The girl's cheeks turn red and she thanks the protagonist for explaining to her how to put them on. She put stockings on her legs while sitting on a tree stump. She pulled them above her knee. The protagonist's cheeks turned red and he thought that Han Xianpi's legs were so amazing that he couldn't take his eyes off them, and then called himself a genius. A drop of sweat runs down Mintian's cheek as she looks at the protagonist. She turns her head to Danla and asks her if she really wants to wear this. The older student puts on her school uniform and says that of course she will wear it, because this magical equipment was created especially for her. The main character turns his head towards Danla because she called him. The older student wears a brown and white school uniform with a red bow. She asks the protagonist if she looks good. The main character answers yes. Yui Lin stands behind the protagonist with a grim expression and holds an axe at the ready. She says that this is not all for beauty, and then asks if the older sister needs her help to test her protective ability. The main character, with concern on his face, tells the students to go back and familiarize themselves with their magical equipment, and he himself will go to the main peak. The protagonist flies on a sword towards a wooden building. The main character enters the building, wondering why the patriarch needed him. Lin Shenman sits on a chair in front of the protagonist and tells the protagonist that recently Dissen has been showing unprecedented activity in close proximity to the spiritual veins of the Shandon Immortal Sect. He says that after the meeting they considered it necessary to inform the allies about this so that at the right time they could respond in a timely manner. The main character with a dissatisfied expression on his face asks so what? The patriarch tells the protagonist that they thought they should allow Master Shenshi to represent them in order to unite the Shandon and neighboring friendly sects and form a united front. The main character, with his hands behind his back, asks whether the elders would be better suited for this role than him. He made a serious expression on his face and thought what it means. It has come to this storyline, and apparently the great disaster of the Shandon Immortal Sect is approaching. Also, according to the original plot, Shenshi will have the opportunity to kill the protagonist, and the first and second elders will be killed when they go to the Yuhua sect in Dongmin Pavilion. Nin Shenmin says that the Great Elder will personally visit Dongmin, and Master Bai Zhan will go to Yuhua, but they are worried about something. The main character opened his eyes wide. He realized something. He shouts that Bai Zhan will really go to the Yuhua sect. A drop of sweat runs down the patriarch's face. He says that it's true. This decision was made by them in discussion, although she has already reached the final stages of the Golden Core. But time is running out and they have no choice, and they also hope that the protagonist will agree to accompany her in this difficult matter. The main character rests his chin and thought that the script has changed again. The butterfly effect is becoming stronger, and then adds that now he doesn't even know if he can control the plot in subsequent chapters. The patriarch tells the protagonist that he is a member of Shandon, and their sect is about unity and brotherhood. The main character smiles with his eyes closed and tells the patriarch that he is saying everything correctly. Then Shenmin and the brown-robed elder made surprised expressions on their faces. An elder in green clothes, who is standing next to the protagonist, turns in his direction. A girl with black hair tied in a ponytail asks a girl with brown hair because of Bai Zhan if the protagonist agreed, and then adds that there really is something between them. The girl with brown hair asks if she forgot how the pink-haired girl suddenly made a breakthrough, which happened right after the master visited the protagonist. One of the girls says that she is envious and it would be nice for her to cultivate together with Shenshi. She adds that they definitely practice double cultivation. There is no room for doubt. Another girl asks the first girl if she really thinks it's her turn, and then says that she will be first. Bai Zhan sits on a chair with reddened cheeks. The main character turns towards the exit and says that since everything has been decided, he is forced to take his leave. The protagonist asks the pink-haired girl to come into his room later, after which the girl made an embarrassed expression on her face. She covers her face and says she's not ready. The main character tells her that everything is fine and there is no need to worry. He thought that she only needed to take the magic equipment for Y King, and then asked what to prepare for there. Bai Zhan follows the main character. Xiao Qir raises his hands up with a happy expression and shouts that the master has returned. The main character strokes the younger student and says that she is great, and then asks her to find Danla, because he still has unfinished business. The younger student looks at the pink-haired girl and asks Bai Zhan if this is her, then greets her. The pink-haired girl greets the girl and then calls her first as Xiao Kai and then as Xiao Qir. She adds that she thought she was a boy. The younger student asks the pink-haired girl if she really came to Urbai Peak to play with the master. Bai Zhan, with reddened cheeks, replies no. She wonders what she should say to this and whether to tell her that the master invited her to spend time together. The main character strokes the younger student and says that in a few days they will go to the Yuhua sect and they will need to discuss something. The pink-haired girl closes her eyes and said double cultivation. Bai Zhan covers her mouth with her hand and asks if this is the only reason she was invited. The main character turns around and asks her what else and if she said anything else. The pink-haired girl puts her hands forward and says that she didn't say anything. Xiao Qir, with a creepy expression on her face and an axe in her hand, reports that she said that the protagonist can look for a wife, but isn't it too much to bring someone without even warning? The main character clenches his hand into a fist and tells the younger student not to talk nonsense, otherwise he will punish her now. The younger student laughs and runs away. Bai Zhan lowered her gaze and tells the main character that the behavior of the sect is somewhat strange and she thinks that everything is not so simple here. She touches a lock of her hair and with a thoughtful look thinks that the girl really just said about looking for a wife. A long day falls on Bai Zhan. She asks what it is. The main character holds a sword in his hand and says that this is the Hanju sword and he forged it from her iceberg of bamboo jade, and although its properties are quite complex, it will definitely suit Y King. He hands the sword to the girl and says that the more spiritual energy you pour into it, the stronger the sword's aura will be. Bai Zhan looked at the sword and thought that it was a treasure of the highest level and medium quality. The main character with a serious expression says that Y King will be dangerous with such a weapon, then reveals that he added a spiritual seal so that others will not be able to notice the sword unless she uses it to its maximum. Bai Zhan holds a sword in her hand and says that it is such a valuable thing and she does not dare to desire it. But the protagonist speaks about it so calmly. Even the best treasure of the patriarch is unlikely to compare with this sword. The main character holds the girl by the hand and takes the sword. He says that Wei King is quite close to his disciple Xiao Qir, and this weapon may one day save her life, so she should take good care of her. Baijian hugs the sword and scabbard and then thanks the protagonist. The protagonist smiles and says that, as he already said, Dissen's plans this time are not so simple. He says that if this sect really had an ace up its sleeve, then they would not provoke them so obviously. The pink-haired girl thought that Shenchi treats her so well, she is obliged to thank him, but it seems that he has everything one can dream of. He has a high cultivation level, no shortage of treasures. The main character puts his hand to the side and says that they would not so obviously provoke them. He raises his index finger and says that this time the two of them will head to the Yuhua sect. But they can't do it directly. One of them must be in plain sight, and the other must be hidden in the dark. He suggests that Baijian go in the open, and this way, no matter what they face, one of them will definitely have an advantage. The main character asks the girl what she thinks. The pink-haired girl made a surprised expression on her face. She holds her cheeks with a confused expression and says that she thinks once will be enough. The main character, with confusion on his face, asks her what she means. The girl closes her eyes and says that she understands everything and will prepare well. Smoke emanates from the girl's reddened face, and the protagonist does not understand what is happening. The girl runs away and shouts that she will be well prepared. The main character puts his hand forward and asks the girl if she understood everything correctly, and then adds that he will need to tell her the plan again. Xiao Qir watches them from around the corner and thought that this Master Baijian seems so pure and virtuoso, but if you look closely, you can see an expert in her. She adds that apparently she will have to pay more attention to this threat. She thought with a serious expression that this time Shenchi was going to the Yuhua sect, and she felt somehow uneasy about it. She clenches her hand into a fist and thought that the level of her kingdom at the moment is too low, and if she follows him, she will be a burden. The master will definitely not understand her. She imagines the protagonist lying in bed with two girls and thinking that suddenly the master will not be able to resist the beauties and will begin to practice double cultivation with others. She adds that she really doesn't have a chance. The main character stands at the open window and tells the younger student that she is becoming more and more impudent, even daring to eavesdrop. Xiao Qir closes her mouth and has a frightened expression on her face. The girl approaches the protagonist with a fake smile. The main character puts his hand on his cheek and says that while he is gone, she will have to diligently cultivate and get to know her treasure better. Xiao Qir, with his hands behind his back, agrees with the master. The main character watches the younger student leaving and thought that the great disaster of the Shandon sect, when he wrote about it in the novel, he did not go into much detail, so he can only think about it. He rests his head on his hand and thought that according to the original ending, when Xiao Qir left the sect and then returned again, it had already been destroyed. The patriarch was seriously injured, a group of elders died, and it seemed that the huge sect might simply die out. He starts to leave and thinks that this all happened at the moment when he wanted to kill Xiao Qir, who had refined her cultivation level again. He adds that it all started with sending envoys to the Yuhua sect and Dongmin Pavilion, but now many details are very different from the original plot. A green sword appears near the protagonist. A flow of energy emanates from it and an interface appears. The main character asks if a message has really arrived at the guiding jade sword. Yui Wushwang asks the protagonist if he died and why he doesn't answer. Shenchi, with an angry expression on her face, shouts that he is about to explode and at least he is a player whose both parents and grandparents are alive, and then asks if she has gone too far. The protagonist looks at the list of messages and says that she wrote all this time, but he did not answer. The girl greets the protagonist, asks if he is here and why he doesn't answer. The protagonist lies on the bed and types a message. He writes that he apologizes and he went offline for 3 months to forge weapons. The main character reads messages with a dissatisfied expression on his face. In the first message she writes that this is what happened, and then apologizes. In the second message she writes that she misunderstood everything and asks the protagonist not to be angry. According to the third message, she writes that the main character is not obliged to answer every time, and a simple okay will be enough. The main thing is to just contact her periodically. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, says that this girl is addicted to her phone. She just wants to please others. Yui Wushwang looked at the message system interface and thought that this fool Shenchi was behaving like a typical man, and why would he be angry? She adds that she was only a little rude and then asks why she reacted like that. With a worried look on her face, she wonders if he's angry. A girl with black hair approaches her and calls her a master, then asks why she doesn't confess to Shenshi directly. Yui Wushwang asks the girl if she understands something and adds that at the beginning they had such a misunderstanding that she still doesn't know how to meet him. The main character uses the interface using his index finger and thought that he immediately starts to get angry as soon as he thinks about how Yui Wushwang is sucking up to this Kyan Gen. The blonde sends 2 messages to the protagonist. In the first, she asks him if he doesn't want to answer because he's in a bad mood. In the second, she asks what's wrong and if there is any problem. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression, writes to her that everything is fine. He planned to go with other immortals in search of a hidden kingdom and for some time he will be offline again. Yui Wushwang, with reddened cheeks and a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks where it is and whether it is dangerous there. The protagonist, with an angry expression on his face, thought that he had already said that he would be accompanied by immortals, so there was no need to be angry, and he needed to accept it. The main character writes to the girl that there is no need to worry, there is no threat. The blonde writes to the protagonist that he needs to be careful and if any problems arise, he needs to tell him about it immediately. She turns around and looks at the black-haired girl. She requests that a list of the locations of all the hidden realms around the Shandon sect be prepared for her. She adds that she wants to know what kind of woman is seducing his man. The dark-haired girl smiles and asks the young mistress if he broke up with her. The blonde hits the black-haired girl on the back and shouts that they had a fight and this is temporary. Early the next morning, the main character opens the door and calls Master Bai Zhan. He tells the girl that her outfit matches the name of the immortal Bai. The pink-haired girl's face turns red and she asks the protagonist if he is charmed. The protagonist tells the girl that it is natural, and then says that they need to go, because it is better to arrive early than late. Qingzhou region, Great Cloud Mountains. Fog hovers among the mountains. The main character says that the heart of the Great Cloud Mountains is a dangerous place, which is guarded by the Taiyan sect, and since the borders are located at a fairly large distance from each other, fierce battles take place between large and small sects for the right to control them. Fog envelops a scroll depicting a map. He adds that quite often such clans form fragile alliances, among which are Yuhua, Dongmin Pavilion and the Shandon sect. When something appears that does not benefit the development of each member of the union, a community of interests is formed, which, having cooperated, resists the danger. The main character and his companion fly through the air on swords. The bespectacled protagonist says that Dai King is a new growing force. This sect has a special purification technique that can mass-produce spiritual treasures. This can only be resisted by those who wield top-level weapons. A drop of sweat runs down Bai Zhan's cheek. She asks the main character if the mass production of spiritual treasures is really that great, and shouldn't the presence of such technology attract the attention of more powerful sects. The main character tells the girl that of course, this is his insider information, and then asks her if she really thinks that everyone knows about this. Bai Zhan wonders if this thing in front of his eyes is also some kind of special treasure. Bai Zhan smiles and asks how then did the protagonist know about this. The main character asks her not to ask about it. The girl looked down and apologized. The main character is enveloped in a blue aura and he says that the mass production of spiritual treasures requires a huge amount of resources and large sects will not tolerate this, and the small ones do not have enough strength. This is the root of the problem. He adds that Dai King uses war as fuel. This is their current status. The protagonist takes off his glasses and says that this is why he thinks they will not dare to offend too many opponents. He and she have a great chance of encountering obstacles on the way. Dai King will not let Yuhua through so easily. The pink-haired girl thought that Master Shen Xin was hiding a lot since he was able to fool everyone. The main character crossed his arms behind his back and thought that temperament, unpredictability, and hot temper were all just a cover. He thought with a serious expression that the real Shenshi is quiet and wise, so much so that it even scares people or maybe gives them a sense of security. Bai Zhan's cheeks turned red. She looks at the protagonist, and he asks to leave everything to him, and tells the girl that she should just make more noise and head straight to the sect. Yellow rays fly towards the pink-haired girl. She notices them and thought that as expected, there is an ambush here. 3 of them are in the middle stage of the golden core. She sits on the sword and thought that the power of her jade bamboo skill lies in expanding spiritual power. They cannot catch up with her. The main character watches the girl and thinks that she still lacks experience. He thought with a stern expression that these 3 did not want to move faster, which meant they wanted to exhaust her spiritual energy. He adds that the real obstacle is ahead and it is necessary to return and defeat these pursuers. 5 cultivators are flying towards Bai Zhan. The pink-haired girl turns around and thought that this was the late stage of the golden core. A spiritual whip is directed towards her. He hits the girl, but she dodges the attack. Baijian throws a green net that hovers in the air. The girl stands on top of her. She repels enemy attacks with green energy. The enemy recaptured the girl's spiritual weapon. She closed one eye and thought with pain on her face that this was the level of the golden peak. A sword shrouded in orange energy is directed towards Baijian. The pink-haired girl holds a needle in her hand and thought that she could not defeat them, but she would fight to the death. She throws a needle at an enemy cultivator who is flying on a sword. A cultivator with a fiery one approaches the girl from behind and shouts to her that she has no chance. Baijian combined her palms. She used the bamboo jade hidden technique, Night Move. She swings her hand and a green wave of spiritual energy is formed, which deflects the enemy's sword. She shouts beautiful leaves and defends herself behind a green barrier. She holds her stomach and breathes heavily. She looks at the three enemy cultivators and thought that apparently someone blocked her attacks. That Golden Peak stage swordsman did not receive a scratch and she had almost no spiritual energy left. A man with long gray hair sends an orange ball of energy towards Baijian. She thought that she could only conjure one more night movement, and then it was necessary to restore spiritual energy. But her kingdom would decline to the middle golden stage and cultivation would take the full blow. But there was no other way out. She creates a golden stream of energy that circulates between her fingers. The protagonist appears in front of her. She covers it with her body and holds a sword in her right hand. The main character makes a blow and deflects the sword that was flying towards them. Two swords fly back at the opponents. A cultivator with long gray hair catches the swords with his magic and they float near him. He thought that it meant that his sword could break the spiritual power of the weapon. The main character thought that apparently his opponent could wield two swords at the same time. The main character with a serious expression on his face says that he may not be able to cope with him, so the girl needs to quickly go to the Yuhua sect and ask them to send reinforcements. Baijian flew to the sect's territory. She lands on the ground. She holds her stomach and says that she is Baijian, the master of Zhufan Peak, and asks that several immortals be allocated for her, otherwise some may die. She adds that they were ambushed by the Dai King sect. Master Shenshi is now delaying the cultivators, thereby buying her time. A girl grabs her hand. A girl with red hair and eyes looks at the pink-haired girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face. She tells the two girls in orange clothes to take Master Baijian away as she needs rest. The girls take the pink-haired girl away. The girl in orange clothes and green eyes asks the red-haired girl if they will help him. She replies that she needs to ask the sect master first. She goes to her mistress, who tells her that she understands everything. A black-haired girl with violet eyes sits on the throne. She tells her subordinate that she can go. The red-haired girl leaves and thought what will happen now, because apparently the rumors turned out to be true. The sect master is still playing his game with the Dai King sect. The red-haired girl imagines the image of the protagonist and thought that she really hopes that he will be able to avoid trouble. A man with long gray hair and a scar near his mouth appears. The red-haired girl thought that it was one of Dai King's people. The sect master stands up from the throne and calls the gray-haired man Elder Key, asking him to forgive her for daring to disturb him. The elder says that he just killed Shenshi, and then asks what about the one who escaped. The sect master touches his chin and says that his companion is locked up in their dungeon. The gray-haired man asks to take her out and adds that this Baijian is very interesting to him. She has a rather unique technique. The sect master thought about what kind of cultivation maniac this guy was and added that he couldn't notice her beauty, which was standing right in front of him. But he constantly thought about the golden stage cultivator. She puts her hand out to the side and tells Elder Key that his strength is enormous and he is just one step away from the nascent soul stage. And this technique is unlikely to help him make the long-awaited breakthrough. The sect master touches the tattoo on her body and says that she can help and adds that he will only need to accompany her for 7 days. And he guarantees that then he will definitely move to the stage of soul generation. Elder Key with a dissatisfied expression on his face says that it will cost nothing. Demonic heresy can damage the foundation. He asks to call Baijian here immediately, and then says that otherwise the sect master will have serious problems and it will be her fault. The sect master shouts the elder's name with an angry expression. She commands her subordinate to bring the pink-haired girl here. 2 subordinate girls dragged Baijian. She screams and asks Elder Key what's wrong with Master Shenshi. A man with a smile on his face grabs the girl by the hand and says that he killed the protagonist. He tells the girl that she has good technology and if she tells him about it, he will save her life. Baijian, with an angry expression on his face, tells the elder that he is daydreaming and it is better to die than to say a word to him. Elder Key, with a malicious smile, tells the pink-haired girl that it's not up to her to decide. He turns around and tells the sect master that he is taking the pink-haired girl, and asks him to act according to the plan. The sect master with a sad expression asks his subordinates to follow him. The red-haired girl hides behind a tree and wonders where Elder Key is taking her. With a sad expression on her face, she thought that Shenshi had really died. She put on a serious expression and thought that at least she should find a way to save at least Master Baijian. The gray-haired man takes Baijian to the cave and tells her that he urges her to do the right thing and give him what he needs. He asks her to notice that he is not one to be condescending towards women. The red-haired girl is hiding behind a tree near the cave. Elder Key stands in front of the pink-haired girl and tells her that she is still pretty, and that soon the entire Immortal Kingdom will belong to the Da King sect. He adds that first they will conquer Shandon, and then Yuhua, and after them the Dongmin Pavilion. Baijian, with a gloomy expression on his face, calls the elder a monster and tells him that his Dai King sect will receive full punishment for all the crimes they have committed. The gray-haired man laughs and says that Master Baijian is as pure and gentle as rumors say, and even when she insults someone, it sounds so elegant. He adds that he admits that he is a little interested in her. Someone was watching them from behind the bushes and thought that who would have thought that the Dai King sect had such plans. He adds that he must immediately tell the sect master everything. He quickly jumps out of the bushes. Elder Key turns back and says that apparently this man has gone to report. The gray-haired man turns into the main character, who turns to Master Bai with a smile on his face. The main character is attacked from behind by a red-haired girl with a sword in her hand. She asks to let her go and calls her a pervert. The main character stretches out his hands to Baijian and tells her that she has used up too much strength and adds that he will help her heal her wounds. The red-haired girl strikes the protagonist with her sword, but he blocks the attack with 2 fingers. The main character asks the girl if it is her. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that he had never imagined that they would send more than one spy. And wow, even he didn't notice her. Under no circumstances should she be left alive. Baijian hugs the protagonist from behind and says his name. She cries and screams that she is so glad that he did not die. The red-haired girl wipes away a tear and says that she is glad that the protagonist did not die. The main character apologizes and tells the girl that even though she planned to save Master Baijian and did not seem to collude with people from the Dai King sect, he still cannot let her leave. The red-haired girl asks what's going on here. The main character points his palms at Baijian and says that he specifically said all this so that those who followed her could overhear. He believes that after sect leader Gunin hears the denunciation, she will kill all the cultivators from Dai King who have infiltrated Yuhua, and then contact the Shandon sect to join forces again. The main character looks at the red-haired girl and says that with her determination, everything will be resolved in less than 2 hours, so during this time he will be forced to disturb her and ask her to accompany him. The red-haired girl's face turned red and she said that Master Shenshi must be joking, and then added that Luo Xiangzi would not be disturbed at all. Baijian holds her hand on her chest and her face is red. Luo Xiangzi also has a reddened expression. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. The protagonist sits next to 2 girls and looks down, and then thinks how awkward he is, because 2 hours is too long. He adds that both of these girls are very attractive, but they don't know each other that well. Baijian clung to the main character. The protagonist looks at her face, causing her to make a scared expression on her face. She looked down. The main character calls the pink-haired girl by name. Luo Xiangzi touches the protagonist's hand. She looks into his face with an innocent look. The main character gets up from his seat and says that it seems to him that the time has almost come and he offers to go look for the master of the Gu sect. There are many swordsmen lying on the floor in pools of blood. Guning licks the blood from his fingers. She turns around and says that this guy Qi is still left and she will personally deal with him. The main character enters the room, accompanied by 2 girls, and says that there is no need to look for him, because he has already been killed and he can personally confirm that the ashes of his body became fertilizer for the flowers. Guning asks Shenshi if this is the case with a wary expression. The main character claps his hands and tells the sect master that she realized who he is so quickly and adds that she is really smart. The sect master closed her eyes and thought that this man was very smart and she apparently fell for his deception. With a dissatisfied expression on her face, she asks the protagonist whether he really dared to appear before her, and whether he is afraid that she will disown him. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, tells the girl that these people she killed were the elite and adds that he does not think that Dai King will forgive her for the loss of so many masters. Gu Ning smiles and says that however, she still feels that facing a Shandon immortal is not as dangerous as facing the wrath of the Dai King sect. Luo Xiangzi, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, wonders if they can't join forces to deal with all this chaos. The main character laughs in response to her words. His eyes are covered by a shadow. A golden crackling energy envelops him and he asks the girl if she is sure of her words. Gu Ning was furious and gritted her teeth. The protagonist uses divine transformation and becomes huge, and then reaches out to the sect master. The black-haired girl trembles in fear and wonders what is happening and why the reincarnation of Lord Dao exists in a place like the Shandon sect. She adds that he is one of the strongest in the immortal world. Sweat is dripping down her face. The main character says that he hopes that this will remain their common secret. Gu Nin bows to the protagonist and tells him that she knows what he needs from her, but in any case, whatever he wants will be done, without further ado or resistance. Luo Xiangzi wonders with a surprised look what is wrong with the sect master and why she is scared. The protagonist, with a pity on his face, thought that she could immediately see that the poor thing was scared. He smiles and says that Master Gu is probably joking and adds that she still makes all the decisions at Yuhua. Sect Master Yuhua with a saddened expression says that in general, her sect has always been Shandon's best ally, and she once promised Disin Master that she would find out their intentions. She looks at the protagonist with concern on her face. The main character, with a small smile on his face, says that Master Gu Nin thought through everything well and he was allowed to know part of their plan, which is why he wants to help them put on a good show. Gu Ning smiles and puts her palms together, and then tells the protagonist that he flatters her and adds that fellow Taoist Shen Shi is resourceful, brave, caring, and very handsome. Luo Xiangzi thought with confusion on her face when the patriarch came up with this plan. The pink-haired girl wonders what's going on. The main character puts his hands together and says that since the master of the Gu sect has already made plans, the purpose of his visit has been achieved. Gu Nin asks the protagonist to take his time with a fake smile. The main character tells Luo Xiangzi that it's time for them to leave and she doesn't have to accompany them. The red-haired girl tells the main character that after Master Shen she held a meeting in the immortal Mio, she only talked about it. She adds that today she was finally able to meet him, and then asks if it's true that he won't stay for at least one day. The main character turns around, closes his eyes and says that the leaf in the row returns to the sea, where they will meet in life. Luo Xiangzi should not worry about this and if fate favors, they will meet again. The main character and Bao Zhan instantly fly away. The red-haired girl repeats the words of the protagonist. The duckweed leaf returns to the sea, where they will meet in life. The main character and the pink-haired girl fly into the clouds. The girl asks the protagonist if he wrote that poem, and he answers that he didn't. The girl asks the main character when he managed to contact Gu Nin in order to come up with such a show. Shen Shi sighs, after which Bai Zhan asks why he sighs. The main character approaches the girl's face and tells her that everything is fine. He just thinks that there are not many fairies as sweet and simple as Bai Zhan in the world. The girl averted her pupils to the side and asked the main character what he was saying. She adds that she's not trying to simplify everything. It just seems to her that there are too many coincidences around. The main character props up his chin and says that if there is no simplicity, then only cuteness remains. The pink-haired girl clenches her hands into fists and asks the main character what he is talking about. The main character smiles and thought that it seems that this is happening again. It is not he who cannot cope with the students, it is they who behave too outrageously. Many people in gray clothes gathered. The man with brown hair shouts that Master Shen Shi and Master Bai Zhan have already returned. The main character lands on the ground with a pink-haired girl and asks what happened. The brown-haired guy shouts that something terrible happened. The Great Elder's jade tablet broke. He was declared dead. Bai Zhan looks at the main character and thought that if it weren't for Shen Shi, she would not have returned alive. In Shandon, there are only 2 experts who have reached the perfect golden core stage, and they are second only to the sect master. One of them is the Great Elder, and the other is Shen Shi. Now one of them has died, which means that the strength of the peak has decreased significantly. Nin Shenmin arrives and says that it is good that they returned safe and sound, and then asks what dangers they had to face on the road. Bai Zhan sighs and says that the cultivators from Dai King ambushed them and fortunately Master Shen Shi was able to protect her. The patriarch shouts that this sect is involved here too and curses them. He adds that he, Nin Shenmin, could not go against them, and now Dongmin and Yuhua have appeared. The main character smiles with his eyes closed and says that Master Yuhua is completely ready to support Shandon. The Patriarch asks if Gunin really said that and adds that when he learned that their sect had united with Dai King, it was too late to send someone after them. The main character says that Elder Gu personally killed the entire elite of cultivators and said that the rest remains to be arranged by them. The Patriarch exhales and says that Master Shenshi definitely used some cunning method to strengthen Yuhua as their ally. He adds that they both deserve praise and asks them if they need any treasures or elixirs, or he can set a reward himself. Baijian bows and says that only Shenshi did all the work and let her reward be given to him. The main character puts his hand forward with his index and middle fingers raised, and then says that he does not need anything, except access to the Shandon Library, because the need for new spells has recently arisen. The Patriarch says that he doubts that a small room with 100 books can be called a library. He reports that inside it are all the main high-quality spells of the spiritual level, which are given to students of the fundamental stage so that they can build their foundation, and the main character can go there whenever he wants. He asks if this can be called a reward. The main character asks if Nin Yanyan has returned. The Patriarch rubs his beard and says that yes, she was lucky and found the relic, tried her luck and completely absorbed its energy. The protagonist thought that the plot began to develop much faster. The next sect master had already returned. Personal disciple of Nin Shenmin, Nin Yanyan, reached the fundamental stage in 3 years. The main character remembers a girl with long brown hair tied in a ponytail. In 6 years, she achieved what other cultivators take hundreds of years to achieve. Subsequently, in order to reach the golden stage, she went on a journey. The main character touched his forehead with his fingers and thought that Nin Yanyan would become the next sect master after Nin Shenmin died in the Great Disaster. He adds that in the relic of the demonic bone one can find a white doll at the stage of the birth of the soul. It will save the main character more than once in the future. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought with a confident expression that however, right now Xiao Kier is still a child in the Kai refining stage, so he should hurry up and find a way to help her grow up and not miss the upcoming opportunity. The main character says that this time they managed to conclude an alliance with Yuhua. The Da King sect has united with the Dong Min Pavilion, and a big war awaits them in the near future. The pink-haired girl says she thinks they should take advantage of the moment and start practicing military training. The Patriarch says that now they are in equal positions, so the foundations of the students will play an important role. The main character raises his finger and says that the dead vine swamp is replete with snake fish, whose power is at the very top of the fundamental stage. He is confident that if the disciples unite in small groups, they will be able to cope with them, and the golden stage demonic beast will be a good opponent for the elder. Nin Shenmin says that the clan trials will begin in 7 days, and then he will send several golden stage cultivators to explore the dead vine swamp. He tells the protagonist and the red-haired girl that they should rest. Next day, Urbai Peak, the main character sits on a stone in front of his students and says that in a week the clan tests will begin, and during this time everyone must try hard to improve. Every morning for the next few days, he will teach them, and he hopes that they will all take advantage of this great opportunity. Danla, Min Tian and Han Xianpi sit on their knees and agree with the master. Yui Lin is silent with her eyes wide open, and Xiao Kier with a smile on her face says that she understands everything. The main character, with concern on his face, thought that even though he doesn't know what to teach them, everything is still going as in the novel. And this sounds rather pompous, but for him it's just a way to solve the case. The protagonist puts his hand to his mouth and coughs, and then asks what to tell him. Yui Lin and Xiao Kier have surprised expressions on their faces. The other 3 students are also surprised. A golden glow emanates from the youngest student, Danla and Min Tian. They shout that strange knowledge is increasing. The main character covered his face with his hand and thought that he hadn't even started yet, but they all give up what they were doing and go into the state of a sage, too much with pomp. Yui Lin's pupils look in different directions. She says that she is slowly beginning to understand everything, and the main character answers her that she is mistaken. The main character concentrates a powerful stream of golden energy in his hand. He thought that since they were all rushing to increase their strength, he would help them gather some earthly and heavenly spiritual energy. A huge amount of spiritual energy is collected from the sky and directed towards the mountain. The main character watches the result with confusion on his face. He gathers energy in his hand and thought that the gathering spirituality of the form has been improved, and then asks when he managed to grasp the rhythm of the Tao and what if it can be used to modify high-level spells. He adds that he needs to try the fireball formula from the library, and with the help of the golden stage spiritual power, he will reproduce the spiritual power of the fire attribute. He gathers the spiritual power of the fire attribute in his hand in a small amount, He looks at the fire and notices that it is too weak, because fire is the most opposite to the protagonist. Streams of energy flow to the protagonist's hand and he thought that he would now connect the Tao rhythm. The flame increases greatly and the protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. He licks his lips and thinks he should add a little more. He materializes a huge fireball. The protagonist, with fear on his face, thought that this was such a powerful and strong energy that if he let go of this ball, Urbai Peak would instantly lose its top. The main character takes away a fireball with him and thought that he does not have a fire attribute and therefore he will not be able to return and absorb his spiritual power. He must find a place to throw it away or otherwise he will have to hold it in his hand all the time. The main character stands on the top of the mountain with a fireball and says that there is another problem. This is the territory of the Shandon sect and he cannot throw a fireball anywhere. He moves his hand to the side and says that we need to use the descent of the mountains and wrap it around. The ball turns blue and the main character says that it is useless. We must give the descent of the mountains the depth of Tao. The ball has greatly decreased in size. The main character takes it with 2 fingers and thought that apparently it is like oil, and the spell is like fire, and the more fuel you pour, the stronger the flame will be. He adds that it seems that using Tao rhythm to enhance spells is useless. He crossed his arms and thought that this was already something and if he wanted to give the advancing wave a little more energy, then even a great Taoist would not stop him. He adds that it's good that he can still remain carefree in his golden stage. The main character goes to his students and says that they need to see how his students' cultivation is going. Mintian looks at the protagonist. She opens her eyes wide. She opens her mouth in surprise, and the golden glow disappears. She looks at her hands and cries, and then asks if she has made a breakthrough, and then notes that she is at level 7 of the purification stage. She is very happy about this, because she was at level 6 for 2 whole years. The main character tells the girl that she is great and takes new knowledge lightly, and then says that he is sure that her path of cultivation will become easier and easier. The red-haired student bows deeply and thanks the protagonist. The main character's cheeks turn red, and then he looks away and he says that he already said that he doesn't want to see her back, so she shouldn't bow like that. He directs his pupils at her. He imagines Mintian with her back turned to him and leaning against the wall. The protagonist thought that she had an ideal waist-to-hip ratio. Xiaokir watches them with a dissatisfied expression. She takes the protagonist by the sleeve and tells her that she feels that she is on the verge of a breakthrough and most likely it will happen tonight. The protagonist strokes the younger student and says that this is not bad. After she improves her kingdom, cultivation will become a process of absorbing spiritual energy. He hands her a blue ball and says that her master has some treasure. You just need to open the channels of fiery spiritual energy inside the ball. The younger student hugs the protagonist and thanks him, and then calls him the best. Danla's cheeks turned red and she thought that the younger student was still his favorite. The main character, noticing the older student, thought that it seemed that he was a little unfair, and was wondering what he could give to the others. Yui Lin jumps on the master and shouts that he also wants. She jumped onto his shoulders and hugs the main character's head. With a surprised expression on her face, she wonders how she jumped so high. The main character, with blood under his nose, takes the blue-eyed student on her clothes and says that she still needs to learn to control her spiritual energy. Danla wipes blood from the protagonist's face with a handkerchief. She smiles with reddened cheeks and says that she is ready to do anything for the sake of the protagonist. The main character is bleeding from his mouth. He mentally asks them to be human. Behind the main character are Bai Zhan and her student King, holding hands. The pink-haired girl with an uncomfortable look on her face says that she heard that the protagonist was going to train his students, so she brought Wise in here to listen. They leave and the girl says that apparently now is not the best time. The main character puts his hand forward with a fake smile and shouts that there has been a misunderstanding and asks her to stop. There is text written on the bulletin board. Someone says that the clan test will begin soon, and the rewards have already been announced. For first place, the winner will receive a high-level spiritual treasure, and the top 3 will be awarded low-level spiritual treasures. The top 5 will receive an elixir that condenses spiritual energy. The top 10 will receive 100 spirit stones. This time, the participants are generously rewarded, and those students who do not take first place can exchange magical herbs or internal elixirs for an equivalent spiritual stone. This is the greatest opportunity of all. Students read the announcements. The brown-haired guy crosses his arms and asks what this extra rule is, and if someone finds a snakefish, they will be rewarded with a one-on-one lesson with Master Shenchi. A girl with light brown hair, Nin Yanyan, peeks out from around the corner. She enters the patriarch's room. Nin Shenmin asks his student if she really wants to lower her rank in order to participate in the trials. With a serious expression on her face, she says that she is a student of the sect and, naturally, wants this. The patriarch closes his eyes and looks down, and then tells her that she is however no longer a disciple of the fundamental realm. Nin Yanyan tells the master that this is very important for her and asks not to ask her in more detail. The patriarch sighs and says that he will allow Sin Chen to add his name. The girl turns to her master and he asks her what it is. Nin Yanyan lowered her gaze and remains silent. She puts her hands together and says that it's okay, she'll go. She leaves and sighs. She thought with a serious expression that she couldn't say again. After all, the Shandon sect is the patriarch's life's work. She will find another chance to speak, but first she needs to finish the master's task. She goes and thinks that the other students will be very upset if they compete with her for first place, and then all the efforts of the patriarch will be in vain. She adds that she must find a way to make it clear to the participants that winning is not her goal. Day 7. Nin Shenmin stands on a hill and tells the disciples in front of him that this year's trials will last half a month. He tells the disciples to follow their masters and receive the spirit plates. They have an emergency call function, which the guiding elder is responsible for, and if someone breaks the plate, they will immediately receive news of it and immediately go to help. The guy with short hair points and says to look there. The long-haired guy calls the girl beautiful and asks who she is. One of the students says that this is Yanyan's elder sister, a gorgeous beauty, and she is the patriarch's personal student. Then Yanyan appears and straightens her hair. One of the students asks if she was able to achieve it. Another student says that he never thought that elder sister Yanyan would return to the tests. And is she really at the golden core stage? The main character looks at the patriarch's student. The main character crossed his arms and thought that Nin Yanyan was one of those whom the main character Xiao Kai fell in love with. A brilliant older sister who has vast combat experience combined with a decisive and straightforward character. This strong girl will be able to go through all the levels, and when she first appeared, it seemed that Yanyan was at the middle stage of the golden core, but now it seems that she is only at the early level. He thought that one of the reasons for Xiao Kai's progress was because he invited Nin Yanyan to the demonic bone ruins. He imagines the patriarch's disciple holding Xiao Kier's hand. The protagonist thought that after the antagonist saved her several times, she fell in love with him, and due to her strong innate talent, she often helped the protagonist. The main character, with concern on his face, thinks that now, but the problem is that she appeared too early, and Xiao Kai became Xiao Kier. He adds that it doesn't matter, lilies can love too. Nin Yanyan is given a wooden badge. One of the students shouts and asks if the older sister will participate in the competition. Another student asks if she is at the golden core stage and why she even needs it. He adds that now they don't have the slightest chance of winning first place. One of the students asks what she is doing at Urbai Peak. The girl goes to the protagonist. She bows to him and says that she welcomes him. The main character smiles and says that it shouldn't be so formal, because they are both at the golden core stage. He thought that he should try his best to make a good impression on her, because she was promised to the main character. He needed to enlist her support. Xiao Kier crosses her arms and looks at the patriarch's disciple with a dissatisfied expression, and then says that she has a satin red dress, an unusual appearance, a body with curves, and she will become a strong competitor, and then asks what else does this pride of heaven want. Danla, with the same dissatisfied expression on his face, tells the younger student that she is right. Others should not interfere in the affairs of their Urbai Peak. The main character looks at his two students with concern and wonders what Xiao Kier and Danla are up to and why they are so negative. He adds that this is wrong. The junior disciple must remain on good terms with Nin Yanyan, otherwise they will not go to the demonic bone ruins. The protagonist stands opposite the patriarch's student. The students have surprised expressions on their faces. A student with short brown hair shouts that this is Yanyan's elder sister and Master Shenchi. The main character thought that the patriarch's disciple was truly beautiful. Nin Yanyan's face turned red with embarrassment. She thought that Master Shenchi actually turned out to be as they said about him. He has the face of a handsome immortal, and he is not like anyone else. Xiao Kier hugs the protagonist's hand and tells the patriarch's disciple that her master should take them to pick up the spiritual plates, and then asks why she is here and asks her to answer honestly. The main character pats a younger student on the head and tells her not to be rude and that she should befriend her and learn a lot from her. Xiao Kier thought with an angry expression that he couldn't believe that the master called her rude because of this pride of heaven. She looks at the patriarch's disciple and wonders what she even wants, and then thinks that after meeting the master, she can't even keep her legs together and is afraid Nin Yanyan has fallen for his charm hook. The patriarch's disciple has a surprised expression on her face. She aligns her hands and tells the protagonist that she is taking part in this test for the sake of a personal lesson with him. She thought it was too expressive. The main character and the patriarch's student turn their gaze away from each other. One of the students shouts that this is too much, Master Shenshi is a simple person. Another student says that his heart is about to break into 1,000 pieces and asks if Sister Yanyan is still pure. The patriarch's student looks around with concern on her face. Another student says that you shouldn't judge people by their appearance, they are both good people. Nin Yanyan puts her hand to her chest and wonders why everything happened this way. She just wanted the other guys to be able to compete for first place, while she would carry out the master's instructions. The main character closes his eyes and thought that although he is popular and quite handsome, they still do not know each other so well. He adds that she should be the protagonist's love interest, not him, the villain who kidnapped the protagonist's lover and usually dies first. He adds that he has already been through so much and wonders why she is putting herself in danger. Nin Yanyan puts his hands forward and says that she probably expressed herself incorrectly. She puts her hand to her chest and tells the protagonist that her only desire is to attend his class, and the rest does not interest her at all. Neither first place nor the tests themselves, she doesn't need all this. A student with short brown hair shouts that it was so straightforward. The main character pays attention to the students and remains silent. Zyokir stands in front of the protagonist and spreads his arms to the sides and asks the patriarch's student not to be so self-confident, because she did not deserve the chance to attend his lessons and she has a lot of arrogance. Nin Yanyan rests his chin with a smile on his face and asks the protagonist's younger student if she really wants to take her place. Zyokir with a smug smile tells the patriarch's disciple that she is sure that she will cope even faster than her and will not behave the same way. She adds that she will not make noise and demand attention. The main character, with concern on his face, thought that this was all wrong, and then wondered why she was talking to her supporters like that. Nin Yanyan crosses her arms and asks if she is the one making a fuss. Zyokir stands in front of her and asks is it not, and then says that no matter how beautiful the words she says are, her actions show her insides. Nin Yanyan offers a bet with a smug smile and offers to bet on who will be the first to find the 100-year-old snakefish. Zyokir replies that since the patriarch's disciple started the argument, she will put forward her own conditions. She points her finger at the patriarch's student and tells her that if she loses, she will call her master, and then asks if she will accept the bet. The main character smiles widely, a drop of sweat running down his face. The male students are shocked by what is happening. Nin Yanyan turns to the main character and says that I agree. The main character spits blood after her words. The patriarch's student leaves and says that she will go, and the main character puts his hand forward and shouts to her to stop. Zyokir clings to the protagonist and tells him that her student could not resist and argued, and then asks him not to be angry with her. The main character tells Zyokir that her older sister Yanyan is a very good person, and then asks why she did this to her. The younger student cries and runs away from the master, and then calls the protagonist a fool. She reports that she was bullied, and the master eventually sided with her rival. She adds that she will no longer talk to the main character. Shenshi sighs and says that he didn't do anything like that and she misunderstood everything. Danla stands next to the protagonist with his eyes closed and tells him that this Nin Yanyan is only slightly beautiful, and even she doesn't understand why he doesn't vouch for it. The rest of the master's disciples watch what is happening with concern on their faces. The main character tells Min Tiang to go get her spirit discs, and asks her to take Yui Lin and Han Xianpi with her. The northern region of Qingshu has a cold climate. Leaves are falling from many trees. The deep mountains are full of viscous swamps, and the withered vine swamp is the largest of them. Because of the demonic beast, the snakefish, few people visit these places. Cultivators at the awakening stage can concentrate spiritual energy in their feet so as not to get stuck in this abyss. The cultivator steps into a puddle while running. If necessary, this method can also be used on land. 3 cultivators are heading somewhere. There are many dark swamps in this place, the surface of which resembles mud, but in fact it turns out to be water, and even cultivators are unable to avoid it. A guy with short brown hair gets sucked into a swamp. Someone is trying to crawl out from under the swamp. A yellow snake emerges from the water and is about to attack the cultivator. Snakefish often make nests in the depths of dark swamps. They are fierce, but not strong. But anyone who behaves even the slightest carelessly will be eaten. Zyokir tells the elder sister that they must win this time and cannot allow outsiders to interfere with their affairs at Urbai Peak. Danla says that it is natural. But the withered vine swamp is still very dangerous and they must stick together and watch out for each other. In front of them, 2 yellow snakes emerge from the swamp. Zyokir warns his sister that there is an enemy ahead. Danla uses an ice attack that comes from her foot. The ice freezes the snakes in the lower part of their body. A younger student cuts one of the snakes with an axe. She cuts another snake and lands on the ground. With a serious expression on her face, she says that this is a monster at the awakening stage, but the level of his inner strength is too low, and apparently they should go deeper. Mintian with a shield in his hand says that snakefish are fundamentally too dangerous. Han Xianpi behind her says that they should be very careful, and remember that they are only strong when they act together. Yui Lin with a magic wand in her hand says that she is hungry. A drop of sweat runs down Zyokir's cheek and she says that they have just begun. Danla raises his hand and says that this path was easy for them and they are ahead of most teams, and then adds that he will freeze the water so that they can rest a little. She tells the younger student that she doesn't need to worry. The tests will last for half a month and they have a long battle ahead of them. A man in gray clothes and brown hair flies in the clouds on a golden sword. He says that the people of the Shandon sect entered the swamp. Behind him, more cultivators in gray clothes fly. The man with brown hair says that they should kill them. Yui Lin sits on a stone and hugs her magic wand, and then says that she really wants to eat. She turns around and smells a delicious smell. She sees a flower that glows blue. She grabs it and says that spiritual grass grows here. She is about to eat it, but Zyokir reaches out to the grass and shouts that she can't eat it because it acts as points. The younger student takes the grass and Yui Lin licks her lips. The blue-eyed student is running around, and Zyokir screams and asks her where she is going. The red-haired student asks her not to run away. Yui Lin picks up another herb and says that there is also a spiritual herb here. The younger student looks at her and says that she has incredible luck. Danla silently watches the blue-eyed student. Yui Lin smells the delicious smell again. She runs away and says that she can still smell it from there. The main character plants spiritual grass on the ground one by one. He exhales and says that he is a genius for coming up with this method. The main character stands near the pond and says that if they follow the spiritual herb, they will be able to find the 100-year-old snakefish that he prepared for them. A defeated monster lies in a pond. The main character removes the dirt from his hands and says that he will see where the girls are now. Yui Lin holds a lot of spiritual grass in her hands, while the other disciples look at her with confusion. Zyokir says that this is wrong and they somehow found the spiritual herb too easily. Danla turns around and says that it's true, they are only going in one direction, which looks a lot like a trap. She suggests taking a different path. The main character watches the girls from behind a bush. He throws the spirit grass onto the ground and screams and wonders why they are so wary and can't let him lead them to their goal. He asks them how they are going to find the origin cave without the 100-year-old snakefish. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He turns around because he smelled the smell of battle on the other side. Nin Yanyan takes a step forward. She is attacked by 2 cultivators and a fire dragon who are in the air. The patriarch's disciple clenched her teeth. She dodges the fire dragon's attack. Her facial expression shows pain. A cultivator in gray clothes with a sword in his hand flies towards her. He makes a strike, but the girl blocks the attack. Nin Yanyan makes a cutting blow to the cultivator. He looks at her with a smile on his face. A fire dragon appears behind the girl. He opens his mouth and prepares to bite the girl. The dragon flies towards her and she thought that the way back was blocked. The patriarch student takes out the second sword and thought that it means the time has come. She repels one of the cultivator's attacks with her sword. She blocks another attack and clenches her teeth. She dodges another dragon attack. The dragon hits the ground and a cloud of smoke emanates from the impact site. The gray-clothed cultivators gritted their teeth. The main character watches what is happening from the side. The main character thought that the strength of a gold stage novice could withstand the ambush of 3 mid-level cultivators. He should first repulse the opponent's flying sword in order to create a retreat path. You then need to use the momentum of the other sword's strike to dodge the third person's strongest attack. The main character closes his eyes and thought that this Nin Yanyan deserves to be called a genius. The students are attacked by cultivators in gray clothes. The main character thought that the fundamental stage students were attacked. Golden particles fly near him and he thinks that the elders nearby were also surrounded. A golden ray appears in the sky and the protagonist thought that even some golden stage cultivator had a good time. The main character made a stern expression on his face. He thought that there was a traitor among the elders. 2 cultivators with swords are flying behind Nin Yanyan. With concern on her face, she thought that she wouldn't be able to fight them off and she needed to hurry up and find a way out. The girl runs into the water because something grabbed her. She falls into a pond. She held her breath and thought that she could not even imagine that the ambush could be in the water. She points the sword at the man who grabbed her. The protagonist reflects her sword with 2 fingers. The girl wonders how her sword was reflected with such ease. A huge hand is pointed towards the girl and she thinks that this is really the end. The main character hugs the girl to himself. The cheeks of the patriarch student turn red. She realized that the protagonist was in front of her. The protagonist tells her not to move, because this evasion technique only works at a short distance. They are in a blue bubble. The main character hugs the girl to himself and says that first he needs to get her out of here. They are located in the depths of the reservoir. The main character asks the girl if there is any way to contact Nin Shenman. The patriarch student says that she won't be able to talk to him, but she can send a small message if necessary. The main character tells her to tell him that she is safe, after which the girl blushed and said that she would do so. The girl takes out a golden artifact. She looks at the protagonist with a fascinated gaze. The protagonist has a serious expression on his face. The main character asks the girl what she needs. The patriarch student says that she doesn't understand something. She asks the protagonist why she should tell the patriarch that she is safe. The main character says that if he understood correctly, then attacking her is a way to lure the sect master here. The girl asks the protagonist why he thinks so. The main character closes his eyes and says that even though he just got here, he thinks she should have already sent a distress signal. But the other elders of the golden stage did not come to her aid. The girl replies that this is true. The main character with a confident face says that it means the gold stage elders around them are being detained. He adds that they put so much effort just to surround and kill her, a student who has not even grown up yet. The girl asks if the main character wants to say that they want to lure the patriarch into an ambush at the cost of her life. The protagonist with a smile on his face says that such an opportunity exists. Lin Yanyan thanks the protagonist for saving her and then asks where they are going. The main character says that other students were also attacked and he wants to see what is happening there. Danla's hair flutters in the wind. She has a wary look and a fighting stance, with Min Tian and Xiao Qir running behind her. He looks into the sky where he sees a cultivator and shouts that someone is coming here and asks everyone to stay in their places. The guy with short brown hair says that this is a group of awakening stage dolls. He concentrates golden energy into his hand and screams for them to die. A huge stone is flying into Danla. Nintian dashes. She raises her shield and tells everyone to step back as she will block the blow. She took the flying stone with her shield. The brown-haired cultivator tells her not to be so presumptuous. He asks what kind of impudence is this because she blocked his attack. The stone splits after colliding with the shield. In front of the shield, its spiritual copies are created. Spirit copies of the shield take the hit. The powerful explosion creates a cloud of smoke. The patriarch student asks the protagonist if it was possible. The main character with a smile on his face says that the physique of the owner of 4 spiritual roots is not suitable for cultivating celestial martial skills. However, through various spiritual roots, one can dissipate the power using the 5 elements of the cycle, and if it is a spiritual attack, then it can weaken the advancing powerful one with the help of the 5-element cycle force layer by layer. He adds that Xuanyu has found her own fighting style that suits her body type perfectly. The brown-haired cultivator with an angry expression on his face says that he did not think that she had such a treasure, so he asks her to give it to him and in this case he will not kill her. Xiao Qir picks up his axe and tells the guy that they will have no chance to escape when the master appears here, and if he is smart, then maybe he will save his life. A brown-haired cultivator with an angry expression on his face asks the girl if she is joking and who she takes him for. He adds that he just wants to see the many colors that they girls will turn into. The protagonist appears with a creepy smiling expression on his face. The enemy cultivator is scared. Many orange chains appear. The chains envelop the cultivator and he thought that this was a powerful spell. He was being suppressed. He falls to the ground and thought that he could not move his little finger. Danla, Yuilin and Mintian thought this was a new opportunity. The older student puts her hand in front of her. A violet aura envelops her. Han Xianpi dashes towards the enemy. She almost reached him, blue energy emanating from her steps. The girl jumps and raises her hand to strike. She kicks the enemy cultivator and he is slammed into the ground. The brown-haired cultivator stands up and calls the dark-skinned student a stinking brat. He thought that these brats should not be underestimated and it would be better to sacrifice spiritual clothing to survive the wave of attacks. And then, once the heavenly martial arts disappeared, he would destroy them all. Zyokir uses the cutting spiritual wheel and hits the cultivator. Spiritual protection disappears. The frightened cultivator thought that it seemed that he was about to be killed, and even if he resisted, it would not help him. The younger student makes a cutting blow and cuts through the enemy's torso. The cultivator screams loudly, and then says that today they cannot avoid death. He will tie them up and slowly play with them until he gets tired of them. He is pierced with a sword from the back. Zyokir, with an indifference on his face, says that she said that when her master comes, he will not have the slightest chance of escaping. The main character takes out a sword from the enemy's back. He holds the sword by the hilt. He raises the sword above himself with one hand and hugs Ninyanyan with the other. The patriarch's disciple thought that she knew that Master Shenshi was a famous swordsman, but she never thought that he could cultivate the Emperor's sword like this, and this immortal sword is obviously much stronger than the green bamboo, and then asks how many more secrets there are hidden in it. Zyokir immediately runs towards the protagonist. The protagonist's students run to him. The main character hides the sword and only a trace of blue energy remains on his hand. He asks the girls if they are okay. Danla with reddened cheeks says that everything is fine. Zyokir smiles and asks why elder sister Yanyan is with the master now, and then adds that it seems like they are hiding something from them. The patriarch's student turns away and coughs. She crosses her arms and says that it is not because their master is so rude that he only wants to satisfy his own whims. She adds that he decided everything himself, without saying a word, without even asking her opinion. The main character and Zyokir are shocked. Danla and Mintian also have shocked expressions. Han Xianpi and Yui Lin also had their mouths open in surprise. Yui Lin thought that the main character was really rude to her. Zyokir puts an axe to the neck of the protagonist, who tells her to stop. The protagonist clenches his hand into a fist and shouts that it was an emergency, so he pulled her out of there. He adds that there was no other way but to break the ice. Danla sighs and thought, that's what it's all about. Ninyanyan lowered her gaze and said that when they were downstairs, the protagonist was in no hurry at all, and he also said that he felt so good. The main character began to look like he was made of stone. He smiles falsely and thought that she really picked up these expressions from films. Zyokir stands behind the protagonist with an axe in her hand and a red demon mask on her face. The main character turns around and puts his hand forward and shouts that she meant that he saw how they fought against a gold stage cultivator and realized how much their skills had improved, and that was why he was told that he was good. Yui Lin raises her magic wand and with a smile on her face asks if she has become better, and then says that she knew so, but the older sister does not believe her. Mintian, Zyokir and Ninyanyan's expressions show discomfort. They thought that she was doing absolutely nothing. The main character strokes the blue-eyed student and tells her that she has become better. He saw her efforts. Lin Yanyan thought that the master knows how to cajole children. Zyokir asks where the ambush suddenly came from and was it all a setup. The main character turns his head in her direction and says that everything is not quite so simple, but there is no need to worry because he is with them. He sighs and thinks that he has no idea how much the main plot has changed, and then asks how he can send such a crowd of people back to the planned route. Ninyanyan points his finger at the defeated snake and asks if this is the 100-year-old snakefish, and how it happened that it itself died. The main character, with a small smile on his face, thought that apparently they had made a circle and returned here. He adds that it doesn't matter, and that will do, and then says that she did a good job. The patriarch's student puts her index finger to her chin and laughs, and then with a smile on her face says that she was the first to notice her and victory is hers. Zyokir runs towards the snake, and the patriarch's disciple is surprised by this. The younger student takes the snake fish and with a wide smile on her face tells Ninyanyan that they bet on who would be the first to catch the 100-year-old snake fish, and it turns out that she won. The patriarch's disciple calls Zyokir a shameless woman with a dissatisfied expression. Zyokir covers his mouth with his hand and laughs, and then calls his opponent a loser. The main character holds his head and thought that they were quarreling like elementary school girls. The snakefish opens its red eyes. She moves her tail in the girl's hand. The snakefish drags Zyokir along with it. The rest of the students look at their sister with concern on their faces. The main character tells his students not to panic, because she can protect herself. The main character releases a stream of blue energy from his hand, which is directed into a hole in the ice, where the monster dragged the younger student along with him. Ninyanyan tells the protagonist that the kingdom of the 100-year-old snakefish is high, and it is most powerful in the water, and then asks him if he is sure that everything will be fine with it. The main character smiles and says that he has everything under control. He was happy in his heart and thought that thanks to this mistake they could return to the main plot. He thought with a confident face that this 100-year-old snakefish would lead Xiao Kier to the origin cave, but it would take a little time for this place to open. The main character and the girls are standing near the ice hole. Nin Yanyan looks at the protagonist and thought that Master Shen she so easily dragged and pulled her out of the water. His art of pacifying the water element could easily save Xiao Kier. She wonders if he has other plans for her. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and shouted that this is it. Many bubbles appear in the ice hole. A bright luminous ray emanates from the hole. Nin Yanyan clenches his hands into fists and shouts that this is 5-color spiritual light, and then asks if this is the immortal cave. The ice at the top of the reservoir is cracking. Xiao Kier holds onto the snakefish's tail. Gritting her teeth, she uses chopping spiritual wheel. She hits the monster on the head. The monster pushes her away and she hits the ground. The girl holds her stomach and wonders how she can die before the master arrives. The snakefish opens its huge mouth with sharp teeth. The girl thought that the protagonist would definitely come and save her. The monster attacks the girl, but she dodges. The snakefish hisses at Xiao Kier. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and thought that she still had some mutated Edelweiss grass left, and now was a great opportunity to use it. The girl eats Edelweiss grass. She is enveloped in golden energy. She jumps on the monster. She makes an attack on the snakefish. The monster opens, pushes the girl away, opens its mouth and hisses. Xiao Kier holds his stomach with pain on his face. She was breathing heavily and thought that the difference in their strength was too great. The snake hisses at Xiao Kier. She opens her mouth and is about to eat the girl. The main character makes several attacks on the reptile. She is left with many blue cuts and falls to the ground. The younger student cries with a smile on her face and says that she knew that the master was here all this time. The main character says that this moving array must be from some ancient immortal. The main character and his students are standing in the middle of a cave. Nin Yanyan says that if it was an ancient gold stage cultivator, then they were very lucky. Min Tian asks that if it was not ancient, but ordinary, then is it really not so good? The patriarch's disciple raises her index finger up and says that no, that would be normal. But the former are much less common, and even if that was the case, then there should have been a mountain of cultivation materials. She looks at Min Tian that besides, the ancient cultivators' research on arrays and secret arts is not that abnormal, and the danger of the immortal cave is relatively small, because it is best suited for treasure hunting. Min Tian clenches his hands into fists and says that's how it is. The main character thought that this cave of an ancient cultivator of the nascent soul stage. This is the level of the group leader from the battle. Xiao Kier will come out with a serious injury. The consciousness must leave her body. A clot of blue energy appeared in front of the protagonist. He thought that the spiritual closeness of the junior disciple would attract and absorb the earthly spirits that the ancient immortal had gathered just to make a breakthrough. The blue silhouette of a woman is formed from the energy. The protagonist thought that this time she would immediately go to the fundamental stage, and now her super spells, which she had long ago learned, could be filled with power. He adds that she will be able to protect her. Yui Ling points at the blue silhouette and shouts that something has appeared there, and then asks what it is. The main character with a smile on his face says that this is an earthly spirit, and they say that the ancient immortals extracted these natural earthly entities from the spiritual energy of the earth. The earthly spirit touches the protagonist's cheek, and he says that in the normal state such earthly beings will approach those cultivators who are close to them in spirit. Yui Lin clenches his hands into fists and says that the master has the highest affinity of them all. The protagonist opens his eyes wide. Several earthly spirits appear and fly towards the protagonist. The main character's face turned red and he doesn't understand why these spirits didn't go looking for Xiao Kier. Yui Lin clenches his hands into fists and says that they seem to like the protagonist. The main character takes one of the earthly spirits and thinks that this is really the advantage that the heavenly Tao gave him. The main character opens his mouth in surprise. He felt something. He made a dash and thought that things were bad because he felt that Xiao Kier was injured. The main character looks at the younger student who is lying unconscious. He runs up to her along with the earthly spirit. The main character squeezes the earthly spirit and thought that if the plot does not develop itself, then he will do it. He releases the earth spirit and points at Xiao Kier. An earthly spirit inhabits the youngest student. She is enveloped in blue energy. The main character thought that apparently the energy of the spirits began to merge with the Edelweiss. The rest of the students run up to the protagonist. Danla asks how badly Xiao Kier is injured. The main character holds the younger student in his arms and says that everything is fine. He will look after her. And for Xiao Kier this is a chance, because this immortal cave still has many opportunities and they will be able to go about their business, but only within his sight. The protagonist thought with a small smile that in the main story, after Xiao Qir absorbed the earth spirit, the cave expelled her. She thought that this means that there is something here that he did not write, which means it is something unknown. And the unknown means danger. The students have surprised expressions on their faces. Mintian tells the protagonist that there is something behind him. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He thought that there really was something behind him, and why didn't he feel it? He turns around and sees a blue female figure as tall as a human. A blue image of a girl with long hair hugs the protagonist. The protagonist's face turned red and he took a closer look at her most voluminous part of the body. The earthly spirit presses the protagonist to his most voluminous part of the body and says what he wants, but does not say what exactly. The main character asks the spirit what he wants and asks him not to talk nonsense. Danla creates a lot of ice crystals around himself and laughs, and then asks what kind of strange creature dared to attack the master. She says that now she will deal with her quickly. The main character puts his hands out to the sides and with concern on his face tells the older student to stop, because this is an excellent amplifier. A purely spiritual body is the best solution for spiritual tools. The spirit's face is red with embarrassment. Danla calls the master with surprise on his face. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, tells the older student that if she does not contradict him, then when they return, he will punish her and spank her on the bottom. Danla opened her eyes wide. Her cheeks turned red and she began to tremble. Then Yanyan wonders what he meant with a surprised expression, and no matter how much she thinks, she can't understand the meaning of his words. The main character put his hand to the chin of the spirit and thought that if this spirit became his spiritual sword, then he could call it at any time and then it would serve him for his benefit. The spirit with reddened cheeks and a smile on his face looks at the protagonist. The main character thought that this mountain was not high. Climbing it would not be difficult. The protagonist materializes a sword in his hand and thought that it seems that the power of this spirit comes from the earthly, and it must be a coincidence to stumble upon a thing with a Tao rhythm and as a result form a spiritual intelligence. The protagonist moves the sword closer to the spirit and thought that in this case, it would give it a little more depth. The spirit clutches the sword to itself. The main character raises 2 fingers and shouts spirit binding. The spirit turned red and many drops of water were flying around. The spirit turns into a girl with blue hair and eyes. Han Xianbi, Mintian and Yui Lin all have fearful expressions on their faces. The blue-eyed student points her finger at the girl with blue hair and shouts that she is as big as her second older sister. A red-haired student with reddened cheeks shouts at Yui Lin not to talk like that. The main character looks at the girl with blue hair and thought that once the Bihu receives the spirit of the weapon, her level will increase along with him, and the journey to this soul birth stage cave turned out to be very useful. And as he thought, following the main character has its advantages. The main character shouts to his students to go look for treasures. A little while later, a lot of vegetation is located near the road. Someone comes out of the portal. The main character with Xiao Qir in his arms and Mintian behind him exits the portal. The protagonist thought that as soon as Xiao Qir almost completely regained her strength, the cave expelled them exactly as he wrote in the novel. He looks at Xiao Qir and thought that she should wake up soon. The younger student opens her eyes and says that she knew that the master would save her, but she was still scared. The main character with a smile on his face says that he knows and also knows that this was her chance to figure everything out herself. The girl turns away and her cheeks turn red. She says that she is afraid that she might have received some kind of injury, and then asks if she can sleep in the master's room. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that he believed her. Then Yanyan bows to Xiao Qir and apologizes, and then says that she lost and therefore put her in danger. She puts one hand on the other and with a small smile on her face says that if her little sister ever needs her help, then she can contact her at any time of the day or night. The main character thought this was great. Nin Yanyan and Xiao Qir should remain on good terms. This is simply necessary for the plot and he is very optimistic about the two of them. The main character asks Xiao Qir if she wants to say anything to her older sisters. The younger student says thank you and then asks what about their argument. The main character began to look like stone and his face was cracking. Nin Yanyan's face turned red and she covered her mouth with her hand. Xiao Qir turns away and says that of course, if the eldest doesn't want to, then she can't do anything about it, because in the end she is stronger and she won't be able to be the same as her. Drops of sweat are running down the face of the patriarch's disciple. She is very embarrassed. The patriarch's student clenches her hands into fists and shouts that she has some things to do and will no longer bother them. She shouts the word master. She quickly flies away and shouts that she is leaving first, and the main character says that it is too hard for him. Zyokir laughs with a malicious smile. The main character lowers the younger student to the ground and says that he believes that this test benefited each of them. He reveals that this was also a test of their cultivation level, and then says that he will remain at the mountain peak, and the disciples must continue to study hard. The girls agree with the master. 6 months later, Mulin Fort. The buildings on the fort grounds were covered with snow. Yueting stands with his eyes open. She opens her eyes and stands in the square. Behind her are Bai Jishui and a girl with 2 long braids who is sitting on an arch. Streams of golden energy emanate from Yueting. The old man watches her and thought that this was a successful construction of the foundations and admires the fact that she achieved this in just 6 months. The blue-haired girl with 2 braids is Xiao Bai, and she says that she still doesn't understand why Shenshi needs a disciple with an empty spiritual root. She adds that she doesn't believe that this is intended for pair cultivation and assumes that all this is to make her suffer, to make her someone's young animal. Xiao Bai clings to Yueting and congratulates her, and then adds that moving to the fundamental stage is considered a big step on the path of cultivation. Yueting, with a smile on her face, asks Xiao Bai if the golden stage is really that good, because the master has exactly this level and is she really following her teacher. Xiao Bai closes her eyes and puts her hand to the side, and then says that even if there were a whole dozen of them, she would deal with them with one wave of her hand. But her master is truly unusual, you can't argue with that. She puts her hand on Yueting's shoulder and tells her that she also has an empty spirit root, and even if she advances to the golden stage, she still won't be able to learn spells like cultivators usually do. She adds that it's not just about her master, she won't be able to compete with any gold stage cultivator. Yueting asks with sadness on his face that there really is no other way out. The girl with blue hair tells the student in her ear that she should do paired cultivation with the master, break the empty root, and then she can cultivate. Yueting closes his eyes and runs away, and then screams and asks Xiao Bai what she is saying and how the master will take her request. The blue-haired girl calls her student very beautiful, and then asks which man can resist. Xiao Bai raises her index finger and says that this advice is not so bad, and then adds that the next time she meets Shenshi, she will ask him for something. Yueting was sitting in bed and thought that she was actually planning to cultivate, and if she could do paired cultivation with the master, it would be nice. She hugs the pillow and her face turns red as she thinks about dual cultivation with the master. She imagines how she and the master, being naked, hold hands. The girl rolls over on the bed and screams in embarrassment. With a thoughtful look, she thought that she shouldn't think about such things. This is not just for the sake of paired cultivation. The master will understand everything. From outside the building, she can be heard shouting to the foreman that there is no need to do this, not here. The protagonist sneezes loudly with his eyes closed. He rubs his nose and thinks about who said that cultivators don't get sick. He looks at the patriarch and thought that during this time, all the disciples have entered the fundamental stage. The spirit sword has also changed a lot. Even Xuanyu, who has the worst martial arts talent, was able to create an immortal cultivation technique that suits her best. Vin Shenman says that according to the latest news, a large group of cultivators from the Dai King sect is heading towards them. The enemy has arrived. To the left of the patriarch sit 2 elders. Vin Shenman says that however they should not worry too much. He has already sent a distress signal to the Yuehua sect and believes that they will help them soon. An elder in green clothes shouts and asks if they will definitely arrive. A man with brown hair, a mustache and a beard says that he doesn't think so and Yuehua will not insult Dai King, who, he asks to note, has already betrayed the Dongmin Pavilion for their sake, and he is afraid that their Shandon sect has come to an end. Lin Yanyan shouts to the elders to shut up. She says with an angry expression that those who behave destructively should not blame her merciless blade for their death. The elder in green clothes says that this student is so impressive, and then asks what now and why they no longer have the right to speak or if this lady wants to take over the duties of the patriarch. The elder in dark blue clothes lowered his gaze and said that even he would not do this and they are doing everything for the benefit of the Shandon sect. Yuehua is known for its dishonor and no one can predict how things will turn out. Min Yanyan shouts at the elders. Baijian stands in front of her and says that the patriarch's disciple didn't mean it. She just hopes that no one will speak rashly and influence other people's emotions. The elder in the green robe tells Master Baijian that she is responsible for the alliance with the Yuehua sect, and if they do not fulfill their obligations and come here, then can she bear all the consequences. The main character calls Elder Zai. With a creepy smile, he tells him that one more word and he will kill him right there. The elders and Nin Shenman are shocked by these words. Min Yanyan silently looks at the protagonist. The main character, with a smile on his face, asks her if it turned out unconvincing. The patriarch student, with a dissatisfied expression on her face, replies that no, she just doesn't understand. The main character says that it is pointless to say anything to such people and it is best to slap them in the face first. They need to let them know how cruel you are. Nin Yanyan asks the protagonist if he can give a lecture if they survive this attack. The main character puts his hand to his cheek and tells the girl that he can, then she needs to call him master. The girl covers her face with her hand and calls the master. Baijan, with a smile on his face, asks the protagonist if he thinks that masters from the Yuhua clan will come here. The protagonist replies that they are already here. Du Nin arrives, accompanied by her subordinates, and asks how many years, how many winters, and then reports that they were late, but she hopes that nothing bad has happened yet. Nin Shenmin stands up from the throne and apologizes to Master Gu for having to come such a long way. The main character and Luo Xiangzi look at each other. The protagonist smiles looking at her. Nin Yanyan walks along the corridor and thought that although thanks to Shenxi, the Yuhua clan really came to their aid, but the Dai King sect is still very powerful, so perhaps it's worth asking the master for help. She holds a miniature sword in her hand and says that she must report something, because Dai King wants to annex the Shandon clan and now they are in danger, so she hopes that they will be helped. The messaging application interface appears. The interlocutor asks if someone really dared to attack the Shandon sect and how is Shenxi doing and is he injured. In the next message, she writes that she asked Nin Yanyan to focus on him and asks why she didn't tell him earlier. The patriarch's disciple tells her that the enemy has not yet attacked and Master Shenxi is not injured, although he looks tired. The interlocutor asks if he brought any women with him. The patriarch's disciple replies that she heard that he became close to the master of the Shandon sect, Baijan. The interlocutor asks why she didn't say about this earlier, and then writes that she is going. Nin Shenmin sighs and thought that now only Shenxi can attract the master's attention, because it is with her power that they can resolve this crisis of sects. The main character appears behind her and asks the girl what she is doing there, and why she is hiding from him. Nin Yanyan hides the artifact behind his back and says that it's nothing. He's just worried about this whole situation. The main character approaches her and asks if nothing really bothers her anymore. He leaves and tells the girl that if she is free, she can visit their Urbai Peak. He adds that Xiao Kier missed her. He thought that they should sort things out among themselves and hoped the girls could get closer. Nin Yanyan looks at the protagonist and wonders why Xiao Kier missed her, because it seemed to her that she wanted to kill her. She is holding a miniature sword in her hands and thought that the girl was definitely up to something. But why then would Master Shenxi lie to her? Her cheeks turned red and she thought that he really wanted her to come there, and therefore came up with a reason. She remembers the moment when they were both underwater and thought that even though she didn't encounter him that much, he always protected her. She remembers the protagonist's smile. She clenched her sword and wondered if Shenxi liked her. She looks at her hands with the artifact and thought that dreaming is not harmful. Tears flowed from her eyes and she thought that even if he really liked him, he was still the master's beloved, and who was she to compete for the man with whom the daughter of heaven was in love? The main character sneezes loudly. Danla holds a blue flag in his hand and asks the master where it comes from. The main character points his finger to a certain place and holds a magazine in another. He says that you need to put it on the northeast corner, a little to the east. The senior student was arranging flags and thought that the master had never made such a formation before. This is a complete mess, and if it works, it will be creepy. The main character says that now we need to install the eye of the formation. Danla approaches him and asks the master if he has treasures that can act as his role. The girl says that it should be something that can facilitate the flow of the formation and increase its effectiveness, or something for protection or some hidden features. The main character sticks the sword into the ground and says that he understood it. Then we need to bury the Jade Lake here, and in the end, it will be mainly used for protection. The older student asks if this is too casual. The main character raises two fingers and they are enveloped in blue energy, after which he activates the formations. He thought that even though he didn't know this art, it was just throwing away a couple of Dao items. A blue-haired girl appears next to the sword. The main character props his chin and asks if this can be considered a success. The older student with a misunderstanding on her face says that it looks like who knew that this would even work. The main character turns around and tells the girl that then they should stay in the yard until he returns. All the protagonist students call him. The main character looks towards the barrier in which a hole has formed and says that the Great Mountain Gate formation is open and apparently the Dai King sect is already here. Cultivators often die during battles between sects, and his disciples are so young and must take care of themselves. Xiao Kier hugs the protagonist. Nin Tian shouts to the master that he must return safe and sound. Yui Lin says she will be obedient. Danla puts a hand on the blue-eyed student and tells the master that he still owes her a spanking. The main character holds Zio Kir's cheek and tells her that with good students like them, he has no choice but to return. He moves away from the younger student. He lifts himself off the ground. The main character jumps and materializes a sword on which he flies. The bearded man in brown clothes tells the sect master that once the work here is finished, he will definitely keep his promise, so he will count on the Wan sect master during the upcoming battle. A man with a black beard thanks the Huan sect master. He looks at the man in yellow clothes from the back and thought that this man really came, and then wondered where Dai Kingzong found such a strong assistant. Master Wang thought that on that day, he saw with his own eyes how this mysterious yellow-robed man sucked the pill from the golden stage cultivator, making a bag of meat out of it. It was terribly frightening. Nin Shenmin calls the man in brown clothes Huan Wushan and shouts to him that both of their sects never interfered in each other's affairs, and why then did Master Huan need to spoil relations with the Shandon Heavenly Sect. The bearded man rubs his beard and laughs, and then says that the Nin sect master in his repertoire, Dai King, only wants one thing: spiritual veins. He adds that only if they receive them can everything be resolved peacefully. The author's word, it's again about the theft of resources, and when they want to achieve immortality, it's always about either spiritual or veins. I don't believe him. I think Nin Shenmin forced sect master Dai King to wear a green hat to conduct an assessment on his behalf. Note, wearing a green hat means cheating on your partner. Nin Shenmin shouts that this is impossible. Huan Wushan is enveloped in golden energy and he says that he expressed their conditions for a peaceful settlement. But their side does not agree, and in this case the only thing left is to either force them to agree or disappear. The patriarch shouts to the enemy that he is in the late stage of the birth of the soul, and adds that he has really made a breakthrough. He turns to sect master Gu. Gu Ning tells him not to worry so much because she will stop Wang Zhenmu, but she can't help the others. Nin Shenmin brings his hands together and thanks sect master Gu. Wang Zhenmu appears and says that he will deal with Gu Nin and believes that with the strength of the sect master Huan Nin, Shenmin will not be able to hold out for even a few hours. Gu Ning jumps on him and shouts that she can finally experience the green snake art of Dong Min Pavilion and hopes that sect master Wang will give her some advice. A man with a goatee is wrapped in the tail of a green snake. He says that the Gu sect master is a rare nascent soul stage cultivator, and he would also like to exchange a few techniques. The patriarch sees an explosion in the air. Wang Zhenmu smiles and chuckles. A snake appears behind Gu Ning. She punches it and the snake disappears. The snake that envelops the cultivator opens its mouth. She heads towards Gu Ning. Huan Wushan holds a weapon in his hand and says what kind of battle is taking place there. He looks at the patriarch and says that they will begin. The protagonist appears and asks them if the battle has begun. He smiles and asks if he is late. Huan Wushan asks if this is the same Shenqi. The main character asks if he should be here. He thought that he had not offended anyone, and Huan Wushan himself knew him. The bearded cultivator tells the protagonist that he killed Qi Sanyan. Drops of sweat run down the protagonist's face and he says that this didn't happen, it's nonsense. Nin Shenmin looks at him silently. Huan Wushan, with incomprehension on his face, thought that the protagonist was really not going to admit it. A drop of sweat runs down his face and he thought that Qi Sanyan went to intercept Shenqi and disappeared. He adds that they say they couldn't even find the body. He tells the protagonist that no matter what, he cannot deny his involvement in Qi Sanyan's death. The main character points his finger at the bearded man and shouts at him that he must back up his accusations with evidence, and then asks him if he really has no logic at all. Huan Wushan laughs loudly. He says with a smile on his face that having a big fist is the best logic. There is a creepy smile on the protagonist's face. The main character says that having a big fist is really the best logic. Huan Wushan raises his hand at shoulder level and tells the guy named Lot to deal with Shenqi. A man with gray hair tied in a ponytail steps forward and agrees with the sect master. Behind him stands a brown-haired cultivator and a black-haired cultivator. The main character sees three cultivators heading towards him and thought that he should not be too distracted by this battle. The fall of the Shandon Celestial Sect became the key to the rise of Nin Yanyan. He looks at his enemies indifferently and thinks that Nin Shenmin is actually a good person, and if he is in danger, he will take all possible actions to save his life. He adds that he believes that in the future, he will retire successfully. Lot sends 3 bolts of golden energy at the protagonist. The main character is enveloped in a blue aura and he thought that the only thing is that he does not know how to make a large enough formation sword. It will take quite a long time to suppress these stupid thugs. Lai Zhan appears in front of him, shouting that these 3 are gold stage cultivators and she will do everything possible to help the protagonist and distract at least one. Din Yanyan takes the sword out of its sheath and says that if the protagonist can quickly deal with one of them, then she will help distract the other. The pink-haired girl and the patriarch student head towards the enemies. The main character puts his hand forward and tells the girls to wait a minute, because the wargs have a much higher kingdom than both of them. The main character lowers his gaze and asks them not to send themselves to a senseless death. The main character swings his sword and fights off clots of energy. Lot coughs up blood after being attacked by the protagonists. He looks at the main character and thought that although he knows that they have a difference in strength, isn't it too great if they are both at the golden stage? The black-haired cultivator stands in front of Bai Zhan, who is repelling the enemy's attack. The pink-haired girl is breathing heavily due to fatigue. The cultivator shoots a golden beam from his finger and tells the girl that she has opened up. Bai Zhan looks at the attack heading towards her. She gritted her teeth and thought that there was a big difference in their cultivation. She couldn't parry her opponent so quickly. But she couldn't give up now because she had to distract him, even if she had to use a secret art. The main character takes Bai Zhan by the clothes and takes her to the side, so that the golden ray does not hit her. The main character hugs the girl to him and says that he can figure it out himself. Din Yanyan is pushed back after being attacked by an enemy cultivator. Blood pours from her mouth. She thought that she should find a way to close the distance to the other side, but the enemy's attack was already very decisive. The main character instantly appears in front of the patriarch student and repels the enemy's attack with his blow. Din Yanyan shouts to the protagonist not to be distracted, because he must focus on his opponent. Bai Zhan shouts that they are still holding on. The main character, with a misunderstanding on his face, thought that the two of them were being beaten like dogs. Golden clots of energy are sent in their direction and the protagonist responds by putting his hand forward, after which he creates a green barrier. The barrier takes the attack. Enemy cultivator's noses bleed. Din Yanyan looks at Bai Zhan with a serious expression. Din Yanyan shouts that we need to take advantage of the chance. The pink-haired girl screams that she is attacking the right side. The brown-haired cultivator shouts something is wrong and they cannot retreat. Loi shouts that they need to connect attacks. The black-haired cultivator asks if the protagonist really thinks that gold stage cultivators are so easy to defeat. They direct golden energy towards the girls. The main character surrounds them with green barriers, which take the attack. The enemy cultivators' noses are bleeding again. The black-haired cultivator thought that this mysterious green barrier was not only very strong, it also repelled attacks on the attacker himself. The brown-haired cultivator wonders how they can fight, since these two maidens could easily beat them to death this way. Lot holds his stomach and wonders if Shenxu was only pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. The main character looks at the enemy cultivators with confusion on his face. He noticed with concern on his face that he forgot to pretend and wondered if it was too late to vomit blood. Enemy cultivators concentrate energy in their hands. The black-haired guy shouts that apparently he is barely holding on and they need to try a little more, and then the barrier will be destroyed. Lot shouts that he definitely won't be able to stand it, because there are 3 of them. The brown-haired guy shouts that they must deal with him today no matter what. Attacks are reflected from the green barriers back at the enemy cultivators. A bright golden flame blazes. Shrouded in golden energy, Nin Shenmin raises his hand above himself and summons the Lion Yan Cauldron. Huan Wuxian smiles and tells his opponent that this is an intermediate-level treasure, and then asks if he really reveals all his cards at once. The patriarch brings his palms together, concentrating spiritual energy. A huge fire dragon appears and heads towards the enemy. The bearded sect master releases the golden rope from his sleeve and tells the patriarch that even after so many years he has not changed. The rope binds the fire dragon. Huan Wuxian defends against fire attacks with a stone. Nin Shenmin looks at his opponent and thought that Huan Wuxian is stronger than him, and although he borrowed the protective power of Lion Yan's cauldron, all he can do is defend himself. He adds that he will never be able to attack. He looks at his disciples below and wonders if his Shandon celestial sect could really be destroyed today. The mountains are shrouded in thick fog. The protagonist students stand under the blue barrier and watch the battle. Xiaokir thought with concern on her face that nothing should happen to the master. A man in yellow clothes appears near them. A man with red eyes and a wide smile says, "Who knew that such beautiful little mice were hiding here? I wonder what they taste like." A blue-haired girl with closed eyes appears near a sword stuck in the ground. She opens her eyes. She holds her sword forward with a serious expression on her face. The man in yellow clothes says that this is the sword spirit of the Golden Core realm, and how interesting. There was a magical treasure of such a high level here, it looks delicious. Ganla is surrounded by a blue aura. She asks the man who he is. The man with a smile on his face says that there is no need to waste your time and she may be a genius. But even so, all the people here, including Nin Shenmin and Huan Wuxian, are no match for him. The sword spirit is pushed off the ground, the stone under her foot cracking. She points the sword towards the enemy. The enemy thought that this was the explosive power of a nascent soul stage cultivator. He concentrates the violet energy in his finger and uses it to knock the sword spirit's sword away. Powerful streams of energy emanate from his finger, bending around the spirit of the sword. The man in yellow clothes smiles and tells the girl that she can be proud that she made him use 5% of his power, the soul of the golden core sword. The sword spirit swings its sword with an indifferent expression. She makes another attack at the enemy, but he blocks it with his hand. He is pushed back after the girl's attack. He puts his hand on the ground and stops. He clenched his teeth and shouted that he didn't think that her first blow was not with full force. He is enveloped in dark purple destructive energy. He shouts to the students and the spirit that they will all die. The sword spirit leaps towards its enemy. She strikes with her sword. The enemy cultivator grabs the sword blade with his hand. The girl is enveloped in dark purple energy. The sword spirit's face shows pain. Xiaoqier opened her mouth in surprise and wondered what kind of strange technique this is. It allows you to directly absorb the spiritual energy of the sword. Huan Wuxian swings his staff. He strikes the patriarch. Nin Shenmin concentrates the golden energy from the cauldron. The bearded man laughs and shouts to the patriarch that he is a turtle and he will break his shell. He cuts the cauldron into 2 parts. A devastating explosion occurs. Nin Shenmin holds his stomach due to pain. Nin Yanyan turns around and calls his master. She flies towards him. The patriarch asks the student who flew to him why she is here, because she needs to run away quickly. Huan Wuxian smiles menacingly and says that this relationship between student and teacher is touching and he will send them both to the next world. He hits the barrier with his staff and coughs up blood immediately afterwards. His face expresses concern. He looks at the protagonist, who is lying on the sword. The main character rubs his cheek. He pretends to be in pain, and the bearded man asks the protagonist who he is trying to fool. Huan Wuxian thought with a serious expression that the Shenxi realm was exactly at the golden core stage, so this mysterious technique could indeed block his blows and direct them towards him. But such a heaven-defying technique must have its limitations. He exclaims earthbound castles, and takes out a golden rope from his sleeve. He thought that he would first catch the protagonist and then figure it out. The rope is heading towards the protagonist and he thought that he, a nascent soul stage cultivator, would use a magical treasure against him. A cultivator of the golden core realm, pretending would no longer work. The main character makes a serious expression on his face and a huge amount of dark purple energy appears behind him. The bearded man shouts to the protagonist that he recommends that he give up, because now that expert has made his move. He is afraid that not a single soul from his Shandon celestial sect will survive. It is already too late. Sword-fighting cultivators see a strong purple glow. The patriarch says that he did not think that Huan Wuxian still had an ace up his sleeve. The bearded man with a smile on his face thought that there was no longer a threat here. All that was left was to catch Shenxi and force him to pass on this wonderful technique. He opens his eyes wide. The main character stands up and holds a sword in one hand and a golden rope in the other. He tells his opponent that if he wanted a fight, he would play along. But did he really decide to attack Erbai Peak and touch the students? He turns around and tells his opponent that since the plot has taken a wrong turn, he will help direct it. Many streams of blue energy gather around the protagonist. A cultivator in gray clothes asks what's going on. The brown-haired cultivator shouts that the spiritual forces of heaven and earth are revolving around. The cultivator, holding a sword in 2 hands, asks in what realm is there a person who can influence spiritual power of this magnitude. Huge streams of blue energy emanate from the protagonist. The main character stands on a floating sword. Huge waves of energy emanate from it. The brown-haired cultivator asks if this is a breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. Nin Shenmin says with concern on his face that Shenxi is fueling his own cultivation. He closes his eyes and says that he never believed in Shenxi, but he still decided to risk his life for the sect. Nin Yanyan calls Shenxi with tears in her eyes. Streams of energy continue to emanate from the protagonist. With a dissatisfied expression, he thought that after the attack on Erbai Peak, he had lost concentration, which allowed the heavenly Tao to enter. He adds that he feels an insane surge of spiritual energy in the depth of the Tao, and it is becoming increasingly difficult for him to hold back without making a breakthrough. Huan Wuxian appears behind the protagonist and raises his weapon. He asks what if the protagonist has made a breakthrough. This is just an early stage of the soul emergence realm. The main character looks back and thought that he would take the chance and ignite all this spiritual energy. The main character repels an enemy attack with a sword. The man in yellow clothes grabbed the sword spirit by the neck and laughed. Han Xianpi swings his leg in a jump and prepares to hit the man in yellow clothes. Dark purple energy envelops her leg. The enemy cultivator says that the spiritual energy of this sword is delicious, but cannot compare with the soft skin and tender flesh of the doll. Han Xianpi lands on the ground and is enveloped in purple energy. She clenched her teeth and thought that before she died, she should buy at least a little time for her sisters. The main character tells her that she does not run, but goes ahead and adds that he will accept her challenge. The protagonist's hair flutters in the wind. The protagonist appears between them. He looks at the enemy cultivator with a gloomy look. He puts his hand on the dark-skinned student's head, and she asks the master why he is here. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, replies that the rest of the matter is more or less settled, so he returned. Then Shenmin stands next to his disciple and says that who would have thought that Huan Wuxian from the late stage of the origin of the soul would be defeated with one swing of the Shenshi sword. A defeated bearded man lies on the ground. The protagonist looks at the guy in yellow clothes. The enemy cultivator says what a disappointment, because he didn't think that the owner of such a strong spirit sword would be a weakling. He raises his index finger at shoulder level and says that if the main character gives him his spiritual items and sword, he will spare his life. He points his finger at the girls under the barrier and asks to give him a couple of these girls, because he hasn't eaten for a long time. The main character with an angry expression on his face tells his opponent that he talks too much. The enemy cultivator opens his mouth in surprise. Streams of dark purple energy appear near him and he laughs, and then tells the protagonist that if he so desperately wants to die, then he will grant his wish. He puts his palms forward and shouts Black Lotus Karmic Fire, after which a dark purple flower is created above them. He holds the flower above him and shouts to the protagonist that he must disappear. The main character materializes a sword in his hand and tells the enemy that he is annoying him. He shouts Slashing Wave Strike and strikes the enemy. A huge wave of blue energy appears. It cuts the ground and the enemy into two parts. The cut opponent falls to the ground. The main character looks at him with indifference on his face. Yui Lin, Min Tian and Han Xianpi watch what is happening with confusion. The main character puts his hand to his face and says that he is already dead and it's time to end this. Three girls look at each other. They call the protagonist amazing with admiration on their faces. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that Yui Lin was of course a fool. But why were the others stupid? Because he had told them many times that they needed to first cremate the corpse, then destroy traces and finally get rid of the ashes. He sees three golden streams of energy in the sky and thought that he had revealed too much of his power, and then asks what lie he can come up with to get out. He puts his hand on his head and thought that it doesn't matter, he'll just pretend, because fortunately all the characters he wrote turned out to be quite stupid. Hooray for stupid light novels. He sticks the sword into the ground. He leans on the sword and screams in pain. Three students run up to the protagonist. Min Tian puts his hands on the shoulders of the prone protagonist and asks him what's wrong. The main character replies that this is nothing. He just rekindled his cultivation and maybe in a few years he will be able to recover. Xiaokir cries and tells him not to scare her. It's all because she's stupid and needs protection. She adds that she will never be lazy or fool around again. The main character smiles and tells the girl that if she truly regrets her actions, then from now on she will not relax during cultivation. Yui Lin cries and asks the master if he has any last words. The older student punches her in the head. The main character with a dissatisfied expression on his face tells the girls not to forget to burn this man in yellow. Patriarch, Baijian and Nin Yanyan land on the ground. The patriarch looks at something in surprise. The students burn the corpse using ignited wood. Then Shenmin asks if he will be cremated, since he didn't even see him for the last time. Baijian closes his mouth in shock. Nin Yanyan falls to the ground and asks how this happened. The eldest student says that the master himself wished it so, the sect leader shouldn't worry about it. Then Shenmin tells them to accept condolences and adds that if they don't mind, they can join his faction, and he will teach everything he knows. Han Xianpi and Danla look at the old man with confusion. The patriarch asks that they really don't want this and what were the last words of Taoist Shenshi. Yui Lin hits the patriarch on the head with a pole. Xiaokir asks her why she suddenly attacked the sect leader. The patriarch lies on the ground. Yui Lin says that when she said the same words, she was immediately hit and why then shouldn't she hit this uncle. Nin Shenmin stands up and says that he should have died back then as the leader of the sect. But Taoist Shenshi took over his responsibility, and it is normal that they are angry with him. He tells Nin Yanyan that he is no longer capable of being the leader of the sect, and from now on he will go to the mountains and will no longer deal with the sect. He adds that the title of sect leader should now go to her. Nin Yanyan says that she is unworthy. Nin Shenmin waves his hand at the disciple and tells her that she is worthy. Not a single person will refute this, and from now on she will become the new leader of the Shandon Celestial Sect, and those present here will witness this. He looks into the sky and says that Taoist Shenshi was killed because of him. A bead of sweat runs down Danla's face as she tries to say something but is interrupted. Yui Wushwang appears accompanied by his subordinates and shouts asking where Shenshi is. Xiao Kier, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks the girl who she is. The blonde puts her hand on her belt and asks the young student who allowed her to call her name, and then asks where Shenshi is. The younger student says that Shenshi is her master, and then asks the blonde who she is. Yui Wushwang, with surprise on his face, tells the black-haired girl that she turns out to be Shenshi's little disciple. The blonde approaches the younger student and says that she didn't mean to be rude, because she is actually her future mama. She introduces herself as Yui Wushwang, a young master from the Taiyan Celestial Sect, and then asks him not to be angry with her. The patriarch asks who the Taiyan Celestial Sect is. Submissive blondes cover their faces. Xiao Kier looked down and thought that the master had been injured, so he would have to restore his cultivation for several years, and this was her chance to get closer to him. She wonders where this woman with a strange status and appearance came from and how a master can be so indiscriminate in people. The blonde looks around. She sighs and thought that fortunately Shenshi is not here, because she can't let this scoundrel see her reckless behavior. She asks Nin Shenmin where Shenshi is. Danla stands in front of the patriarch and shouts that the master was seriously injured, so he is restoring his strength at home and does not receive guests, so he asks to forgive him. The patriarch, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks who they cremated then. The older student replies that it was the enemy who was defeated by the master. Baijian asks if Shenshi really didn't die. The blonde asks if the protagonist is seriously injured and if she can see him. Han Xianpi bows and asks to forgive her, but the gentleman is now in a coma and is unable to receive guests. The blonde holds a bottle in her hand and says that she just wants to look and won't bother him. She adds that she can even give him medicine. She adds that she was not prepared for this, so she only has level 6 Gaiyuan tablets with her, which should be enough to cure most wounds. A drop of sweat runs down the patriarch's face. Xiao Kier asks him if these things can cure the master. Nin Shenmin says that one such pill can resurrect the dead and restore flesh and bones. He adds that it can be said that one such tablet is worth even more than the highest treasure. Xiao Kier takes the bottle, and the blonde with a smile on her face says that he only has one bottle, which contains only 10 tablets. The younger student says that the master said that he would need to recover for at least 2-3 years and he needed more pills. The blonde puts her palms together and says that she will bring more next time. Xiao Kier turns his back and tells the blonde that she is very generous and therefore she will allow her to see the master, but only with one eye. The blonde closes her eyes and thanks the younger student, calling her a little fairy. Danla looked at Yui Wushwang and thought that this young sect master did not pass the selection, because only with her standards, she would not have survived even a single ordinary battle at Urbai Peak, let alone won the battle for the right to dual cultivation. The blonde walks behind Xiao Kier and thought that she would only take one look at him. After all, he was in a coma, so she wouldn't be caught sneaking a glance at him. Yui Wushwang crossed her arms over her chest and frowned, looking displeased at the main character, saying that she was leaving and she was sick of looking at him. Shenshi clutched the bitten apple in his hands. He rolled his eyes, awkwardly thinking how it happened, what came to him and why the girl came here. Yui Wushwang stood with her hands clenched into fists, beads of sweat running down her face, while Danla, Nin Shenmin and Ning Yanyan looked at her in surprise. The blonde smiled tiredly and awkwardly, narrowing her eyes, and thought about who she was, where she was and what she just said. Ning Yanyan looked at the girl with concern, asking. She again became worried and said the wrong words. Yui Wushwang turned around with tears in her eyes, blushing. She buried her face in the girl's chest and cried, saying that she did not want to live. Ning Yanyan opened her mouth in surprise, looking at her worriedly. Nin Shenmin, Han Xianpi and Danla looked at them awkwardly. The hooded people also looked at them awkwardly and sighed. One of the people put his hand to his forehead. The man in the dark hood raised his hand. The earth gathered nearby and a large ball of earth appeared. Yui Wushwang and Ning Yanyan sat inside the ball. The blonde buried herself in the girl's chest, hugging her while she told Yui Wushwang not to cry, and this is just one failure. After all, she has already experienced the bitterness of many defeats. The blonde frowned, looking up at Ning Yanyan. Her eyes were red from crying. She said that the girl had changed. Ning Yanyan looked at him, saying that the blonde would have many more opportunities in the future, and they should not miss them. The girl replied that she said such rude words, and asked if there was a way out of this situation. Ning Yanyan fell silent and pursed her lips, closing her eyes. She remembered standing next to Shenxi, who hugged her shoulders, looking forward. The girl smiled, looking at the blonde again, and replied that there definitely is. Even they can stage a scene where the beauty saves the hero, then Shenxi will definitely change his opinion about her. The blonde wiped tears from her cheek and looked at her with concern and asked if it was true. Ning Yanyan extended her hands, looking down at the girl with a smile, and replied that of course it was true. Yui Wushwang puffed out her cheeks, frowned and looked away with a dissatisfied face, saying that Ning Yanyan didn't even have a video of his lesson that she asked to record. Ning Yanyan smiled awkwardly, looking at the girl who pouted and extended her hand, saying that she was already trying very hard and she would succeed soon. The blonde frowned at the girl and replied that was exactly what she said last time, and she had really changed. Sweat was dripping down Ning Yanyan's face, and she replied that she had become much closer with Shenxi now, asking the blonde to forgive her for this once. Yui Wushwang and Ning Yanyan stood up, the walls around them rose. The blonde closed her eyes and clenched her hands into fists, frowning and saying that she would trust the girl one more time. Then from now on, if there was any news, she would have to report immediately to her. Ning Yanyan folded her hands and bowed her head, telling the master not to worry about it. The blonde turned around and waved her hand, saying that she would then leave the care of Shenxi to her, and that the girl would help her look after him, and not let any woman get too close to him. Ning Yanyan looked at the 4 rays of light that flew forward, 3 blue and 1 golden. Then Shenmin approached her from behind, looking at the girl and asking what her relationship was with the young master of the Tan Celestial Sect. Ning Yanyan clasped her hands together and closed her eyes and replied that she had once saved her life and she had already sworn allegiance to the young master. She asked Nin Shenmin for forgiveness and asked to find another candidate to become the leader of the sect. The man looked at the girl, frowning. He put his hand on her shoulder, telling her to forget about it and he would still hand over the position of sect leader to her. He only hoped that she could take care of the Shanding Celestial Sect. Ning Yanyan folded her hands in front of the leaving man and said that she would obey. Nin Shenmin chuckled, knitting his eyebrows. He thought that this was amazing, and it meant that they had managed to unite with the Tan Celestial Sect. During the battle of the Shanding Celestial Sect, Huang Wushan, the patriarch of the Daiking sect, suffered a crushing defeat, and his cultivation was sealed. Some of his disciples surrendered, others fled in different directions. The great Daiking sect collapsed in an instant. A man with black hair and dark clothes standing in the middle of a field. People were kneeling around him with weapons nearby. Their hands were tied behind their backs with rope. A couple of people were flying in the sky with golden swords. Ning Yanyan has officially taken the position of leader of the Shanding Celestial Sect. Although her cultivation is still weak, she has the support of Nin Shenmin and is very decisive in her words and actions. A girl sits on a wooden throne. 2 men sit on chairs on either side of her. People stood in a large hall, looking at a man kneeling, wearing yellow clothes. Those who showed insubordination were faced with her blade, and even those who could take advantage of their seniority shuddered when they saw Ning Yanyan. A man in a purple glove was holding a bloody sword by the hilt. A girl was kneeling in front of the man, her head bowed low. Her clothes were stained with blood. Those who opposed Ning Yanyan taking the place of sect leader eventually calmed down as well. Subsequently, the reputation of the unyielding fairy Ning Yanyan spread like wildfire, and the disciples of the Shanding Celestial Sect began to praise her. Ning Yanyan stood sideways, frowning, her hair tied in a ponytail flying in the air. She held a sword with a blue and gold hilt in her hand. Only Ning Yanyan knew that this was all thanks to the teachings of Shenxi. It can be said that the Shanding Celestial Sect gained glory in one battle. Also, someone spread the news that it had become a daughter sect of the Tan Celestial Sect, and an endless stream of hermit clans began to come here for a while. 2 high mountains, next to which white fog was flying. Now the sect is thriving, but since then Erbai Peak has disappeared from everyone's memory. Shenxi was lying on a round sofa with his hands behind his head. Min Tian was waving a green fan over him with a smile, and Danla was sitting on a chair next to him. The guy with his eyes closed thought that since he sealed his cultivation, his disciples have matured a lot. Xiaokir has been cultivating tirelessly day and night and has successfully entered the path that the protagonist should take. Finally, she no longer delivers problems. Min Tian clasped the guy's head in her hands and he pursed his lips without opening his eyes, thinking that Min Tian and Danla were taking good care of him, and he literally had a divine life. The girl put Shenxi's head on her lap, and he looked at the girl when she said that he probably wasn't very comfortable without a pillow, and it would be better for him. The girl's chest, which was covered with a white t-shirt, Min Tian asked how he was feeling, and for some reason she couldn't see his face. With an awkward smile, the guy turned on his side, saying that this is normal and you can't see her face from this angle. He doesn't see her face either, but in any case it's very convenient. Danla sat on a chair with one leg crossed over the other, reading a book in her hands. The guy looked at her, his black hair falling into his eyes as he asked what she was reading, and she seemed very keen. He noticed that she had been picking up a lot of books about formations lately. Danla slammed the book shut, looking at the guy, and replied that she was reading a book called "That Night I Offended the Master Who Lost His Cultivation," and this is a new book written by Fairy Kingling. Shenxi looked at her awkwardly, knitting his eyebrows, and replied, "Who would have thought that such books were written in their sect?" The girl stood up with a smile, raising the book in her hand and placing her other hand on her chest. She replied that she was not from their sect. She was the fairy from the Bay Sword sect, and her books were very popular in the entire Kingju region. Danla put her hands together and leaned towards the guy's face, saying that she liked such genres. She blushed and turned away, looking away, saying that it was because the main character in these books was very similar to the master. The guy made a sound of understanding and rolled over onto his back, smiling and closing his eyes. 6 months later, several people were flying on golden swords in the sky, and people were standing on the ground, looking at them. The guy with brown hair smiled widely and said that this must be the same Shanding Heavenly Sect, and they are even more beautiful than they sound. The man standing next to him, wearing black clothes, replied that naturally the Shanding Heavenly Sect is no longer the same as previously. As a subsidiary of the Tan Sect, it had significant growth potential. The guy with brown hair turned to the man with a smile and said that he seemed to be well versed in such matters and maybe he would tell more. Shenxi, standing next to him, smiled and raised his index finger up, saying that of course, after all, fate brought the two of them together. For just one spiritual stone he would bring him up to date. The guy awkwardly looked at the main character, saying that it was expensive. He turned away and spread his arms to the sides, saying that since he doesn't want to listen, then let him forget, and he really believes that the Heavenly Sexta Shandon will accept a person with his cultivation. The guy grabbed the sleeve of Shenxi's robe and agreed to one spiritual stone. The main character turned to him with a smile, showed 3 on his fingers, and said that the price had risen to 3. Shenxi sat on a round stone, raising his index finger. He was surrounded by many people. The guy said that over the past 6 months, the Shanding sect has developed rapidly and opened 3 more spiritual mountains. Before the start of the enrollment of disciples, there were only 12 peaks, but now there are already 14. And another one of the masters of the peak lost his cultivation base and became akin to a mortal, so this peak does not accept students. The guy said that they might ask why a person without cultivation can remain a master of one of the peaks. He replied that this is behind a touching story, and if they want to hear a continuation, then let them not skimp on spiritual stones. A worried guy wearing green clothes and black hair approached Ning Yanyan, asking if they would allow Shenxi to fool around like that. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, asking with a smile if the guy thought that the main character was talking sense. The guy looked at her in confusion, answering that he was indeed telling fascinating things, but wouldn't it ruin the reputation of their sect? And Shenxi had already gathered more than a dozen ordinary cultivators here. The girl turned to the guy, frowning, and replied that it was precisely because Shenxi embellished his stories that the level of cultivators entering their sect became higher and higher, and these cultivators were completely devoted to their sect. The guy was like a selection elder. On the contrary, Shenxi should be grateful. The elder sighed and closed his eyes, saying that he did not think that Shenxi would be able to help the sect even after losing cultivation. Ning Yanyan looked displeasedly at the guy in green clothes and shouted at him to shut up and to remember that from now on, within the sect, she forbids mentioning what happened with Shenxi cultivation. The guy nodded with a scared face, beads of sweat running down his face, and said that he would remember this. Ning Yanyan looked down at him with a dissatisfied face and asked what happened to the batch of scrolls about the techniques passed down from the Tan Celestial sect. The guy in green bowed his head, raised his hands, and said that he had ordered that they be kept in the library tower, as she wished. The tower was divided into 3 floors, and only those who had reached a certain level of cultivation and made contributions would be allowed access to more high floors. Ning Yanyan looked at him with a smile, saying that it was Shenxi's request, not hers. The main character stood on his feet, raising his arms and stretching, complaining that he spoke until his throat was dry, but he was able to make a good living. The guy opened the brown book, looking at it, and said that when this library tower opens, the sect's disciples will be able to find a technique suitable for them. This will give them an incentive to work harder, and more importantly, his disciples should find the channeling mantra, which he had previously prepared them. The guy bit his pencil and looked away, saying that the next stage would be a walk through the kingdom, but before that he must again prepare treasures for them. And what should he do? Ning Yanyan approached the guy from behind with a smile, asking how the harvest was today. The guy looked at her in surprise. He clasped his hands together, turning to the girl with a smile and saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. She immediately blushed and frowned, looking away and answering that they met 3 days ago, and didn't she tell him to stop robbing these cultivators? But he was at his own again. Shenshi spread his arms to the sides and smiled contentedly, closing his eyes, saying that this is all because his family has a poor financial situation, and he has so many mouths to feed. Naturally, he wants to earn money. The girl frowned, clasped her hands together, and said, "Doesn't he get paid the same as a deputy sect leader, and why does he lack spiritual stones?" The guy with black hair clasped his hands together and bowed with a smile, answering that there is never too much money. The girl came closer to the guy, looking at him with a smile, and said that she doesn't blame him, and he can do whatever he wants. She will agree anyway. The main character said with a smile that she was on time and he just had a request. Ning Yanyan looked at the guy with a smile and asked what kind of request. The guy touched his cheek with his finger and awkwardly looked away, saying that he has another student, and he hasn't seen her for a long time, and he really wants to meet her, so he would like her to cover him while he is with this student. The girl covered her face with her hands and blushed deeply, asking if he was dating someone outside the sect. The guy looked at the girl in surprise and replied that she could be understood. This disciple has a special physique, so he would not risk bringing her to the world of cultivation. But now he has no cultivation, so his disciples will worry if he goes to the mountains alone, so he hopes that Ning Yanyan can cover for him, and let her say that she has found a doctor who can restore his meridians. The girl pouted her lips and sadly lowered her gaze, saying that he usually calls her sect leader Ning, but now he calls her Yanyan, and how can he treat her so casually? And at the same time he wants her to lie to his disciples so that he can see someone else. Shenshi looked at the girl in confusion, stretched out his hand and called her name. The girl smiled widely, raising her palm to her mouth and closing her eyes, saying that she was joking. But now that he had no cultivation, would he definitely not have problems alone? Shenshi answered the girl with a smile that as long as he had his bihus and pakudo, he would be fine. The girl replied with a smile that then she would help him. Shenshi, leaving, turned with a smile at the girl and said that he would wait for news from her, and he would go and see how his student was doing. Ning Yanyan silently watched as the main character ran forward. She put her hands to her face and looked ahead in confusion, asking herself what she was thinking about, and a person of her status should not have her head in the clouds. Library tower. Many people were walking towards the 2-story building. Yui Lin held a scroll in her hands, raised her hands and smiled happily, telling her sister that there were so many people here. She hugged Danla, whose hair had become long. She looked at the girl with a smile and asked if she had found a good technique. The girl replied that the old uncle in the library hid one for her. Zio Kier asked in surprise what she wanted too. Holding in her hands scroll, a man with gray hair and a beard took a blue book from the bookcase, thinking that the Taoist Shenshi was causing so many problems. And if he wanted to give the students techniques, he could do it personally. Why hide them in the library? And asks him to pretend to be an expert who secretly transfers the techniques to them. The guy with black hair and green clothes clenched his hands into fists and smiled widely. He exhaled loudly, shouting that Danla definitely deserves to be in second place in the fairy rankings. Her perfect wavy hair, beautiful face, elegant character, and a drop of arrogance, and there if she stepped on him. Another guy in dark clothes looked at him, crossed his arms and called the guy a pervert, and because of him their morals are falling, although if he is about the Danla fairy, then that makes sense. Zio Kier looked at the crowd of people, in the center of which stood a guy in white and purple clothes. She said that it was too noisy here, and they should leave as soon as the others left. The guy with purple hair walked up to Danla and folded his hands, saying with a smile that his name was Zhao Dianci from Kingshu Mountain, and maybe he would be lucky enough to become the girl's friend. She stroked Yui Lin on the head and frowned at the guy, answering that she was not interested. Zhao Dianci extended his hand with a bottle in his hands and said with a smile that he had heard a lot about her reputation in the fairy rankings, and after a personal meeting he had no doubts. He had admired her for a long time and therefore brought 3rd-level blood-strengthening pills. Danla looked at him displeasedly, saying that there was no need for this. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that Danla is arrogant and proud. but he heard that her master is still a tyrant and she and her younger sisters have suffered enough. So if he finds an approach and helps this fairy with her problems, he is sure that she will no longer treat him like that. Zhao Diancie smiled insidiously, narrowing his eyes, and thought that there was never a woman he had not achieved. Xiaoqir put her hand in front of him and asked why he had not left yet. The guy looked at her in surprise. He covered his face with a fan, smiling, and said that after joining the sect, he had heard various rumors about its master. Danla and Xiaoqir silently turned to the guy, narrowing their eyes and looking at him gloomily. The guy with purple hair extended his hand with a smile, closing his eyes, and said that back then Fairy Danla had no choice, but now he is here and can ask the elders to appoint a new master for her and her sisters. He is sure that they will agree in tribute to her families. The guy sighed and turned back, saying that a talented fairy like her shouldn't mess with this cripple. The two guys behind Zhao Diancie looked at him in surprise. The crowd of people stepped back, surrounding the guy with purple hair, and he exclaimed in surprise. People began to whisper. One of the guys in green clothes told the other that he was finished, and such words are now prohibited in the Shanding Heavenly Sect. Most likely he received information from someone who was angry with him. Danla smiled gloomily, looking at the guy, and asked about the cripple. She laughed and said that it was time for Zhao Diancie to die. The girl walked towards the guy, loudly stepping on the ground with her heel, and he looked at her in surprise. His feet were surrounded by ice, and Zhao Diancie looked at it in surprise, asking what she was doing. Danla pointed her finger at him, frowning, blocks of ice flying around her as the girl screamed that he dared to call her master a cripple, and then she would show him what it meant to be a cripple. The ice block crashed into the guy's leg, which was surrounded by ice, causing a strong blow. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth in pain. His pants were torn in that place, and ice appeared around him. The guy shouted for someone to save him. People looked at him helplessly. One of the guys awkwardly said that only the gods could help him, and even if they wanted to save him, they simply couldn't. Another guy said that among young people, Fairy Danla is not only in second place in the ranking fairies, but also third in the ranking of the Pride of Heaven, which is based on strength. Zhao Diancie's face contorted in fear, his mouth opened in shock, and beads of sweat ran down his face as he listened to people say that the first place in the ranking of the Pride of Heaven is the adamant fairy Ning Yanyan. The second is Xiaoqir, and the third is Danla. The difference in strength between the top three most ruthless people in the ranking and people like them is huge, and they freely use complex formations without the need for seals and techniques, and he is afraid that only the martial hand Xianger will challenge them. Danla clenched her teeth, looking at the guy with anger, and said that they will see who can save him. Shenxi walked forward. Two people in blue clothes stood behind him. The guy shouted for them to stop. The girl with black hair bowed in front of the guy, clasped her hands together, and greeted him with a trembling voice. He walked up to Zhao Diancie, who clenched his teeth, and handed him 3 brown balls, telling him to take these pills as compensation for his student's behavior, and he would soon get better. Zhao Diancie looked at the guy angrily, frowned, and shouted that he was the one spreading rumors at the gate of the sect, and said that Danla's master was a tyrant, and he set him up. The main character clasped his hand over the guy's mouth and said with a gloomy smile that he advised him to watch his tongue. Otherwise his father might break his own legs. The main character smirked while the purple-haired guy looked at him in fear. The black-haired guy continued that for an ordinary nascent soul-stage cultivator, the consequences would be dire. He watched as 2 people supported Zhao Diancie's shoulders as he walked towards the big red arch. He turned back and looked at Danla, calling her. The girl looked at the guy in fear. Shenxi raised his hand over the girl and said displeasedly that as an elder sister, she should set an example with her behavior. And does she want her sisters to harm her comrades, and even on the land of her own sect? He said that the girl is behaving cheeky. Danla looked up at the master, raising her eyebrows, her nose turning red. She put her hands to her face and, blushing heavily, narrowed her eyes, excitedly thinking that the master was going to hit her. Shenxi put his hand on the girl's cheek and moved closer to her face, telling her to forget, and Zhao Diancie was telling the truth. After all, because of his cultivation, he is truly a cripple. Danla looked in surprise at the guy who removed his hand from her cheek and called him. She clenched her hands into fists and placed them on the protagonist's chest, excitedly screaming for him not to stop, and she really deserved it. Danla, Yui Lin, and Shenxi were walking along the road. The guy put his hands behind his back and sighed, closing his eyes. He said that he had lost his cultivation, so let them stop causing problems, and if they cross the path of someone who shouldn't, he can't help them. The girls looked at him in surprise. The main character smiled widely and knitted his eyebrows, thinking that another stage of the ideal plan had been completed and his sensitive disciples would now understand for sure that he was desperately trying to restore cultivation. And when the time came, Ning Yanyan would tell them that she had found a doctor who would help him restore cultivation, and the path to the descent of the mountain will be open. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, Yui Lin put a finger to her lips, looking questioningly at him and then at her older sister. She looked at the guy with displeasure and said that it seemed to her that he was up to something. Xiaokir put her palm to the girl's lips and told her not to talk like that, and the master should be encouraged. The guy pursed his lips and awkwardly looked at the two girls, wondering why she was trying to ruin everything for him. He put his hand to his mouth and closed his eyes, saying that he had to go and how they would take the techniques from the library. Let them return. The girls looked at his back in surprise. Without turning to them, Shenshi said that he would not have dinner. He had no appetite. Xiaokir and Danla looked at the master in fear. The girl with ponytails said that they were so useless and could not help the master and were causing him trouble. The second replied that he had lost his cultivation, and she got into a fight, and he is afraid that he will have a hard time with the elders. Yui Lin put her hand to her chin and frowned. Standing between the two girls, she thought that the master was so gloomy lately. And before, if he behaved strangely, he always came up with some kind of plan. She smiled widely and closed her eyes, blushing and thinking that she was more interested in what was for dinner today, and she was sure that her sister would cook something delicious. The house is against the backdrop of mountains and trees. The sun was shining brightly. Shenshi stood at the table where the bag lay. He held the sword by the hilt and smiled contentedly, thinking that she would soon meet Yueding, and over the past 6 months he made 2 treasures as a gift and he hopes that she will like it. Someone entered the room. Baijian walked into the house with a smile on her face, asking the guy what he was doing and whether he was really going on a trip. Shenshi hid the bag behind his back and smiled awkwardly, turning to the girl. He said that he was just looking for something. Thinking that he could not reveal his plan now, it's good that it was Baijian. Smiling awkwardly, the main character, looking at the girl, asked what brought her here. She put her hand to her chest and looked away, embarrassedly saying that he himself invited her to drink and had really forgotten. The girl pouted her lips, looking at the guy irritably. A vein popped out on her cheek when she thought that he was so nice to her when he asked her to collect materials, and now she has lost her memory. And it was not for nothing that Ning Yanyan called him a fool when she got drunk. Shenshi hid the bag behind his back, looking at the girl, and replied that no, how could he forget? Baijian holding a blue jug in his hands with a smile, saying that this is good and she brought some wine. And the sect leader will also be with them, so it's better to be prepared. The guy looked at the girl in shock, frowning and asking if Ning Yanyan would come too. He thought that she was addicted to alcohol. But she quickly got drunk and became talkative, as long as she did not reveal his plan. Baijian tilted her head and looked at him awkwardly, asking something wrong. The guy turned away and, smiling awkwardly, scratched his cheek with his finger, saying that it seemed to him that it was not appropriate for the sect leader to get drunk with him so often. Baijian raised her index finger with a smile and, closing her eyes, advised him to tell her this. Shenshi closed his eyes and awkwardly asked her to forget, and since he promised. The girl with pink hair came closer to him, looking at the guy and asking if something was bothering him and if he was unwell. The guy clutched the bag in his hands behind his back and replied that he was fine and nothing like that. The girl hugged the guy, putting her hands on his back, and worriedly asked if anything hurt him. He looked away from the girl and awkwardly said that he was really doing well. Baijian placed her hands on the guy's chest and told him not to move and she would check his body while Shenshi stood awkwardly in front of her. He looked up smiling awkwardly, thinking about his body. The guy thought about a man with short hair and glasses. The girl put her hand on the guy's lower back, saying that even if everything is fine now, he is now without cultivation, so he should take better care of himself. She smiled, tilted her head and said that he could share anything with her at any time. After all, Danla and the rest of the girls were still very young, so they might not be that good at understanding many things. Shenshi looked away and awkwardly scratched his cheek with his finger, agreeing. The girl approached the table, where there was a stack of things, saying that now he is without the golden core, so don't forget to change your clothes. Shenshi looked at her worriedly, turned around and asked what he should wear today. Baijian took the sheets in her hands with a smile, looking at the guy, and said that she would take care of it. She walked towards the exit of the house, and the guy silently watched her go. He sighed, putting his hand on his chest and closing his eyes. He thought that he was very touched. Taoist Baijian treated him like a younger brother, but she shouldn't have. The pink-haired girl clutched the sheets to herself and closed her eyes, blushing, thinking about the scent of Shenshi. She smiled, opening her eyes, and thought that she really wanted to help and take care of him. The girl smiled widely, hugging the sheets closer to her and said maybe he would like her because of this. Shenshi was lying on a round stone with his hands under his head. Ning Yanyan jumped down in front of the place where the main character was lying. He opened his eyes, looking down at the girl. The guy raised his head with a surprised face. Ning Yanyan sat down next to him and tucked her hair behind her ear, asking with a smile if she woke him up. Shenshi smiled and closed his eyes, asking why she was so early. The girl, sitting on the stones, closed her eyes and complained that being a sect leader is tiring. There are always some endless things to do. She raised her hand, resting the other on the stone, and said with a smile that this was a pretty comfortable bed and she didn't know that the guy liked it. Shenshi sat on the edge next to her, with his back to the girl, and turning around, displeasedly told her to watch her reputation. Ning Yanyan pouted her lips and said why should she be careful, and there is no one here anyway. The guy nodded and closed his eyes, asking if that's not the point. Ning Yanyan lay down on a stone with her back to the guy and said with a smile that she came here to relax and be lazy, so don't let him be so strict with her. The main character looked at her in surprise. He looked away, displeasedly telling her to watch how much she drinks today and not to forget about her promise. Ning Yanyan closed her eyes while lying on the stone and pouted her lips again, saying that he was exaggerating and she tried so hard to find time and find him, all for the sake of drinking. The guy laughed, closed his eyes and asked again for the sake of a drink, and even an ant at the peak of an herb I can drink more. And did she forget what she said when she was drunk that time? The guy sat down next to her on a stone and Ning Yanyan smiled, looking to the side and saying that she was drunk, not stupid, and everything she said was from the heart, or he wants to say that she was delusional. The guy looked in her direction and said that being a sect leader was clearly not for her. He walked away from the stone where the girl sat up, looking at him. Shenshi said that she could take a nap until the evening, and he would call her when dinner was ready. The girl silently looked at him with a dissatisfied expression on her face. She dropped her hands between her thighs and sighed, lowering her head, asking why she wasn't the first to meet him. Han Xianpi carried the plate to the table where Shenshi, Ning Yanyan, Min Tian, Xiao Qir, Danla, Yui Lin and Yui Wushwang were sitting. The girl with white hair said that the chicken soup was ready and asked to make room for her. Shenshi held the chopsticks in his hands with a smile, saying that they could drink less and eat heartily. Baijian brought a piece of meat on sticks to the guy, telling him to take more chicken. The main character brought the bowl to her and agreed. Ning Yanyan narrowed her eyes, looking at them with displeasure, and chuckled. Xiao Qir approached the main character from behind and holding a piece of food on chopsticks. With a smile she told the guy that he should eat more lamb. The guy turned at her in surprise. He held the meat between the chopsticks, which had already been bitten off, and raised an eyebrow, saying that someone had already taken a bite. Xiao Qir loudly asked why he didn't eat, and it was delicious. Shenshi ate the meat and chewed, smiled awkwardly, turning to the girl and saying that it's okay and she's a good girl. Xiao Qir giggled, smiling. She narrowed her eyes and looked mockingly towards Danla, who clenched the hand in which she was holding her chopsticks and looked at the younger girl with anger. Xiao Qir turned to her, looking at the girl over her shoulder, and stuck out her tongue, saying that it was an indirect kiss. There was a fire burning around Danla and she clenched her teeth. The girl also approached the main character and handed him a glass, saying with a smile that she wanted to propose a toast. The glass that the girl was holding, Shenshi noticed. They drank from it. The girl walked up to the guy, forcing him to drink from the glass, and with a smile told him to just drink, and let him take it as her apology for yesterday. Shenshi's eyes turned white in shock and he let out a gurgle. Han Xianpi reached across the table, holding chopsticks, smilingly saying that she skillfully cooked glazed pork cutlets, and asked him to try it. Min Tian also reaching across the table next to her, holding lettuce on chopsticks, smilingly telling him to I tried the salad and it was very tasty. Yui Lin sat at the table, looking at them displeasedly and chewing her food. Baijian looked at the girl who was sitting next to her and asked if something was wrong. She raised her chopsticks, her eyes widened, and a light bulb came on above her head as she called the master. The girl extended the chopsticks forward and, smiling broadly, told him to try this but in order to understand his masculine strength. Shenshi looked at her displeasedly, while Danla stood next to him, holding food on sticks. He asked where she heard that. Ning Yanyan silently and displeasedly looked at Min Tian, who leaned over with a smile. The girl raised the glass to her lips, drinking. She abruptly placed the glass on the table and clenched her hand into a fist, her cheeks turning red as she called out to Shenshi. He turned to Ning Yanyan, looking at her in confusion, and said that it looked like she drank too quickly. The girl looked at the guy, blushing deeply, and said that she had to tell him something. The guy pursed his lips, frowning. He thought that the decisive moment had come, and whether he could leave the mountain depended on the final stage. He mentally asked Ning Yanyan not to let him down. The guy hugged the girl by the waist, who was awkwardly looking down, and asked her to be more careful. Ning Yanyan turned to face Shen Xian, blushing, called his name. He smiled awkwardly, looking at the girl, and asked if she had something to say, then let her speak. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, raising her eyebrows and stumbling over her words. She extended her hand and said that she had found a person who could heal him. She looked at her in surprise. All the girls at the table turned to look at them in surprise, their mouths open. Baijian put her hand to her chest and asked Ning Yanyan if it was true. She turned away from the guy and, blushing, said that it was true. She looked away from him, awkwardly asking the protagonist when he could meet him. She smiled awkwardly, sweat dripping down his face. He closed his eyes and said that he would have time tomorrow. Ning Yanyan raised her index finger up with an excited face and said that then she would take him to the healer tomorrow. Han Xinger narrowed her eyes, looking at them with displeasure. She raised her eyebrows and asked what kind of person this doctor was. Ning Yanyan and She turned to look at her. The girl blushed awkwardly, and the guy frowned. Ning Yanyan looked at the girl awkwardly, muttering something about the doctor. With an awkward face, she turned to the main character and asked him what kind of person he was. She smiled at her in confusion, closing his eyes, and asked how he knew if she was the one who found him. Ning Yanyan nodded, drunkenly muttering that it was true, she was the one who found him. She closed her eyes and, exhaling, began to fall towards the main character, losing consciousness. He picked up the girl, holding her hand and looking at her, thought that she almost drove him to the grave. And if she doesn't know how to drink, then she shouldn't get drunk. Han Xinger took hold of the protagonist's sleeve and asked him worriedly if Ning Yanyan had lied and he could be cured. She smiled while looking at her and said that he himself is not sure, and Ning Yanyan is already too drunk. They can ask her tomorrow. He picked up the girl in his arms and walked towards the house, turning to Han Xinger. He said that he would take her to the guest room, and for now let them go eat. All the girls sat silently at the table with their heads down. Han Xinger frowned and pursed her lips. Holding her chopsticks, she thought that the master had finally found a way to recover, so why did she doubt him, as if she didn't want it at all? Baijian closed her eyes, lowered her head, and thought that although she had used all the connections and found a way to restore Shenshi cultivation, she thought that doctor was the best solution. The pink-haired girl remembered Luo telling her if Baijian was asking if she had a way to help the guy restore his cultivation. The girl opened her eyes and frowned, saying that she had already learned from many people and flipped through many scrolls, but did not find a solution. After all, cultivation goes against heaven, so surviving is already a great success, not to mention recovery. Luo put her hand on her cheek with a smile and said that if she asks her about a method, there is one. Baijian put her hands on the table and stood up, excitedly saying that if there is a way, then let her tell her quickly, and if it is within her power, she must try. Luo touched her cheek while looking at her and said that if you just need to restore cultivation, then you just need to do double cultivation with Shenchi, so she will become like a human cauldron and can help him increase his spiritual power and cultivation. No matter what stage he is now, recovering to the golden core will not be a problem. Baijian put her hand to her cheek and looked at the girl embarrassedly, blushing and saying that she was only at the early stage of the golden core. Luo put her cheek on her hand and looked at the girl wearily, saying that Shenshi Taoist's cultivation is very high, so she alone may not be enough, and if Baijian doesn't mind, then she can do it with her. After all, the more, the better. Baijian confusedly imagined herself and Luo, who were cuddled together naked. She ran away from Luo towards the exit of the building and shouted at her to give her some time. Luo looked at her awkwardly, smiled and said, "Who would have thought that she would come for advice, and apparently Taoist Shenshi is very lucky with women." Xiaokir was chewing food while sitting at the table. Her face frowned and she thought that she was very angry and Ning Yanyan ruined all her plans. The girl covered her face with both hands, thinking that she had learned so much about double cultivation from Leo, and all in vain. Who knew that Ning Yanyan would find a doctor, and she cultivated so desperately to enhance her kingdom. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and frowned, thinking that everything was fine. She should not be upset, she would still have a chance and it was not time to give up. Shenshi stood in front of a group of girls who were looking at him. Another girl with blue hair and a blue dress was flying next to him. The guy said that he would meet the doctor that the sect leader was talking about, and it didn't matter if he could cure him. He will try to return as quickly as he can. The disciples looked at the master with concern. Xiaokir told him to come back quickly. The guy with black hair stroked her hair and sighed, telling them not to worry. With the spirit of Bihu he will be able to travel on a sword even without his cultivation, so his safety is guaranteed. Shenshi flew on a large blue sword that glowed with a blue light and turned to the students, waving his hand at them and said that he was leaving. The girls wished the master a good journey. The guy wiped the tears from his eyes and smiled, thinking that after living together with his students, he really didn't want to leave them even for a while. He turned away and grinned, knitting his eyebrows and thinking that he had to work even harder and elevate them to the golden core realm. Then he would find himself a fairy and marry her, and then retire peacefully. The guy flew, leaving a golden light in the sky. He laughed and told Yueting to wait for him. People in dark and brown clothes fought among themselves, holding swords in their hands. One of the guys in black clothes shouted to the other to give his life. Gao Shen stood among the soldiers, holding a sword in his hand. He shouted for them to retreat and forget about the goods. One of the guys with black hair extended his hand. There were blue sparks next to him. He shouted for the commander to leave first, and they would cover him. An orange light glowed around the man with gray hair. He raised his sword hand back, shouting that they should not be fools, and everyone should save themselves now. And yes, the enemy has cultivators, but they still have a chance to escape. Gao Shen struck the man and he put his hand in front of him. There was an iron bracer on his wrist that blocked the blow. The man smiled and advised him to try harder. The black-robed man clenched his hand into a fist. There was dark energy around it, and with a wide smile, he told Gao Shen to die. A bright blue blade was stabbed into the man's chest, tearing his clothes. The man froze in shock. The blue sword passed through his chest, leaving a blue mark from the blow on his chest. Drops of blood flew out from behind the man's mouth. Shenshi stood in front of Gao Shen. A blue sword was flying next to the guy and blue energy was reaching out. He said, "What a coincidence, and it looks like they were ambushed again." The man with gray hair put his hand on his and smiled, saying that this is Lord Shenshi. The guy with black hair turned to the fleeing people in dark clothes, who were shouting that they needed to gather in groups and not lose their breath. The main character asked if they should be left alive. Gao Shen clenched his teeth and his face was distorted with anger. He said that this was not necessary. The main character raised his hand, from which blue light emanated, and agreed. A bright and long blue beam of light passed through the chests of the fleeing men, and their eyes widened in shock. Shenshi held a beam of blue light over his hand and with a serious face said to collect all the bodies and cremate everyone. He put his hands behind his back, looking at the people lying on the ground and asked what happened here and why would anyone try to capture the Mulan Castle convoy. Gao Shen folded his hands, bowed. He said that these are members of the Liu Wangshi family, and just recently they declared war on Mulan Castle, and now they are blocking caravans and businesses. In front of the main character there was a bright flame burning and dense smoke was visible. The black-haired guy put his hand to his chin and raised his eyebrows, saying that he had never heard of the Liu Wangshi family. Gao Shen frowned at him and said that they suddenly appeared in Jianghu, and behind their heads are cultivators, and the fact is that their methods are crude, and they essentially took over their entire industry by force. Shenshi looked at the man and said that this is interesting. It just so happens that he is heading towards Mulan Castle, and he is asking around there about the current situation. Mulan Castle, a small lake, red walls were visible around. Someone extended his hand, clenching it into a fist. Yueting threw a strong punch that emitted yellow sparks, frowning as beads of sweat ran down her face. A girl with blue hair tied into two ponytails was sitting on a stone holding a piece of watermelon in her hands. She pouted her lips and said that yes, the Yueting girl is hardworking, so much so that she does not want to finish eating the watermelon. Someone hit the girl on the head and her eyes turned white. She dropped the watermelon from her hands. The man said that so much time had passed, but she had not changed at all. Shenshi looked at the girl with a smile, who angrily shouted who hit her and she will break his head. The girl with blue hair smiled when she saw the main character and awkwardly scratched the back of her head, saying that this is Shenshi, and they haven't seen each other for a long time. He looks better than before. The girl offered to massage his legs. She hugged the guy's leg with a smile, and he looked at her and asked if she was just going to break his head. The girl replied that she was just joking and she meant that she would massage his legs with her head. The girl frowned and looked up at the guy, asking where his cultivation was. Shenshi smiled awkwardly and closed his eyes, saying that there was a slight misunderstanding. The girl with blue hair stood up and looked at the guy with anger, clenched her hand into a fist, saying that he still dared to hit her and then she would blow his head into pieces. He asked Xiao Bai if she wanted to fight with him. The girl looked at him angrily, put her fist in front of her and shouted that who would have thought that Shenshi would have such a day, and today he would know her wrath. The guy wrapped his hand around the girl's fist, which she was about to hit. He leaned closer to Bai and grinned widely, saying that there was indeed a small misunderstanding with his cultivation and he did not have time to suppress it and accidentally entered the nascent soul realm. Bai crossed her arms over her chest, looking at him and sighed. She knelt in front of the guy, bowed her head and shouted that she bowed down and asked to have mercy on her just once. She didn't dare to do this again. The guy put his hand to his chin and replied that he doesn't even know. The girl turned back in fear, with tears in her eyes begging to save her. The girl in brown boots pushed off the ground. Yueting jumped at Shenshi with her arms outstretched and he looked at her in fear. There was a loud explosion and a large cloud of fog rose from the ground. The girl sat on top of the guy and he smiled awkwardly, calling Yueting by name. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she sadly said that they had not seen each other for so long and she already thought that he didn't need him. The guy looked at her with a smile and said that so much had happened and he couldn't find time. Yueting buried her face in the guy's chest and said that she didn't blame the master, she was just scared. Shenshi stroked her head with a smile and looking at the girl, said that she is at the late stage of the foundation formation realm. And this is good progress, although the techniques are not yet available. But she has no strength. The girl looked up at the guy and asked if he felt her progress. He replied that it was so, she had grown and become stronger. Bai sat with her hand on her cheek and looked at them displeasedly, asking if they were talking about exactly the same thing. The girl in white shoes went outside and called Yueting. Luo Shasha walked forward, smilingly saying that it was time for the girl to go to the study hall, and today there would be a lesson in the ancient language. She should not miss it. She looked at Yueting and Shenshi, who were lying awkwardly on the ground, looking at the woman in surprise. The girl with brown hair smiled widely and stood up, saying that the master had returned. Luo Shasha put her hand on her shoulder and smiled, saying so he returned. The guy scratched his cheek awkwardly and said that Luo Shasha has not changed. The woman stood in front of him, saying that these were not the words she expected to hear. She approached the main character, who awkwardly asked what she wanted. Smiling, the woman tilted her head slightly and said that in novels they always say, "We haven't seen each other for so long, and I missed you very much." Shenshi blushed and smiled awkwardly, saying that he was a little harsh. The woman put her hand to her cheek and, closing her eyes, sadly asked when he would stop calling her madam. She was also an ordinary person. The guy awkwardly looked away. A drop of sweat was running down his face and he was trying to say something. Luo Shasha put her hand to her chin, smiling and said that the word madam did not suit her. Shenshi looked at her awkwardly, smiled and asked how about miss. He shuddered, looking at the girl, saying that this was not what he wanted to say. She turned around and walked away from the guy with a smile, saying that he could just call her Luo Shasha, and since he arrived, she would prepare a welcome banquet for him. Shenshi blushed as she watched the woman leave and muttered that if she didn't mind. Bai looked at the uncomprehending Yueting with a grin, saying that she was still far from that. The main character, Luo Shasha and Yueting were sitting at a round table full of food. Luo Shasha said that this wine is of the highest quality in tribute to the emperor, and although it does not compare with the heavenly wine that he usually drinks, but has a unique taste, the guy thanked the woman. He bowed his head, looked down and said that on the way here he met Gao Shen's brother, he was ambushed and injured, and also said that Muling Castle has been having problems lately. The guy asked if it was true. Luo Shasha put her hand on her cheek and closed her eyes, smiling, saying that Muling Castle did encounter some difficulties, but she had everything under control. Yueting looked to the side, frowning, and said that Muling Castle is in big trouble, and Mom has been worrying about it for many days, and another one ordered her and Bai not to do anything, so Muling is in a difficult situation. Shenshi raised a small cup to his mouth and asked with a frown if they had learned anything about this Liu Wangxi family. Luo Shasha shook her head and sighed, sadly saying that they immediately kill nothing, even their bases, and everyone who digs under them. The guy frowned and said that this Liu Wangxi family is really worth something, and they must have quite a few cultivators under their command. The woman frowned at the main character and said that every move they are followed by cultivators, and although not so strong, Old Bai cannot protect goods and caravans on his own. It seems that the Yuding royal family is also collaborating with them. The guy held the glass with a smile, saying that it was interesting and then he would help them. All three were sitting at a round table. The girls looked at Shenshi, who said that knowing about their problem, he could not help but help. Luo Shasha smiled and closed her eyes, placing her hands on the table and saying that they were very grateful to him. Yueting silently watched as the woman and the main character smiled at each other. She hugged the guy's hand and, smiling, said that he was still busy with something and what was it? Could he take her with him? He looked at her with a smile and told her to be a good girl, and this time it would be too dangerous. He would take her with him to play when Yueting became stronger. The girl pouted her lips, looking pitifully at the guy, and said that she was already bored to death of being locked up at home and asked to take her with him to see the world. She pressed her chest against the guy's hand and asked if he could and asked him to promise it. Shenshi awkwardly raised his hand to his face and closed his eyes, frowning and saying that he can take her with him, but she must behave obediently. Yueting looked at him in surprise. She kissed the guy on the cheek and he raised his eyebrow in surprise. The girl said that he was the best. Luo Shasha watched as Shenshi said with a smile that Yueting was stubborn. But on the other hand, this was a good opportunity for her to get to know the world of cultivators. Luo Shasha held her glass with a smile, looking at them, and thought that it was unusual to see Yueting so persistent with a man. Room. Two girls were sitting on the bed, sighs were heard. Yueting hugged Luo Shasha, who blushed and asked her to slow down. She leaned closer to Luo Shasha and said that it would all be over soon. The dark-haired woman threw her head back and screamed, blushing. The two girls were breathing heavily, hugging. Yueting wiped the sweat from her face and looked at the woman, saying that she had lasted longer than last time. Luo Shasha stroked the girl's cheek, smilingly saying that spiritual power is a real treasure that she is deprived of, and in the end she will still grow old. Yueting pressed her cheek to the woman's chest and said that as long as she was alive and spiritual power was circulating in her body, she would not allow Luo Shasha to age a single day. The woman patted Yueting's head and sighed softly. A girl with brown hair buried her nose in the woman's chest and thought that it was not in vain that her mother was envied. She suddenly pulled away, her eyes widening. The girl put on a yellow robe, walking away from the bed where Luo Shasha was sitting, and shouted that she should not go out and someone would invade the castle. Golden rays of light struck the roofs of the houses, bouncing and jumping onto the neighboring houses. Men in dark green cloaks stood on the rooftops. One of them frowned and turned to the two, saying that the target was in the backyard, and asked if everyone had seen the portrait of Luo Shasha. One of them licked his lips and said with a smile that she was such a beauty, and they could take her captive and taste her as soon as they dealt with Bai Jishui. The man in front ran forward and said that this was not a bad idea, but the task was a priority. And if the elder found out that they had done something wrong, they would have a hard time. The man behind him frowned, asking the third not to be stubborn, and such a woman could not be found in any heavenly sect, so why miss this opportunity? The guy who was behind everyone said that he heard that Luo Shasha is still inexperienced. He grinned widely and knitted his eyebrows, saying that the cultivator in Mulan Castle was in the middle stage, and once they deal with him, the rest would become like sheep to the slaughter. The other man turned on him, calling him number 6. The sixth grinned while a sword with a golden blade flew behind him. He said that in this world no one is their equal, so what are they afraid of, and they can take Luo Shasha's daughter too. The third turned back and frowned, asking him to be careful, and that there was Bai Jishui's sword. The sixth one fought off the sword, which split into 2 pieces. He grinned and shouted that it was just a low-grade spiritual treasure, and why were they panicking? The sword bent and became whole again, flying forward towards the guy. Bai Jishui stood in the room with 2 fingers in front of him. Golden fire surrounded him, when he thought that it was too slow, and these people were far from the young master. The third looked at this in shock, loudly asking how a sword technique could be so strong, and called the fourth, a man with short hair, standing behind him. A large golden dome formed around the 3 men, with streaks of golden energy emanating from it. The third looked at the golden sword that crashed into the dome in front of his face and exhaled loudly, beads of sweat running down his face. He struck and the sword deflected to the side while 2 other people stood behind him. The third shouted that he did not expect an ordinary cultivator to have such strength, and he would delay him and they could go after the others. Bai Jishui appeared on the roof in front of the man, and standing on one leg, asked if they really wanted to leave. 2 men jumped to the ground among the houses. One of them held a sword in his hand, saying that Bai Jishui was stronger than he thought and all cultivators are so strong. The other said that the 4th one was suppressing his magic weapon, so now it is open. Bai Jishui stood on the roof of the house, his hands clenched into fists, his yellow clothes fluttering in the wind, and he shouted for them to get out. 2 men jumped onto the roof towards him. One of them shouted that they were both in the middle stage of forming the foundation and they couldn't lose together. The man in yellow clothes chuckled and sharply threw something forward, the object leaving a trail of blue energy behind it. A black object flew between 2 people in dark clothes. Purple energy shone around it. The third shouted that it was a lock connecting the earth and told the 6th to be careful. Bai Jishui frowned at the men and realized that they were able to recognize the lock. The 2 men simultaneously threw purple energy towards the man. A golden shield appeared around Bai Jishui, with golden energy swirling around it. The man shouted that while he was here, Let them not dream of going to the backyard. Golden shards scattered around the man as purple rays of light emanating from the two men hit the shield. Bai Jishui jumped from the roof of the house to the ground in front of the two people. His face turned purple and blood ran down his lip, and he looked forward angrily. Someone called Bai Jishui as two purple rays of light flew towards him. Waiting at the entrance to the castle in a yellow robe, she told the man not to let them escape. Two men gritted their teeth as they looked at the girl. Sweat dripped down the third's face, and he thought that this must be Luo Shasha's daughter, and he should quickly kill Bai Jishui and take her away. Two rays of purple light flew towards Yueding and Bai Jishui. Yueding ran forward. She put two fists forward. Flames were burning around the girl. Drops of blood gushed out from the mouths of two people, and the third put his hand on his chest, looking forward in shock. He turned to look at the second man with a shocked look. The two men jumped away from the girl, shouting that they needed to run. Golden energy appeared around Bai Jishui, and a golden rope appeared and yellow energy swirled around one of the men. The sixth turned back, standing on the roof of the house, and called him. Suddenly, a huge toad appeared behind him and opened its mouth wide, and the man looked at it in shock. A huge toad took a man into its mouth. Only his leg was sticking out. The man screamed, and the third one looked on, tied up with a rope. The man was trembling. A puddle appeared under him. When he wet himself, clenching his teeth, the man said that this was a demonic monster of the nascent soul realm. The frog licked his lips, pulled out his long tongue, and said that not a single victim of the mistress would leave. Shenshi slapped the frog on the head, holding the other man by the clothes. He said that she only thinks about food and drags all sorts of garbage into her mouth. The frog spat out of her mouth the man, who was covered in saliva. Bai turned back into a human and grabbed her head, which had a big lump on it, and with tears in her eyes, said that he didn't let her finish eating, but there was no need to hit her. Luo Shasha stood at the gate with a worried face. She put her hands on her chest. Beads of sweat were running down her face, and the woman said that she hoped they were all safe and sound. The main character jumped off the roof of the house, holding the man in black clothes by the clothes, and asked the woman if they were the cultivators from the Liu Wangshi family. The woman looked at them sadly and replied that they called themselves that, and she didn't know the real name of the organization. Luo Shasha stood opposite the main character, saying that judging by their behavior, they could really be from this Liu Wangshi family. The guy asked her about the behavior. The girl with dark hair turned away and looked to the side, saying that after the rise of their family, everyone who opposed them died under mysterious circumstances. They used such methods to force through fear to increase the supply of resources to their country. Yuding. Three people in black clothes lay next to each other. The main character stood near the girls and Bai Jishui, saying that it seems like the truth and it's worth delving into this topic, because these people are in the shadows, but they are in plain sight. The guy extended his hand. The three black-robed people were surrounded by golden energy, and he said that he still had things to do. So he and Bai and Yueding would go, but it was worth locking these guys up first, and he would seal their cultivation. Shenshi watched as the blue-robed people dragged three people along the ground. Yueding came up to him and took the guy by the sleeve of his clothes, saying with a smile that it means she and Bai are going out with him tomorrow. The guy smiled, looking at the girl, and answered negatively. The girl looked at him in surprise, raising her eyebrows, and replied that he had just said that. Shenshi said that he said that so that the three would hear. Luo Shasha came up to them and, looking at the main character, said that the guy wanted to lure a big fish to bite. Yueding looked at the woman in surprise and asked how she understood it. The guy next to her smiled and also asked how she guessed it. Luo Shasha extended her hand with a smile and said that she simply understood the guy's thinking. The main character smiled, looking towards Yueding, and said that he caused them problems by sealing the cultivation, but left them a workaround. It is also not easy, so they will not get out for a long time. Luo Shasha smiled, nodding and closing her eyes, saying that Shenshi is very careful. The guy looked at her and frowned, asking how far the power of Milan Castle now extends. He thought that he originally went down the mountain to get to the world inside the lake, and it's time to start the information. Luo Shasha walked to the door, looking at the guy and Yueding who were standing next to each other. She asked the guy to go to her room and she would show him the map. Shenshi stroked Yueding's hair and said with a smile that she should go and rest and that he needed to discuss matters with her mother. The girl pouted but agreed. The main character entered the room behind Luo Shasha, who walked ahead of him. She took out a map from one of the shelves, picking it up and opening it in the air. The woman said that it was a map of the country of Yuding. Shenshi hugged the woman by the shoulder, took the card in one hand and asked with a smile if it was heavy, offering help. The woman gasped in surprise, looking at the card. She looked away and blushed, apologizing to the guy, who also blushed, clutching a card in one hand and embarrassedly said that everything was fine and that she should just be more careful. Shenshi sat at the table on which the map was revealed. Luo Shasha stood next to him with her hands clasped together and explained that over the past year there has been a rapid rise in the influence of Muling Castle. Although their forces in Yuding country have been suppressed, they still have some influence beyond its borders. There was a map on the table, parts of which were separated by a dotted line. Lakes were marked in gray on the map. Shenshi thought that according to the map, there are only about 10 lakes north of Yuding, which means one of them. Luo Shasha clasped her hands together, looking at the main character uncertainly, and thought that judging by his behavior, she thought that he was a little interested in her, and maybe she could add fuel to the fire. The woman hugged Shenshi's arm, pressed her chest against her, and asked with a smile if she could help him with anything. She looked at him with a smile, narrowed her eyes, and thought that if she impressed him, it would be enough for her to win his heart and make him yearn for her. Shenshi looked down from the girl's face, frowning. The arrow showed the direction from the guy's eyes to the girl's chest. Luo Shasha raised her eyebrows and hugged the guy with a smile and asked if he was uncomfortable. He blushed and looked at the girl in embarrassment and awkwardly said that everything was fine, but he behaved shamefully. Blushing, Luo Shasha playfully looked at the guy, saying that he saved her, so her life is in his hands and he has done so much for Yuding and Muling Castle. She put her hands on the guy's black clothes, taking them off, and said that she knows that his position is much higher than hers and that he does not need anything, and she cannot repay him with anything. And if he wants, then she is ready to do it without obligation. Shenshi blushed deeply, nervously looking at the girl in front of him, and raised his hands. He turned away, blushing deeply, sweat running down his face as he said that this would end badly, and if they continued, what would people say? The girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking at him with a playful look and breathing heavily. She replied that she did not understand what he was talking about, but she was sure that he was wise and smart enough to come up with something. Shenshi shook his index finger with a dissatisfied face and pouted his lips, saying that the next scene was skipped, and readers who want to know more should discuss it with the author. A tall building with lanterns tied to the roof. Shenshi stood at the entrance, stretching and closing his eyes. He said that in the end they spent the whole night, although it didn't come to fruition. Yuding abruptly hugged the guy, putting her hands on his back. He closed his eyes and raised his hands in surprise. The girl wished him good morning. Shenshi frowned with displeasure, twisting his mouth, and thought that first an adult, now a small one. He stroked the girl's head and she looked at him. The guy said that Yuding was already an adult and should watch her behavior. The girl stuck her tongue out at him, smiling and blushing, and replied that she was behaving well and taking care of herself. But now she was alone with him, so there was no need to pretend to be some arrogant lady. She looked behind the main character and raised her eyebrows questioningly, saying that it was strange why mom hadn't come out yet and it was already late. Shenshi awkwardly raised his hand to his face, closed his eyes and cleared his throat, saying that she was probably tired and brought a magical treasure with her. Perhaps it would be useful for Yuding. The girl with a wide smile took the guy by the hand and thanked him, saying that he was the best. Luo Shasha came out of the house, yawning, and Shenshi looked at her in surprise. He and the woman looked at each other blushing while Yuding looked at her mother questioningly. She approached her and wished her good morning with a smile. Luo Shasha smiled looking at her and asked why she was so happy. The girl with brown hair with a wide smile clenched her hands into fists and said that the master had brought her a gift, and he said that he had specially prepared it for her. Luo Shasha looked to the side and said that Shenshi is so caring. The guy remembered how Luo Shasha with a reddened face and a smile stood over him, stretched out her hand and asked if he was okay. The guy blushed deeply, covering his face with his hand, and nervously thought that he couldn't get her out of his head. He was terrible. Yuding put a finger to her face, asking what was wrong with Luo Shasha's hand. She rubbed her wrist with her other hand and said that she might have sprained her wrist last night. The girl with brown hair looked at the woman in confusion, asking why she was training her wrist at night. Yuding clenched her hand into a fist, stars shining in her eyes as she asked what it was. Shenshi tossed his black bangs aside with a smile and said that this is a semi-automatic magical treasure that just needs to be activated, and followed the instructions. A device with 2 scabbards, cylinders were attached nearby. The 2 devices were tied together with a belt. Shenshi said that it was a spatial maneuvering device. Yuding looked at the guy with a wide smile, putting her hands to her chest, and asked if she could use it right away. He replied that yes, but to be sure, he added a password to it. The girl excitedly asked what the password was, and Shenshi crouched in front of her, bringing the device to the girl and asking her to just put it on already. The device was secured to Yueting's waist with straps. She raised her hands to inspect the device, saying that it would take time to get used to it. There was a spiritual wire attached to the hilt of the sword, and there was also a button that could be used to control the energy output. The girl put her hand on the hilt of the sword, pulling it out of its sheath. She put the sword in front of her, frowning and belligerently opening her mouth. Luo Shasha stood behind her, looking at this. Shenshi put his hand to his chin and nodded, smiling and saying that she was 1-to-1. The guy approached the girl from behind and gathered her hair with a smile, telling her to remember that she needed to gently press the button and feel the release of energy. Shenshi looked down on him, saying that he stored the energy of hundreds of spiritual stones, so that she would not have to waste her strength. The main character asked what was the matter. Yueting smiled and closed her eyes. Her hair was braided in a ponytail, and she said that it was nothing. The master was just not himself today, as if he had matured. Shenshi awkwardly looked towards Luo Shasha and smiled nervously, answering that she was talking about it. Yueting jumped high in the air, raising her sword hand to strike, with white smoke coming out of the device around her. People on the ground looked at the girl. One of the guys clapped his hands and said, "What a brave girl." Shenshi crossed his arms over his chest with a smile, looking at her and thought that she really has a huge talent physically, and he does not have the strength to channel it in the right direction. He remembered running his face across the ground while the device emitted white smoke, and thought that if anyone had seen him while testing this magical treasure, he would have died of shame. Yueting came down to the ground next to the guy and called him. She hugged Shenshi, smiling and giggled, saying that he was the best. The main character stroked her hair and asked how she liked the treasure and whether it was comfortable. The girl took one of the swords in her hand, looking at it with a smile, and said that it was a lot of fun. And you didn't even need spiritual power, you just needed to control it well. She hugged the guy's neck again, asking if he had any more gifts. Shenshi looked at her in confusion. He looked towards Luo Shasha and smiled awkwardly and said that there are, but since she is already a cultivator, she has no use for them, and he wanted to give them to her mother. Yueting thanked the guy and approached him. The guy looked at her in surprise when their lips were close to each other. The girl with brown hair immediately jumped to the side and covered her mouth with two palms, embarrassedly shouting that she wanted to kiss him on the cheek, but did not know that he would turn his head. Her face turned completely red and she covered her face with her hands, screamed and ran away from the main character, who was looking at her in surprise. Shenshi turned to Luo Shasha, covering his face with his hand, and nervously smiled at the girl. Laughing, she smiled back at him. Yueting stood against the wall and clenched her hands into fists, asking worriedly that she wouldn't get pregnant from a kiss. Xiaobai looked around the corner smiling widely and asked if she really believed this. The girl with brown hair looked at her in fear. She turned to Xiaobai and asked her not to scare her. The blue-haired girl put her hand on the wall and said with a smile that Shenshi is busy right now and she saw those three run away, so the two of them can warm up. Yueting looked at her in confusion and asked if they shouldn't tell the main character. Xiaobai frowned irritably at the girl and said that he is busy right now. Three people in dark hoods were running along the dark roofs of houses. Xiaobai and Yueting were standing on the balcony of one of the houses watching people. The girl with brown hair said that they should not do this and Shenshi originally wanted them to run away. Xiaobai turned to the girl and licked her lips. Raising an eyebrow, she said that she knows, but if they chase them, they will find their base. Yueting frowned at her and agreed, but asked not to scare them away ahead of time. The girl with blue hair suddenly jumped around the corner, saying no problem. Three people jumped away from the houses that were left behind them. They were walking along a road through the forest, and one of the men turned around, saying that they were finally outside. He saw a huge frog jumping on the sixth one, his mouth wide open, and shouted to him to be careful. Xiaobai in the form of a frog grabbed the sixth one into her mouth. Only his hand was sticking out of her mouth, and he screamed, "Why him again?" Luo Shasha pushed the teapot towards the main character, asking with a smile if he remembered that he spat out the tea from the cup. He put his hand to his chin, his eyes turned white and he smiled nervously, answering that of course not. Luo Shasha covered her face with her palm and looked at the guy and said that they could try something more interesting. Shenshi raised the bag in his hand, looked at the girl and said that they can talk at night, and here it is for self-defense. It has some restrictions, but for critical situations it's just right. Luo Shasha put her elbow on the arm of the chair with a smile, rested her chin on her palm and said that he won't run away at night. Shenshi extended his hand. Two pistols were flying above. There was a golden light behind them. The guy said that he had not come up with a name yet, so let it be a spiritual drive pistol, although it doesn't sound very good. He held the gun forward, looking at it with a smile, and said that it shoots armor-piercing needles and just charge it with spiritual energy, and then he himself will transform it into incredibly fast golden needles. Luo Shasha held a pistol in her hands with a surprised face and said that all his treasures had a very interesting design and she had never seen anything like this in her life. The guy raised his hand with a smile, holding a pistol in it, and said that it may not be very powerful, but the spiritual cloak of the middle stage of foundation formation will pierce. Luo Shasha put her palm to her face, saying in surprise how great the power is and how to use it. The main character extended his hand, in front of which 3 green daggers and blue and green energy appeared. He said that it's as simple as shelling pairs. You need to connect 3 dots together and pull the trigger. He has no recoil. The girl raised her eyebrows, holding a gun in her hands, and asked what it means to connect 3 dots. She stood behind the girl and pointed her hand with the gun forward, telling her to look carefully. And there are 2 points on the barrel of the gun, and she needs to place her target between them. The pistol fired at one of the green daggers, piercing right through it. Turning to him in surprise, the girl asked if this was all and if it was faster than even an arrow fired from a bow of hundreds of stones. She looked to the side with a smile, and said that it goes without saying and let her try it herself. The guy sat on a chair, watching the girl point the gun, shooting away from the targets. He put his hand to her face and said that her hands were very unstable and she should start training. Her body was too weak. Luo Shasha pouted her lips, turned to the guy and frowned, saying that her hands were actually still shaking. And who did he think was to blame for the fact that they couldn't squeeze anything out last night? She looked at the girl in confusion, a bead of sweat running down his face. She leaned over to the guy and took his hand, saying with a smile that this probably also counts as training. She put her hand on the guy's thigh and said that Yueting would only be back in 2 hours anyway. Luo Shasha approached the protagonist's face, blushing, and he looked at her in surprise, also blushing. Suddenly she frowned as he realized something. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder, saying that Xiao Bai was stupid. He said that those 3 guys ran away, and he would go away for a while. Luo Shasha looked at him in surprise. Xiao Bai in the form of a frog sat on a stone, saying that this time she will get Shenqi, and she is sure that he will have something useful, and just need to digest it. Shenqi squatted down next to the frog, slapping it. It opened its mouth wide, spitting out the man. The guy shouted that he told her not to put anything in her mouth, and how she listened to him. Xiao Bai in human form frowned while sitting on the grass and turned to the guy, asking why he constantly interferes in her affairs, and even hit her. A dark purple mist appeared around a guy in dark clothes who was lying on his stomach on the grass. Xiao Bai looked at the fog in surprise, frowned and asked what it was. Shenqi extended his hand in front of the guy, green mist emanating from his hand. He clenched his hand into a fist, in front of which there was a red drop, from which red mist emanated. He shouted that it was demonic blood. Shenqi waved 2 fingers, directing the drop towards the girl, who grabbed it with her tongue and said let her eat. Xiao Bai hugged the main character's hand with a smile and, closing her eyes, giggled, saying that she never doubted him. The guy looked ahead seriously, saying that the plot had advanced again, and fortunately Xiao Kier and the rest of the girls would soon reach the Golden Core. He told Xiao Bai to take Yueting and go back, and he would deal with those 2. 2 people in dark hoods ran quickly through the forests. One of the men leaned his hands on his knees, breathing heavily, beads of sweat running down his face, and he asked the 4th if no one was following them. The man with short hair turned back, frowning, and said that it seems not, and what should they do now? The man with long bangs frowned and bit his lip. There was a red gleam in his eyes as he said that they will return to the family and find the elder brother. And there are only 2 nascent soul fighters in Muling Castle, and if the elder reports this to Master Heng, he definitely won't be left out. The 4th frowned at him, asking if he was sure and if Master Heng had not lost to the Shanding sect. The translucent figure of Shenqi looked at the men with his hand on his head as they said that the master is not mistaken, and in the entire northern region of Shenqi no one will help, and he is a cripple, so victory is in their pocket. 2 men ran forward and the man with long bangs turned to the other, asking if something was bothering him. He stopped, asking the 3rd if it would be better for them to just run away. The 3rd looked at the man in surprise, clenched his hands into fists, and asked if he understood what he was talking about. Drops of sweat were running down the 4th's face, and he said that they could escape and give the 7th a signal. Then they could desert together, and yet the elder brother was no longer the same. He said that the Diking sect no longer existed, and he did not want to risk his and someone's life, and the Liu Wangxi family will not feel their loss. The 3rd looked at the man silently, frowning. He came closer to him, closing his eyes, and said that he understood everything. A man with long bangs pulled back the hem of his robe, showing his collarbone, and said that they had already crossed the Rubicon. The sixth clenched his teeth and looked at him incomprehensibly, saying that he was not with a woman, but definitely not one of these. The third frowned, looking at how the man covered his hands, and said displeasedly that he was just showing his chest, and what was he thinking about? He asked him not to do it. There was a black hole on the chest of the third one, around which there was a purple light. The man said that it was a black hole. Six looked at her in surprise, raising an eyebrow. The man with long bangs put his hand to his chest and said seriously that it was placed by Master Hang, and among all the brothers, only he has an innate talent, while the rest relied on this seal to greatly speed up cultivation. He turned away and glanced sideways at the sixth, saying that if they run away, then this black seal will take his life, but he still wants to live. The man looked at him seriously, frowning, and replied that he now understood and they could go from here. Shenshi looked at them with a smile while sitting by the bushes and thought that it turns out that the cultivators of the Liu Wangshi family were then protecting the decaying sect, and when that mysterious man in the yellow robe attacked Shanding, Shenshi ran after the guys through the forest, thinking that they had suddenly changed direction. Had they really noticed and were now leading him in circles? A large wooden house with 4 floors, many doors and windows. The main character stood on the mountain, putting his hand to his forehead and looking at him. He frowned when he realized that this was a honeycomb, an array of living spirits. The guy smiled, saying that this is the world boss who appears when Xiao Kir becomes a fusion stage Saint Master, a guest from another world hidden in the cultivation world. He watched as 2 people in dark clothes walked up the stairs and thought that when he saw the man in yellow, he thought it was a bug, but he just opened the map far away. And as long as everything goes within the original settings, there will be no problems. One of the men looked at the other, who stopped on the stairs, asking what was the matter. The third knelt down in front of Shenshi, who was looking at him, and said that this is the main base of the Liu Wangshi family, and if he crushes it, then the family will end. The main character looked in surprise at the man who was kneeling with his head low, and wondered how he could see him. The man, without raising his face, said that if he wants, then he is ready to risk his life, but to lure out his older brother for him. Shenshi frowned and put 2 fingers in front of him, saying that apparently he had been opened. A man with long bangs clenched his hand into a fist while standing in front of the main character, and said that there was no one here, advising the man not to panic, and that they should follow the usual path. The main character looked down at the man. He looked at the main character in surprise, frowning. The man with the long bangs sat down on one knee and said that he knew my lord was there. Shenshi smiled and crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he did not think that he would ever be fooled. The guy looked at the huge platform with the yin and yang sign in the center, which was surrounded by small houses stacked on top of each other. He thought that the living spirit array is a merciless formation that distorts the rules of the heavenly Tao, and it continuously absorbs spiritual power and vital energy from cultivators inside and sends them to higher levels of the formation, thus increasing the power of the cultivators at the higher levels. But this is problematic since it is necessary to fight the 7 generals of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The man with long bangs frowned at Shenshi and nervously asked if he was up to something. The guy put his hand to his chin and looked up, thinking and asking what would happen if he left no trace of this place. The man looked at him in surprise, raising his eyebrows, and asked what would happen. Shenshi raised his index finger while looking at him and said that of course this will affect the plot. If you think about it, the alien boss is not very connected with his subordinates, which means that their meeting with each other will be a pure coincidence. He can get inside. The guy put his hands together and closed his eyes, smiling, saying that he could help with this. Shenshi took the man by the back of his clothes and told him that he didn't need to, and he would do it himself. A huge beam of light, from which golden energy emanated, flew along the ground. The man shouted why take it with him, and he wanted to sneak in unnoticed, and which school considers such a flight unnoticed. Many people in brown clothes jumped up above the houses. Fire swirled around them. A man in front with a sword in his hand shouted that they had an intruder, a nascent soul stage cultivator, and they needed to call their elder brother. A man with a goatee and brown hair was flying in the air, holding 2 fingers out in front of him, flames burning around him while someone screamed at the intruder to die. The man clasped his hands behind his back, violet energy emanating from him as he said that the nascent soul cultivator had the audacity to invade here. The man smiled, looking down, and said that Old Man 3 did a good job. The man with long bangs, who was being held by the main character, smiled nervously. Sweat was running down his face and he said that he did not intend to deceive Shenchi. He closed his eyes irritably and lowered his head, saying that even if you write a book about this, why should he believe him? A man with brown hair folded his hands with a smile, between which pink energy shone. His eyes glowed with the same pink light when he said that since he was in the array, he would go to feed the cattle. The man summoned a living spirit array. A huge purple seal opened under Shenchi and the man. They were surrounded by 4 walls that glowed with a purple light. Black mist was flying in the air. The man with a long man frowned, looking forward, and shouted that this array cannot be overcome. It is composed of Tao rules that drain the spiritual power of everyone within the formation. Shenchi threw him back and frowned, looking forward, saying that this did not concern him now. The man shouted for my lord to let him know if he wanted to throw him. The guy with black hair looked forward, ghosts of purple mist flying around him. The brown-haired man chuckled with a smile as purple energy emanated from his hands. The man suddenly frowned and opened his mouth in confusion, a bead of sweat running down his face. The main character looked with interest at the ghosts from the dark fog, raising his eyebrows and touching one with his finger. He said that it didn't seem to work. The man clasped his hands together, shaking them in panic and shouting that he couldn't have made a mistake with the gesture, and calling for him to devour already. The main character threw a large fireball forward at the man. There was a strong and loud explosion near the man, and many pieces of stone scattered around the man. Shenchi shook off the dust from his hands, lowered his gaze and asked to bring the head of the family here now. A man in a red cloak with a hood on his head came out of a dark portal, surrounded by black fog, and said that the main character was only at the stage of the soul emergence realm. The guy with black hair smiled, looking to the side, and said that he had already heard these villainous phrases so many times. Many purple lights lit up around the man in the red cloak. They flew towards the main character, who was looking at the man. The man shouted at him to die. Shenchi frowned, looking at the man gloomily, his eye glowing with a purple light as he asked Kai Lang and where his sword was and what he would achieve with these pitiful flames. The man looked at the main character in shock. His eyes widened as he asked who the main character was and how he knew his name. The guy raised an eyebrow, looking down at Kai Lang and asked if he didn't recognize him. The man took off his hood. His face was covered in dark drawings. There were also drawings on his hands. He said that only the ruler knows this name. Shenchi crossed his arms over his chest and smiled, closing his eyes, saying that he had not only sawdust in his head, he thought that he had been choosing a name for him in the generator for so long. And how could he not know? Kai Lang found himself next to the main character, smiling nervously and folding his hands, saying that they were just preparing for his resurrection, and who knew that he himself would rise from the dead. The guy looked at him, telling him to move away, and asked why he used flame. He was wielding a sword. The man put his hand to his chest and smiled, saying that they practiced a secret technique for the ritual together, and the black flames gave them a lot of spiritual energy, which they wanted to use to resurrect him. Shenchi turned around, looking the other way, and told them to stop practicing this technique and dismantle the living spirit array, and their strength was not yet enough to justify such a high status. The man clasped his hands together, looking at the main character, and agreed, saying that they were needed for the resurrection. He said that now there was no need for them, and could he ask how the ruler was resurrected. The main character raised an eyebrow at him and asked if he doubted him. Kai Lang lowered his head and said that he wouldn't dare. Shenchi crossed his arms, saying that he has his own methods, but this time he was resurrected from the remnants of the soul, so he doesn't remember much, and he only remembers his and their names, and that he is the elder of the Shanding sect and his name is Shenchi. The man in red looked at him in surprise, repeated his name and asked about the third apostle Huan. Shenchi pointed his finger forward, looking at the man, and said that everything was correct and Huan died by his hand. This traitor made either people or ghosts out of his students, and he did not recognize him and decided to kill him, and if not for the array, with it would be the same for him. The man looked down, beads of sweat running down his face as he thought that he was lucky to remember the living spirit array. With his hands folded, Kai Lang looked up at the main character, saying that the wonderful skills of the ruler of the world have no equal, and he will immediately order the others to stop practicing the black flame technique. He thought that Shenchi is indeed the ruler of the world, and since he killed Huang Yeshan, a nascent soul cultivator, and he not only came out of the battle unscathed, but also improved his cultivation. Shenchi crossed his arms over his chest with a smile, pointing his finger at the man, and said that this is great, and his personality now serves as a cover for him, so let him not get in the way, and they should hide. But sooner or later they will return here. Kai Lang extended his hands, on which lay a bright blue stone, and said that he was wise, and their black and blue world would definitely return. He said that this was a spirit bead that they collected according to his instructions, and it was needed for resurrection. But since he reincarnated himself, this thing will help him regain his strength. Shenshi took the stone and clenched it in his fist, from which many bright blue lightning flashed. Golden light glowed around the guy. The man in red clothes smiled as he looked at him and congratulated him on breaking through to the middle stage of soul generation. He thought that he passed from the early stage to the middle stage with such ease, and he wouldn't expect anything else from the ruler of the world. Shenshi smiled at his hand, from which golden light was emanating, and clenched the second into a fist, saying that this is not a bad thing and how many more of these they have, and let him bring everything here. Shenshi looked at the blue stone in his hand, smiling, Kailang, and said that over these few years, he and his brothers had collected about 20 of them. The guy put the blue stone in the bag and smiled, looking at it and asking if there was anything else. The man closed his eyes and held a golden chest containing stones and potions with a smile. He said that all these years they have been looking for spiritual items to equip their cultivators. They have explored quite a few ancient heavenly caves and found quite a lot of treasures and medicines. Shenshi extended his hand and asked to give him everything, and they don't need it anyway. The man handed the huge bag to the main character, immediately agreeing with the ruler. Shenshi looked at the bag in his hand with a smile, thinking that he had come here for a reason and forgive his poverty. The main character was hovering near the beehives, above the yin and yang symbol, the black side of which shone with golden light. He thought that judging by these houses, Kailang and has nothing else, and these people are brainless ascetics who are fans of the boss from another world. The three people looked at the main character from the window of the house, eyebrows raised in surprise. Shenshi thought that there were many golden core stage cultivators here, and perhaps they were still training, but could become a good fighting force. Shenshi pointed his finger at Kailang and frowned, telling him to stop using this living spirit array. And their management is a mess. So many cultivators are acting pathetically. The man folded his hands and bowed his head, saying that the ruler of the world is wise and strong, and he really does not know how to cultivate this power, and can only rely on the Black Seal to forcibly control it, and he deserves to die since he could not live up to expectations. He said that Ziyu went to Yuding for training, and he believes that she will soon return and help him. The main character stood in front of the man, clenched his hand into a fist, and said that even though he has a modicum of common sense, he had already made up his mind with the manager. The man replied that Shenshi has an eye for outstanding talents, so he will follow any orders. The main character smiled and nodded, saying that this is great, and then let him tell everyone about him and his personality. And if any of them accidentally meet him, let them pretend that they did not know, and now they are saving up their strength. And there is no time, reveal all cards. Kailang unfolded his hands, looking at the guy. Between his hands there was a black cube that glowed with a blue light, and said that since the guy was resurrected, he would return the Black Seal. Shenshi extended his hand, over which a black cube was flying. He thought that the Black Seal was used by a boss from another world to control his subordinates, and he would wrap it in a Dao wreath and keep it in his mind, since he became the head of the enemy faction. Then maybe it is safe to send experience for Xiaokir and the rest. The main character jumped from the place where he stood behind the trees, leaving a bright golden light behind him. He shouted for them to sort it out here, and when they finish, let them bring everyone to the Mulan Castle, just don't let them create problems. The man looked after him, saying that he understood everything. A man with long bangs was squatting by a tree. The main character thought that he helped him escape and even saved his brothers, and it was time for gratitude. The man turned to Shenshi, who was standing by the tree with a smile. He smiled and said that my lord turned out to be an undercover boss, and he greatly admires his skill, and if he needs something, he will do it. The guy pointed his finger at the man and smiled, asking him to bring his brothers to the Shanding Celestial Sect and have them try to join it, and he will have more work for them in the future. He walked up to the man and patted him on the shoulder with a smile, closing his eyes and telling him not to panic, and he would become a very useful pawn, so he would receive special treatment. The moon and stars shone in the night sky between the trees. Luoshasha put her head in her hands, looking up and asking out loud why Shenshi took so long and if something had happened. She went outside holding a piece of paper in her hands and said that the sixth prince is definitely somehow connected with the Liu Wangxi family, and inviting her to dinner at such a time is not good. And maybe he found himself a patron and defeated Shenshi. The girl looked forward with a gloomy look and frowned, saying that if he really was in their hands, then she must save him. even if she had to offer herself in exchange. Shenshi hugged the girl from behind with a smile and closed his eyes, asking why she was so sad and was she really worried about him. She looked at the guy in surprise, raising her eyebrows. She turned to him and pressed her cheek to his chest. Hugging him, the girl sadly said that she thought something had happened to him. The guy pulled Luo Shasha by the cheeks and she blushed. He asked what problems he might have in Yuding. He took the piece of paper that the girl was holding by the other edge and asked what it was. The girl looked away and said that the 6th Prince of Yuding had his eyes on Muling for a long time. The main character held a piece of paper with a smile, looking at it and said that although the castle had now strengthened its position under her command, why was it of interest to the royal family of another country? Luo Shasha blushed deeply and looked away, frowning, stammering that he wanted her in Yuding. A flame lit up in the hands of the main character, burning a piece of paper. The woman looked at him worriedly, shouting that there was no need and last time he was kicked out by the elder, and if he decided to send an invitation again, then most likely he found himself a strong patron. Shenshi hugged the girl by the shoulder, looking at her and said that what problems he might have in Yuding, and about the 6th prince. He found out about this when he investigated the matter of the Liu Wangxi family and decided everything. A man in blue clothes and with light brown hair obscured a guy with long black hair. He held a sword in front of him, turning to the man in front and asked what Master Ziyu was doing and why he suddenly attacked him. The man's body was cut by a strong blow that shone with a purple light. The guy behind looked at him in shock and fear. The sword that the man was holding broke. A man with black hair and a brown cloak stood in front of a guy with black hair who was trembling. The man with a gloomy face said that he thought of giving them mortals privileges if he gave him the technique to become a king so that he could learn the skills control. But he himself set his sights on the wife of the ruler of the world. A guy with black hair covered his face with his hand. Looking up at the man with fear, he asked about the wife of the ruler of the world. And maybe Master Ziyu confused something. The man raised 2 fingers on his hand. Purple energy emanated from him. He said that he would not allow anyone in this country to oppose Mulan Castle. The guy gasped loudly, and many splashes of blood scattered to the sides. Luo Shasha hugged the main character, closing her eyes. The guy looked at her, saying that he had to tell her something important. The girl pushed him in the chest, causing Shenshi to lean back. He blushed deeply, nervously looking at the girl when she said that don't they talk about important things now, like then. Shenshi was lying on the bed under a blue blanket, looking at the ceiling and placing his hands on his stomach. Luo Shasha stood at the table on which there was a bowl of water. She turned to the guy and asked if everything was fine with him and if he was tired. The guy sat on the bed, smiling and closing his eyes and said that no. He was just thinking. He said that the feeling was as if the heart was pure, like a mirror, and the mind was fresh. He hugged the woman from behind, looking at her and asked if her hands still hurt. Luo Shasha turned to him and smiled, placing her hands on the guy's chest. She said that if he was so worried, then next time he should not keep everything to himself for so long. Blushing slightly, the main character turned away and, closing his eyes, awkwardly put his hand to his face, asking how the investigation was going. The girl smiled broadly, looking at him and said that she sent people to investigate, and there are only 3 lakes with islands in the middle of them. But they are all uneven and only one without an island. The guy put his hand to his chin and frowned, asking without an island. He thought that this must be the same one. The main character stood with his back turned, thinking that the goal of the ruler of the world was the ancient heavenly cave near that lake. The main character looked up, frowning and thinking about Ziyu and isn't he in the Yuding Royal Palace, and how did he know about the ancient heavenly cave? Ziyu was sitting on a wooden chair. There was a hood on his head. People were kneeling in front of the man with their heads bowed. The main character thought that the royal family of the Yuding country had gained control of the lake and sent Cheng Wu and Lan Guang there in search of rare treasures. And there they came across people from the Taiyan celestial sect who were looking for something there. Then they followed them and discovered a hidden ancient celestial cave. Shenshi frowned, opening his mouth in surprise, and thought that Cheng Wu and Lan Guang had spread this news. And now people from the Shanding Heavenly Sect, Yuhua, Tongxian Valley and other northern sects had positioned themselves closer to him, and as soon as the ancient heavenly cave opened, on the stage chaos will reign, and they will take advantage of it and carry out a massacre. The guy looked up and shouted displeasedly that he could do without unnecessary casualties. Luo Shasha looked at him in surprise, covered her mouth with her palm and asked the main character what happened. Shenshi raised his fist to his face and closed his eyes, saying that the purpose for which he originally came down from the mountain has changed, and he should take Yuding with him and leave. The guy extended his hand, on which lay a black cube that glowed with a blue light, and said that Xiao Bai will stay here in the castle and let Luo Shasha take the black seal. In a few days they will contact her, and all she can do is help them. Luo Shasha held the black cube in her palm near her chest, and the guy told her that he would tell everything when he returned, and if they disobeyed, let her focus on the seal, and she herself would understand what to do next. The girl put her hand on the sleeve of the protagonist's black robe, asking him to wait. She put her finger to her face and, smiling, lifted the hem of her skirt, saying that it was already dark, and she thought that nothing would happen if he spent the night and left at dawn. Shenshi awkwardly scratched the back of his head with reddened cheeks looking at the girl, and said that she was right and perhaps he would stay the night. A few days later, Northern Lake, a huge crowd of people stood on the road. One of the men in yellow clothes held a sword between his crossed arms. His eyes rolled back. Yueting and Shenshi walked among the crowd of people. Merchants sat on the ground, placing goods on cloth. The protagonist asked what special event these northern cultivators had gathered for. He looked ahead in surprise, where Ning Yanyan and Bai Zhan were walking. The guy asked in surprise that they were also here. The girl with pink hair turned to the side, telling the girl that she didn't think there would be so many cultivators here, and maybe they should have taken more people. Ning Yanyan frowned as she looked ahead and said displeasedly that she was here to learn about the secret kingdom from Tan's reports, and also to find heavenly pills for Shenshi, and she doesn't know who started the rumors so quickly, but it's better to be on the lookout. Bai Zhan looked at the girl with a smile and said that someone will break into this cave anyway, and Xiao here, and the other girls are still worried about Shenshi's injury, so they cultivate diligently intending to increase the level of their realms, and she promised them that she would find a cure for Shenshi. A guy in green clothes, with brown hair and a fan in his hand smiled, saying that he wanted to look around, and came across such beauties. Next to him stood a girl with long black hair. The girl looked at Bai Zhan and Ning Yanyan and said that it was them. The guy in green clothes grinned, cupped the face of the girl with black hair with his fingers and asked if she knew them. The girl with long black hair slapped the guy on the arm and frowned, displeasedly telling Duan Baishan that he was dissatisfied with her because she was no longer so beautiful and strong and therefore stared at other women. The guy grinned and raised an eyebrow at the girl, asking if she was afraid that he would forget her after playing with them. The girl looked over her shoulder at him and, frowning, asked if he and these two fairies from Shanding, a vassal of the Tan sect, were in his right mind and it was better not to provoke them. Duan Baishan walked forward, smiling and holding a fan, saying that it was great luck for them to meet the young master from Tongxian Valley. The girl with black hair crossed her arms over her chest, looking after the guy and said that she advises him to kill this young master before it's too late. Otherwise he will embroil the whole valley in problems. The guy answered her that she knows the power of the Tongxian Valley and it's better to take care of herself worried. The girl with black hair grinned, looking at him over her shoulder and thought that she wanted what was best for him. And Shenshi is an old and cunning fool. Most likely he did not lose cultivation at all, but catches thoughtless fools with live bait. Yueting stood next to the main character while he was looking away. The girl said that those people seemed to be his friends, and it seems that someone in green is coming towards them with clearly bad intentions, and maybe they will help them. The main character smiled and awkwardly scratched his cheek with his finger. A man wearing a purple cloud-patterned cloak stood behind Yui Wushwang, telling the girls that people from the Shanding Celestial sect had arrived. The girl turned to the man with a smile and happily said to take her to them as soon as possible. Two people in purple hoods looked at Duan Baishan, frowning. One of them said that didn't the ruler of the world order to secretly protect the people from Shanding before his arrival? The second agreed with him. Shenshi raised his index finger with a smile and said that there was no need and he believed that he would soon shit his pants from fear. Duan Baishan walked up to the two girls with a smile, opened his fan in front of him and said that he was Duan Baishan, the young master of Tongxian Valley, and he welcomed them, and maybe he would be honored with a chance to walk with them. A couple of people looked at him in surprise. One of them pointed a finger at the guy, saying that the Tongxian Valley is the main one in the northern region. The other man replied that he didn't think they would come here and let him look at the man behind the young master, he at the stage of the birth of the soul. Duan Baishan fanned himself, smiling proudly and sighing, saying that these fairies could not resist his bloodline, and he was already imagining them in his arms. Ning Yanyan frowned, looking at him displeasedly and said that no, if he has nothing more to say, then let him leave them alone. Duan Baishan smiled awkwardly, closed his eyes and laughed, saying that he did not expect anything else from fairies. Bai Zhan took Ning Yanyan by the hand and looked back at the guy with displeasure and walked forward, telling the girl that they had better get out of here. The guy in green frowned at them with a dark look and said that they had insulted him and they really thought he would let them get away with it. Two girls left the guy holding hands. Suddenly, Ning Yanyan looked back with a surprised look, frowning. Duan Beishan looked at her with a smile, slammed his fan and told them to come with him, otherwise they would know his wrath. Behind him, the white-robed man rubbed his fist, advising the master not to waste his time on them. A man in white clothes was grabbed by the hand by a man in a purple hood. His face was covered by the shadow of the hood and he gloomily told the man that he seemed to want to start a fight. But a mysterious kingdom would soon open and so he hoped that no one would get involved here problems. The man in white clothes pulled his hand out of the man's grip, looking at him in fear and clenching his teeth. Duan Beishan looked at him displeasedly and asked what was the matter. The man replied that he was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and he was no match for him. Duan Beishan clasped his hands together and looked at the purple-robed man, telling him that his name was Duan Beishan, from Tongxian Valley. The hooded man looked gloomily at the guy from top to bottom and told him that he didn't care what sect the guy was from and to shut up and get out of here. The guy in green clothes clenched his teeth, looking at the man with anger. He was stopped by a man in white clothes, saying that it was not worth it. Fusing his hands together irritably, Duan Beishan smiled and closed his eyes, saying that he was leaving. The guy left, complaining that he would remember him, and the day would come when the valley would take revenge for this shame. A man in a dark green cloak looked after him, his hands folded behind his back. Duan Beishan collided with a man in a dark green cloak and he closed one eye, letting out a groan of pain. They both fell to the ground and the guy in the cloak with black hair looked irritably at Duan Beishan, to whom the man in white clothes leaned over and whispered to him that this guy was also in the late stage of nascent soul. The guy with black hair pointed down and smiled irritably, looking down at Duan Beishan, telling him to watch where he was going and he had stepped on his sore foot. And now he would be crippled, so he owed him 1,800,000 spirit stones, otherwise he would just so this matter will not leave. Duan Beishan looked at him irritably with his mouth open and told the elder that he only had 100,000 with him. He wondered what was wrong with his luck and where did all these late-stage nascent soul cultivators come from. A crowd of people stood behind the guy. A man in blue clothes with a pattern of clouds looked at him displeasedly, asking if he was slandering Shandon and these were his people. Duan Beishan trembled, looking back at the man with tears in his eyes. He was scared and trying to say something. Shenxi and Yueding walked forward, holding hands. The girl looked back and asked how the guy realized that he was out of luck. The main character replied that it was all about experience in the world of cultivation. He had enough of it and the villains relied on their status in order to get beauties. They always get what they deserve. He said that they should go quickly, and the secret kingdom will soon open. The girl clenched her hand into a fist with delight. Stars appeared in her eyes when she said that the main character is simply something and even knows it. The guy smiled and replied that how could he not know. He stood at the bottom of the mountain, looking at the blue sea in the distance and said that there are too many people here, and if they wait with everyone, anything can happen and it will be better if he opens the secret kingdom in advance. A girl with long blue hair and white clothes was swimming underwater, surrounded by blue light. She opened her eyes, which had a bright blue glare. The girl took out a sword from her chest, with a blue light swirling around it. She struck with her sword at the bottom of the sea, next to the seaweed, leaving a bright blue and yellow light from the sword. A bright large golden beam of light came out of the sea. The water around it splashed to the sides. A mountain appeared in the middle of the sea, glowing with golden light. A couple of people looked at this in surprise. One of the guys in dark clothes said that the gate to the secret kingdom had opened. A crowd of people headed towards the sea, leaving dust behind them. Someone asked what was wrong with his flying sword. Someone said that he could not swim. Another said that this area was being suppressed by an array, and apparently he would have to swim. Shenxi and Yueding stood holding hands. The girl looked at him and asked that if flying didn't work out, then they would rent a boat. The guy patted the girl on the head and said with a smile that where can we rent boats here? Shenxi knelt down, stretched out his hands and turned to the girl with a smile, saying that he would carry her. The girl hugged the guy from the back to the neck, and he smiled at her when the girl agreed. Some people ran on the water, other people swam. They stood inside the golden dome and Duan Beishan turned to look at them, grinning. He looked at them with a smile, saying that the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, and it was difficult for the golden core cultivators to move on. He laughed, threw back his head and said that apparently he would be the first cultivator to set foot on this island. Shenxi was running next to him with Yueding on his back. Duan Beishan looked back at them and shouted to follow them. The white-robed man stuck out 2 fingers in front of him, looking at the irritated guy, and said that he was already trying his best, and let him be glad that they were still keeping up with the group of nascent soul stage cultivators. Duan Baishan looked at the man irritably and frowned, asking what does it mean to go all out. Even the golden core stage brat is stepping on their heels, and this is in his opinion going all out. He said that he has already disgraced himself today, and he still continues pull it down. The main character turned to the guy who shouted that the man did not learn anything in Tongxian Valley, because the cause of all the problems today is his incompetence, and he has the courage to say that he is trying his best. It would be better if he died. The main character looked at the guy and displeasantly told him that he was spoiled and he didn't understand how he still managed to live. Duan Baishan looked at him angrily, clenched his teeth and shouted that he was apparently tired of living, since he dared to utter these words to him. Shenshi frowned at him. He said that everyone present here, except for the geniuses from the Tuan Celestial sect, had achieved everything through their own efforts, and he was just a parasite living at the expense of others. And where did he get so much courage to talk to him in this tone? Yueting nervously looked at the guy to the side and called the master. Duan Baishan frowned, smiled and replied that the protagonist should wait and he will still answer for this, and he is afraid that he will have to witness him playing with the girl who is on his back. Shenshi smiled, turning to him and replied that they would wait and see, and told Yueting that they were coming. The girl and the guy walked along the ground, holding hands. Yueting smiled widely, looked around and said how beautiful it is here. In the forest there were several towers of green, blue and yellow colors. The girl asked this was the secret kingdom. Shenshi raised his head with a smile and said that this is a small world in which the 5 elements are in circulation, and time flows slower. 1 day spent here is equal to 7 days outside, and the spiritual power is more powerful than in reality, and these structures are trigrams. They represent the various elements of this small world. Yueting clenched her hands into fists and looked at the guy excitedly, saying that the master knew so much. The guy smiled and said that he would show her everything here. A large bull with golden eyes and a golden symbol on its forehead was running next to the golden building. 3 guys stood in front of the bull, holding swords in their hands, holding them out in front of them. A guy with blue hair and a blue jacket said that it was impossible to use flying swords here, so they had to tense up and repel the attack of this spiritual bull. Another guy with a ponytail and brown clothes said that an ordinary formation stage spiritual ox would not compare to them. Golden core cultivators. The huge bull hit the 3 people with its horns and they flew to the sides, dropping their weapons, the bull's golden eyes glowing. One of the guys looked at Yueting, who was flying through the sky with a device on her waist. The girl spread her arms to the side with a smile, her skirt and hair flying in the sky. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and widened his eyes. There were small wounds on his face when he asked in surprise how she flies. The guy with blue hair took his sword in his hand, getting into a fighting stance, and said that perhaps the array suppression had disappeared and summoned a flying sword. The guy with blue hair flew to the side, leaving a yellow trail behind him, and shouted that everything was useless. The 2 other guys looked at him in confusion. The guy was picked up by the clothes of Shenshi, holding him in the air, and said that the array suppression is still active, and Yueting is just using the power of the magic treasure, so let the guy not think about it anymore. The blue hair guy looked at him and thanked him in confusion. He looked at the 2 bulls that were running towards them and at the main character who was holding a blue sword in his hand, asking maybe they should join forces. The main character said that the next wave is coming. The bulls were pushed away by a strong wave of blue energy, causing them to fly back, yellow blows passing nearby. Yueting watched with a wide smile as several bulls were pushed away by the blue energy and smiled widely, calling the master. Shenshi put his hand on his waist and smiled, saying that he was apparently still the fastest. Yueting fell into the guy's arms, hugging him by the neck with a smile, and said that he is the strongest of all. The main character smiled at her and said that the first level always seems simple, and if the basic skills are honed, then you can easily get higher, and the next level, this is the real difficulty. The girl looked at him, raising her eyebrows in surprise, and said that even if the master considers it difficult, then she will simply be a burden for him. Shenshi pulled the girl's cheek with a smile and she closed her eyes. He said that he meant that it would be difficult for other people, but he did not say that it would be an obstacle for him. They walked further along the road and the girl looked at the main character when he looked up and said that on the 2nd level of the Kun Tower there are guards. These are 18 ground demons, each of which has a power close to the full stage of the Golden Core, and they will attack simultaneously. Without a certain level of agility and strength, Even nascent soul stage cultivators would not be able to hold back their attacks. Two men with beards and blonde hair sat on the ground with their hands folded. A red light glowed around them. A man in purple clothes and gray hair looked to the side, saying that who would have thought that the Golden Core guy would show up here first along with the Kingdom Girl Foundation formation. The second man with light blue hair and blue clothes looked at him and told them to listen to his advice and not to go further. They will not be able to defeat them, and let them wait here a little. They will clear out all the spiritual troops, and then they can join them on the second level. Shenshi looked at them in surprise, raising his eyebrows, and asked if the elders had made any decisions. The man in blue clothes stood up, dusted off his pants, and said that he was very lucky and his foundation was strong, and he managed to quickly get to the island and where such a master came from. The second man leaned his hand on the ground, saying that the guy did not often visit secret realms, and it's not a game of chess where you either win or lose, and opportunities will be all around you, and it's easy to miss a lot of things if you just wander around aimlessly. The main character clasped his hands together, looking at them, and replied that he did not have a master and was lucky to stumble upon several opportunities. Two men stood next to the guy, and the man in purple clothes extended his hands, saying that if there is no master, then it is also luck, and he is the master of the Yikyong sect, Lord Tiangu, and since the guy does not have a master, then he can come to his sect and achieve a lot. He will even give him the title of inner sect leader, and he can take his little disciple with him. Shenshi's eyes turned white and he stood between the two men, confusedly asking that everything is so simple. The guy closed his eyes and spread his arms to the sides, trying to say something. Tiangu put his hand to his chin and asked if he really meant to say that his Yikyong sect was not good enough for him. The main character smiled awkwardly, looking at him, and said that this is not the case at all, and he just recently offended the young master from the Tongxian Valley, so he is afraid that he will bring them nothing but problems if he joins, and he thinks he should refuse. The two men looked at each other silently, their mouths open in surprise. Tiangu closed his eyes and sighed, extending his hand and saying that it is a pity and he has great talent, and that he should continue to think about the fact that before he does or says anything. And in the end, there is no place for carelessness and freedom in the world of cultivation, and it is likely that Duinbation will try to strike back. Once he leaves the secret realm, they will mobilize the forces of Tongxian Valley to break him. Shenshi smiled as he looked at him and thanked the man for the warning. He said that however the secret realm was quite a dangerous place, so he didn't think that Duinbation would be able to get out of here alive. The man in purple clothes shook his head, closed his eyes, and replied that he was right, and this kingdom was fraught with many dangers. But the heirs of the family were definitely accompanied by bodyguards, so it was unlikely that anything would stop them from carrying out their plan. The main character smiled, closed his eyes, and thanked the elder for the warning. The man in blue clothes pointed behind himself and smiled, telling him to wait a little longer for them, and once they finished, he would share the reward with him. Shenshi looked at the man in surprise and asked what the reward was. He thought that he had made this place without the possibility of obtaining loot. Tiangu pointed behind him with a smile, where there were several stone statues of soldiers with various weapons in their hands. He said that the main character is not yet experienced enough and let him look here, and what he thinks is special at this level. The statues with golden eyes, one of them was holding a spear and the other was holding an halberd. The man said that all the weapons in the hands of spiritual generals contained a trace of spiritual fluctuations, and most likely they would become spiritual treasures and would be worth a fortune. A man in purple clothes approached the guy and raised his index finger, saying that on the black market, each one can fetch 100 spiritual stones. Shenshi's eyes turned white and he frowned, saying that a whole 100 spiritual stones, and even if they are semi-spiritual treasures, they are too big and he is afraid that no cultivator will want to buy them. The two men walked towards the huge statues. Tiangu turned back and said that once they burst into battle, he would need to stop the first spiritual general on the left and let them leave the rest. Shenshi stretched out his hand in confusion as he looked at them and said that he felt that the trials of this level were to avoid the attack of the generals and advance to the next stage. The guy's eyes suddenly widened and he frowned, thinking that they were at the nascent soul realm stage after all. The two men ran towards the statues of the generals who were holding weapons in front of them, shouting that they were attacking. Shenshi extended his hand towards them, shouting that they were so carelessly entering into a fight and they did not look strong enough. With a swing of the sword that left a golden trail, the two men flew back, drops of blood streaming from their faces. Yueding raised her fist up and with a wide smile shouted to the elders forward. The main character covered his face with his hand, nervously asking what else is ahead, and she wants them dead. He said that now it is clear that these two are just fooling around. Shenshi stretched out his hand back, smoking. A blue sword appeared near his hand, from which blue energy emanated. He said that in any case, the elders have good swords, and called for the flowing waves. The huge statues that stood in front of the elders with their hands behind their weapons were surrounded by doves of thread. The statues collapsed onto the rocks in front of the two elders, and the blue-haired man asked in shock what happened to the spiritual generals. Shenshi awkwardly raised his finger to his face, looking at them, and said that most likely they had already become so old that they crumbled at the first touch. Tiangu asked what about the semi-spiritual treasures. He raised a huge golden sword. Next to him a man with blue hair was holding another silver sword. Shenshi awkwardly looked away, and said that they could probably just pick them up. At the same time, in the dry tower, 5th level, two men in red clothes, one of them held Yui Wushwang by the shoulders, saying that they caught them, and they need to inform the ruler of the world to come to the rescue. Another guy with black hair stood foot on the body of another person in white clothes, smilingly saying that this girl has 3 high levels on treasures. Because of this they almost failed the task, but thanks to her, they now have something to give to the ruler of the world. Yueding was sitting on her knees next to the fragments of stones, holding a huge sword in one hand, asking with a smile where to put it. Tiangu looked at her, saying that she was very strong. Shenshi noticed something near the wall. The main character was holding a blue crystal over his hand, from which a bright blue light emanated. A voice from the crystal said that they had captured the young master of the Taiyan celestial sect, and now she was unconscious. He could come up and absorb her. Shenshi closed his eyes and frowned in confusion. Holding the crystal to his face, he asked if these subordinates kidnapped his ex-girlfriend in order to gain approval. Yueding stood behind the main character, asking him if everything was okay with a wide smile. He turned to the girl, looking at her, and told her that something had happened and he needed to deal with it. The girl closed her eyes and reached out with both hands to the guy's hand, saying with a smile that wherever the master goes, she is always with him. Shenshi hugged her waist, holding out 2 fingers in front of her, saying that they didn't have much time, so they would have to hurry up and let her hold on tight. The girl agreed. Blue energy flew around the protagonist's fingers. He frowned, thinking about the Zun level technique, Radiant Chant, an improved version of the Tao. With a loud explosion, the two of them flew out the window, leaving behind a bright blue light, Tiangu holding onto his shield as he was blown upward. Shenshi and Yueding quickly flew through the sky, their hair flying behind them. The guy pushed off the ground with enormous force. Small stones scattered to the sides, and white dust rose from the ground. He clenched his hand into a fist, flying forward with the girl who was smiling, a golden building behind them. Many scrolls, books, and vessels that shone with golden light. Someone reached out through all these things, talking about the accumulation of Tao. The man showed 3 fingers on his hand, littered with things, and said that this amount of Tao was not enough for him to restore, and let them use more Tao chants. Shenshi frowned, holding Yueding, who hugged his neck. He landed on the ground. A large red seal with various symbols hung over the small island, casting a red light onto the island. Frowning, the guy raised his head up, thinking about how this careless weapon spirit activated the destruction array, but thought that he would deal with it later. 2 people in red cloaks stood awkwardly over the prone Yui Wushwang. One of them asked what was going on. The other replied that the gentleman had never mentioned his connections with the Taiyan celestial sect. The blonde opened her golden eyes slightly, letting out a soft sigh. She sat down on the floor and fearfully felt her chest and stomach, asking what happened to her. The 2 men looked at her silently and confusedly as the girl sighed and smiled, saying that she was fine and didn't need to worry. She looked in surprise at the 2 men standing next to her, while one asked if they could knock her out again, and the second replied that they probably should. Yui Wushwang opened her mouth in fear and shock, her eyes turning white as she screamed that they should not dare to approach her. And she is the young master of the Taiyan celestial sect, and if they dare to touch her, then her father will not let them get away with it. The man in the red hood looked down at the girl, his violet eyes glowing as he asked threateningly what her father could do. And if it weren't for his weakness now, then defeating her father would be as easy as defeating his son. Yui Wushwang knitted her eyebrows, looking at them, and said in fear that she was really destined to die here, and she had not yet resolved all the problems and had not gotten married. And shameful things with Shenshi, she had not accomplished anything in this life. Opening his mouth wide, someone loudly called out to the 2 men. They looked up in fear, clenching their teeth, sweat running down their faces as the man told them to prepare for their punishment. A guy in a red cloak and green hair sat on a black throne, resting his head on his hand, and laughed, saying that they were finished. 2 men in red hoods knelt down, their eyes turned white in fear, and they asked the ruler of the world to have mercy. Shenshi, with Yueting in his arms, flew through the air towards the blue tower, shouting that a duel was inevitable, and he would see how they improved their skills. After all, he was a nascent soul cultivator just like them, and told them to fight at full strength. Otherwise, in case, let them not blame him for their death. The guy with green hair smiled widely and hit his palm with his fist, saying that he understood and they should play along with the ruler of the world in order to make him look like a hero saving the beauty. One of the men with dark purple hair under a hood clenched his teeth in anger. A vein bulged on his cheek and he said that he understood there, and he was already punished for trying to predict the intentions of the ruler. But he steps on the same rake and wants to tighten it into big problems. The guy only replied that if they don't want to, they don't have to believe. The two men looked up, frowning, thinking that they finally had a chance to see the ruler of the world in action after his rebirth. Kai Lang, and who stood with a smile, the guy with green hair looked forward smiling. They thought that who knows how the confrontation will turn out between the ruler of the world, who is at the middle stage of the birth of the soul, and green and blue, who are already at a late stage. Luo Shasha sat in surprise looking at the blue crystal in her hand, asking who the hero was who was saving the beauty. The two men in red hoods opened their mouths wide, looking at each other in fear, saying that they forgot that the wife of the ruler of the world was still in the chat. Yui Wushwang looked at them in fear, frowning, and told them not to come and she would give whatever they wanted. The main character in blue and white robes and with long dark hair tied in a ponytail jumped out in front of the girl. He told her not to be afraid, and fellow Taoist Wushwang came for her. He shielded the girl with himself, holding out his hand while she looked at him in surprise and said that he would save her. Yui Wushwang smiled widely, looking at him with tears in her eyes, and thought that she knew that he would never leave her in trouble. The girl whimpered and wiped the tears from her eyes, saying that those two were very strong. The hooded men looked at her in shock, and one put his hands in front of him, shouting that she should not cry and they would not do anything bad to her, and because of her sobs they could to misunderstand. The black-haired boy frowned, his eyes glowing blue as he said that if they didn't do anything, they shouldn't blame him for their death. The two men looked at each other silently and fearfully, their mouths open. They both put two fingers in front of them. Holding out their hands, two bright green rays of light shone from them, inside of which daggers were visible. Shenshi deflected two green daggers with his blue sword, swinging it widely, and they flew back. He swung his sword and a wave of blue energy flew at one of the men as he raised his hands in front of him in fear. The second man stood behind Shenshi, clenching his hand into a fist and moving it back. The main character turned to him. A red glint was visible in his eyes. The man cast a tiger roar spell in the forest. There was a strong explosion, next to which red sparks flew. Only a clenched fist was visible. Yui Wushwang put her hands on her head, closed one eye and frowned, saying what a powerful spiritual attack. The spirit of a girl with long blue hair appeared in front of Shenshi, surrounded by splashes of water. One of the men in a red hood was blown away by a powerful jet of water, and he spread his arms to the sides. Shenshi smiled, looking in his direction, and asked if they were fighting back with full force. Two people looked at him in fear, hunched over, and one of them said that he had ordered them. The guy pointed his sword at them with a smile, saying that it was so, but he just thought that they would not take his words seriously, and now he would not give in. Looking at the guy in fear, one of the men put his hands in front of him, and the second put them together. They screamed loudly for the ruler to spare them. The main character, waving his sword, extended his hand forward and told his opponents to show him everything they could do. One hooded guy used a spiritual tiger avatar, and yellow energy in the form of a tiger rushed forward. The other guy used 1,000 shadow swords, and many blades rushed forward, leaving a green trail in the air. Shenshi grinned and said that 2 advancing waves would be enough to defeat them without any serious injuries. Yui Wushwang suddenly stood between them, shouting. She thought that Shenshi was at the golden core stage before, and even though he looked good, he could not match the strength of 2 nascent soul realm cultivators. She thought that she would not allow him to take such risks for her. The main character, having caught her, gritted his teeth and thought why she chose this particular time to cover him. Because with her cultivation, only one blow would be enough to harm her. Swinging his sword, he thought he had no choice but to parry the attack with what he had. Huge waves shook the room and a burst of blue energy rushed forward. A sword was stuck in the head of one of the guys, and they looked at each other with empty eyes. Looking at the huge wave, they thought that he had finally decided to show all his cards, and this time they would definitely end. Shenshi, sweating nervously, thought that he seemed to have overdone the Dao power. He held up 2 fingers surrounded by a stream of water. The guys in hoods protected themselves from the strong wave with a green barrier. The wave, breaking through the wall of the tower, threw them out. The main character and Yui Wushwang looked at each other. Yui Wushwang asked where he got so much power, because this blow was much more powerful than the deification stage. Shenshi, pretending to fall to the floor, said that he no longer had the strength. Holding him to her chest, Yui Wushwang asked if he was okay and why his Kai aura was so weak. The main character, exhaling, told her not to panic, because she almost strangled him, and he simply could not breathe. Yui Wushwang apologized to him with a worried expression and said that it was all because she was useless and had no use. Shenshi, wiping her tears, told her that he was fine and everything was fine as long as she was safe. Dropping it to the floor, Yui Wushwang began to sharply look around and asked if he had used a secret technique. She said that she had a Yuan recovery pill, but she didn't remember where she put it. Having found it in her chest, she said that she had found it. The main character said that it is too nutritious. Frowning, Yui Wushwang said that it was good because he was a man after all. Shenshi insisted that there was no need for this. Yui Wushwang insisted on the opposite. The main character, pointing his fingers at her, asked how she knew, because she had never tried it herself. Turning away in embarrassment, she invited him to try it together. She had already taken the pill. Shenshi looked at her in bewilderment. Touching his chin, Yui Wushwang asked if he was afraid that she would not take responsibility. The main character, frowning, pulled back and thought, how dare she talk to Kai and Jin like that? He said that he forgot to say that he was hiding his real appearance. He thought maybe she had already guessed that he was Shenshi. Falling to the floor, Yui Wushwang said that it was impossible, and he would not do it. The main character said it was true and he actually faked his true appearance. Yui Wushwang covered her ears and shouted that this was not true and she couldn't hear him. She closed her eyes and thought about what she should do if it turned out to be Shenshi, and what she should tell him. She wondered if she should apologize since, after all, it was her fault. Shenshi annoyedly asked why she was so distrustful. He said that he would prove everything to her right now. He thought that he could no longer pretend and let her know that her true savior was him and not some giant Jen. Jumping on him, Yui Wushwang shouted that he couldn't. Pinning him to the ground, she said that she said no and that means no. The main character said embarrassedly about something below. Yui Wushwang asked what it was and said that something hard was pressing against her. Shenshi smiled nervously and asked if she really didn't know or was faking it. Yui Wushwang replied sheepishly that she could actually guess. The main character narrowed his eyes confusedly. Yueting jumped towards them and asked what they were doing. Shenshi confusedly told her to stop and not be impulsive. Swinging her blade, Yueting shouted to Yui Wushwang that she would give her heart for seducing the master. She hit her neck with a blade, and the protagonist covered her neck with small magical blades in time. Turning nervously to her, he told her to calm down and he was fine. Yueting frowned and turned away offended. Yui Wushwang asked who she was. Shenshi said that this is his student. He asked her to get up, because it was not good to sit like that in front of a child. Rising to her feet, Yui Wushwang asked where he got another student from. The main character asked, another one. Yui Wushwang, covering her face with her hands, said embarrassedly that she wanted to say that he was too freedom-loving, but he took a student. She said quietly that she almost let it slip, because he is not in Shenshi form right now. Yueting, clinging to the main character, asked who it was. Yui Wushwang shouted that he was her boyfriend. Shenshi said that it is like a male friend. Yueting, calling her aunt, asked how she met the master. Yui Wushwang asked in horror when she became an aunt and told her to call her big sister. Yueting grinned and said that if she was the master's friend, then they were equal in seniority. She said that he is like a father to her and she is quite close to him, which means she is an aunt. Calling her aunt with every question, which cut Yui Wushwang like a knife, she asked how they met, how old she would be this year, and said that she had already become an adult. Yueting asked if she knew what his favorite dish was. Yui Wushwang pointed forward with her index finger with a confident smile and said, fried chicken wings. She asked with a smug smile what they would say to this and whether she was wrong. The main character, having dispelled his disguise, told her to stop pretending and asked that she had long understood who he really was. He said she did this in the hope that he would someday forgive her. Yui Wushwang, frantically waving her hands, said that this was nonsense, she never thought so, and she did not need his forgiveness. She said that she just wanted to get back at him. Shaking his head, Shenshi asked what kind of arrogance this is. He said it was just like the book. He said she first needed to prepare for the inevitable change in plot. Yui Wushwang asked about the plot change. A huge yin-yang symbol glowed on the ground. Frowning his brows, the main character thought that according to the plot, this yin-yang teleportation array is the last level that appears when the main character passes all 8 towers, but it appeared too early. He thought that he was afraid that someone was pulling the strings. Jumping out, he said that it didn't matter, because this was a free experience that it would be stupid to refuse. He called Yueting to follow him. Yui Wushwang, jumping after her, shouted to him to wait for her. After touching the symbol on the ground, the main character and Yueting immediately disappeared. They appeared in a room with dark walls that looked like the night sky. Yueting, clinging to the main character, asked what kind of place this was. Someone said that they say the opposing teams are destined to meet, but he didn't think that would happen. Duan Beishan told him to kneel down and call him daddy, and then maybe he would spare his life. Shenxi asked Yueting if she hated him with a smile. Yueting said yes, puffing out her cheeks. The main character said with a grin that he would disappear without a trace right now. Duan Beishan pointed his finger at him and asked who he thought he was, being an ordinary golden core realm. He ordered that he be captured and his spiritual veins sealed. The older man complied, raising his fist, shrouded in yellow energy. He told the main character to be obedient and just give up, otherwise he would be in trouble. Shenxi said that the accomplice is as guilty as the criminal himself, and who knows how much blood is on his hands. Waving 2 fingers, he said that he would die first, and soon the young master would go to the afterlife. The blue energy hit the man and blood gushed out from his mouth. He fell to the floor, and the main character said that this was their personal matter, which did not concern others. Duan Beishan ordered to attack him and not let him get closer. Looking around, he asked if they understood who he was, because if anything happened to him, they could not avoid the same fate. The guy with blue hair said that the inheritance test is coming soon, and he is sure that it will not be so easy, and they will need all the strength they have. He asked the others what they thought. Another guy agreed and said that they need to save their energy, and this test is being carried out for other groups, so they need to hurry up. He added that the young master of Tongxian Valley is not a small fry at all. He told him to think about it, otherwise it would be bad when the Tongxian Valley came to take revenge. The other person said not to be so naive. After all, the young master of Tongxian Valley talks a lot, but in fact he has not done anything, and he has not lost anything. Yueting clung to the main character in fear. Shenxi patted her on the head and told her not to be afraid of anything. Turning around, he said that their words made sense. Smirking evilly, he said that if no one came out of here, then no one could take revenge on him. So he changed his mind and they would all die. The guys asked if he was completely crazy. The main character, smiling broadly, said that it seemed that they initially misunderstood something, because he had never been a good character. Duan Beishan asked why they didn't do anything, and if they hadn't heard what he said. He said that he will kill them all, so they need to attack him together. The elderly man, grabbing the sword, told the others not to be afraid, because this is just one person, and even if he has a full-fledged soul generation realm, they also have such people. He shouted to kill him, and everyone rushed to attack. The main character told Yueting to close his eyes with a smile. Yueting said no, because she accepts everything he does. Swinging his sword, Shenxi said that she was a good student. Gritting his teeth, he used the Blue Tide Revival. The stream of water rushed forward. The water enveloped the opponents, carrying them along with it. The water in the room gradually disappeared along with the people. Yueting asked the main character where they went. Shenxi put his palms together with a holy look and said, "Ashes to ashes, ashes to ashes," and they left the server forever. Yueting read the inscription on the stone. 1 obstacle, 2 kuna, 3 strikes, 4 up and down, 5 in the middle, 6 rods, 7 repetitions, 8 births and 9 retreats. She asked what kind of spell it was. The main character said that these are numbers that are represented by Hayashin Bagua symbols, and this is the code they must enter into the compass. He said that everything would work out if the numbers matched the green arrow in the shape of a pointer on the compass. Yueting exclaimed that he was a genius. She asked how he managed to figure out the solution to the puzzle without even looking at it. With a determined frown, she said that she needed to work harder to avoid becoming a burden to him. She said that there were some more words below: kill the ghost, get the password. Looking around, Yueting said that there are only 8 doors in this room, and the words written above each door mean 1 obstacle, 2 kun, 3 strikes, 4 up and down, 5 in the middle, 6 rods, 7 repetitions, 8 births and 9 retreats. She asked if maybe when they activated the mechanism, the different doors would start to open and reveal the code numbers that corresponded to the symbols. She said there were 9 compasses, so they would have to enter the password 9 times. Shenxi said that she was right, and she had good deduction and observation skills. He began to enter the code, 733,129. Yueting turned around and said that they had not yet activated the mechanism. Running up to him, she said that if they entered the wrong code, they could fall into a trap and die. The main character said that everything is ready and they can move on. Yueting said in amazement that they hadn't even started solving the puzzle yet. Shenxi, hugging her, told her not to worry because he was simply very well versed in such schemes. They found themselves in a half-destroyed building with an abyss in the middle. Opposite them sat an elderly man with long hair and a beard, in front of whom a game of Go was laid out. Yueting said that he looks very strong. The main character said that this is just a doll that has been possessed by a spirit, is in a full-fledged soul emergence realm, and can be called the strongest creature in the entire Bagua realm. The man said that if they could solve the riddle, they would move on. He began to say the conditions of the riddle, but Shenxi, without listening to him, rearranged the pieces on the board. The man said in amazement that they passed. Yueting exclaimed that he hadn't even finished speaking. The main character, throwing up his hands, said that it was just some kind of chess. A girl with long white hair, animal ears and a tail, being naked in some space, irritably asked why this was happening. Rubbing her head, she said that she didn't understand anything, because the riddles were supposed to be difficult, but he just entered a random code and solved the first puzzle, and then won dry at chess by making random moves. Frowning, she said that if they were doing so well, she was forced to use more direct methods. At the fourth stage, Shenxi looked at the open chest in amazement. There was a note in the chest, "Please put Tao rhythms in the chest to advance to the next stage." The main character asked how it happened that the tasks changed, because no one else is able to use the rhythms of Tao. He asked if he was a victim of price discrimination policies. After fulfilling the requirement, he said that this is just one small Tao rhythm. Yueting asked what the price discrimination policy means. Shenxi said that this is a terrible method that capitalists use. At the sixth stage, he said that it had been the same task for 3 stages in a row, and this was some kind of robbery. He angrily asked if they wanted his Tao rhythms that bad. He shouted to them to take away the limited edition super thick lotus flower with Tao rhythm essence. The girl exclaimed that there are so many Tao rhythms here, and all this for free. Digging through things, she said that she did not have a physical form, and she needed to find a body somewhere in order to appear in the real world. The main character asked where this world is heading, because no one wants to take away the Tao rhythm, which he is ready to give completely free of charge. He said he would have to keep it. Yueting asked what kind of scene he was playing. Shaking his palm, Shenxi said that he was only taking it away. Hands appeared out of thin air and shouted at him to stop. The girl, now dressed in a white dress, told him to give it to her. The main character hit her sharply on the head with his hand. Sitting on the ground, the girl grabbed her head with her hands, on which a lump appeared. She looked up sadly. The main character still had a lotus in his hand. She exclaimed and Shenxi shouted at her not to scream. He asked if she was the spirit of the Bagua plate. The girl said yes. She asked if he could now give it to him, since she had answered his question. Not allowing her to take the lotus, the protagonist asked if the secret dungeon was her work. He said she makes him pay again and again. The girl said it was an equal exchange. He gave her the Tao rhythm, and she let him pass to the next stage. Shenxi asked if she wanted it that much. The girl with sparkling eyes said that she was ready to do anything to get it. The main character asked with a grin for everything. The girl said yes, and even to a physical exchange. Hitting her on the head, Shenxi asked who would want her body anyway, since her curves were too small. The girl said that this was unexpected, because perverts like him should like little legal lolies. Pointing her finger at him, she said that he hit her on the head, and that was enough for their deal. She asked if she could pick it up. Yueting hugged her and exclaimed that she was very cute. She asked what her name was. The girl remained silent with hostility on her face. The main character, with noticeable irritation on his face, demanded that she say her name. The girl said her name was Baliner. Slapping her on the head, Shenxi asked if she was the spirit of the Bagua plate. He said she didn't look very smart. Yueting said that if you hit your head so much, even a smart person will turn into a fool. Picking up Baliner by the collar, the protagonist said that she was spirit number 102, created by man. He asked if she had any memories. Baliner said she didn't know what he was talking about. Shenxi said that he would give her the petal. Baliner ate the petal. The main character thought that she was the ultimate creation obtained from the experiments of the ancient peoples, a master of exaltation and very resourceful. After she was subdued by the main character's Aokir, she became her strongest support. He thought, as for this lowly with ears and white hair, nothing but hair and ears fit the description. Even speaking of resourcefulness, he could kill her with a simple wave of his hand. Sighing, he said that he had many Tao items, so if she accepted him as her master, then she would never have to think about hunger again. Baliner happily agreed. The main character smiled nervously and thought that he would consider this something like buying chips. In any case, this is the secret kingdom of Bagua and a sacred treasure, and it is far from a loss. Clenching his hand into a fist, he thought that now that Baliner had recognized him as their master, he had complete control over this small world. He thought that he could explore any corner of it with just the power of his thoughts. Shenshi thought that he could even freely change the viewing angle and zoom in without losing quality, and it was even more exciting than those games. He clenched his hand into a fist happily, and Yueding asked why his nose was bleeding. Wiping his nose with a handkerchief, the main character said that everything was fine. The picture quality was just too good, and he was very touched. Baliner shouted that she recognized him as a master, and she wants a lot. Shenshi, rubbing his chin, said that now that he has become the master of these trials, he can be considered to have cleared the secret realm, and this place will soon disappear, so the previous matters need to be dealt with soon. Baliner said displeasedly that he did not keep his word, and only scoundrels do that. The main character said that everything in this kingdom belongs to him, so if someone gets all the rewards, he will take them back, but they cannot be allowed to waste their journey here, so they need to exchange the rewards for these expired pills, because no one will die if they take them. People exclaimed in amazement that they were all forcibly expelled right in the middle of the test. The guy asked the other what floor he had reached. He said he didn't even pass the second one. The guy with his hair in a ponytail smiled smugly and said that he managed to climb to the third floor. Another guy said he didn't even pass the first one. He asked if they had received any reward. A guy said that he received 2 yuan spirit pills. Another guy said that judging by the shine, they were past their expiration date. Ning Yanyan said that the testing area has disappeared, which means that someone has reached the end and entered into inheritance. Yui Wushwang asked them if they had seen Shenshi. Bai Zhang asked if he wasn't at the doctor's appointment. Ning Yanyan said that he had lost his cultivation, and there was no way he could be here. Yui Wushwang, spreading her hands, said that she saw him, and he was fine. He had even broken through to the nascent soul realm. A heavy silence fell between them. Ning Yanyan frowned and said that they had all been lied to. Bai Zhang asked in amazement that he had not lost his cultivation. Yui Wushwang exclaimed furiously that he even took the girl with him and called her his disciple, but they hugged and clung to each other all the time. The 3 of them were inflamed with anger. Ning Yanyan said that there was still time before the secret kingdom was closed, and although they could not enter into the right of inheritance, they could try to get other resources. Bai Zhang said that by working together, they would definitely be able to climb the tower. Yui Wushwang said that the secret realm is teeming with treasures, but it has a very high difficulty, so the rewards here should be no less than a high-level mysterious rank. The tower glowed like a disco, and the guy said that those 3 female cultivators were so strong that on the first try, they climbed to the 8th floor of the tower as if they were walking. A shiny chest appeared in front of the girls. Breathing heavily, Ning Yanyan said that this is the tower's treasure chest, and it looks impressive. Yui Wushwang said that she hopes for a Xuan-level treasure. Bai Zhang said that he was looking forward to it and suggested opening it together. There was a note in the chest, "Thank you for your patronage. Put some more." Yui Wushwang, Bai Zhang and Ning Yanyan left the tower with a downcast expression. Yui Wushwang asked the girl what she was doing and why everyone around her was kneeling and plucking grass. The girl said with tears in her eyes that all the prizes and treasures of Bagua Tower were gone, and in order not to return empty-handed and vent a little disappointment, people began to collect spiritual herbs. She said that in the end, in order to collect the maximum number of Tao rhythms, everyone throws all their things into the lake. The girls felt like clowns. Yui Wushwang said in shock that there were no more prizes or treasures left in Bagua Tower. She asked how this was possible. Ning Yanyan asked if these notes seemed very familiar to them. Bai Zhang said that the phrase thanking him for his patronage was clearly said in his manner. Yui Wushwang couldn't understand who she was talking about. Burning with anger, Ning Yanyan said that replacing treasures with these notes is so immoral and evil that most people do not dare to even think about it. But if it is really him, then anything is possible. Bai Zhang smiled shyly and said that although he often acts very gentle, caring and responsible, it was quite in his spirit to do such a thing. Yui Wushwang still couldn't figure out who they were talking about. She shouted at them to stop playing charades and tell them who they were talking about. Ning Yanyan and Bai Zhang said in one voice that of course they were talking about Shenshi. Yui Wushwang asked why she felt like the 2 of them knew him better than her, his girlfriend. Frowning, she said that something was wrong with the 2 of them. Ning Yanyan asked what exactly was wrong. She said that she was too suspicious and suggested that they be the first to move to the exit, because the secret kingdom would soon disappear, and after that Shenshi should appear. A man with a beard, noticing Jan, said that he had also come. Jan, laughing, said that the secret kingdom is too dangerous. He didn't have the courage to enter, so he just wanders around, waiting for people to come out of it, and then trading the treasures that they will bring back and will be useful to him. He said that there were quite a lot of people who thought the same, so this place was bound to become something of a black market. The man, pointing his hand at the seal in the sky, said that this is the great teleportation array of the secret realm, and someone must have passed through it and it began to close, and the survivors are now returning. Jan sighed and said that no one knows how many of them will return alive this time. A huge number of people began to fall from the sky. The man said that perhaps due to too many participants, the difficulty of the kingdom had decreased. Jan said that this means they must have a lot of treasures. He suggested that we hurry up and start bargaining to choose the best. Landing in front of them, he asked if they had obtained any treasures from the secret realm. The man said that they could exchange them for spiritual stones and various things at a good price. A lot of tired people were kneeling in front of them with grass in their hands. The main character told Yueting that it was too crowded. He suggested leaving here as quickly as possible. Yueting thought that he was holding her very tightly, and maybe if she was lucky, she would have a child with him. Yui Wushwang, Ning Yanyan and Bai Zhang called out to the main character. Ning Yanyan said that they finally found him. Shenshi turned around and said with a nervous smile that he didn't understand what she was talking about. Yui Wushwang said that he lies like he breathes. She asked if he didn't change his face with an illusion every time he said he didn't know them. It dawned on the main character. Wrinkles and a beard and mustache appeared on his face, and Yui Wushwang angrily asked what was the point of doing this right in front of their eyes. Bai Zhang asked if he had truly recovered. Shenshi sighed and dispelled the illusion. The girls, blushing, thought that he had made their hearts flutter with one breath. The main character told Bai Zhang that he had reasons to hide his training and was too distant from everyone. He said that they all respected and trusted him, so he didn't want to push, and he really thought that this way they could get closer, so he hid his identity. He said he was very sorry. Bai Zhang covered her mouth with her hands with tears in her eyes and said that she was wrong. Ning Yanyan said that he should not lie to those he wants to get closer to. Shenshi said that his goal this time was to find a strong magical treasure, and she is the leader of the sect. But she has nothing to prove her power, so he could not leave things as they are. She was embarrassed, and he said that she really wanted the Xuan mysterious treasure, but she couldn't get it through the sect's forces, and she didn't have time to look for it on her own. He said that he wanted to help, but could not say anything, because she would definitely refuse, and he had to take the initiative. Closing his eyes, the main character apologized and said that she was a very proud and adamant fairy, so he lied. Looking away in embarrassment, Ning Yanyan said that he shouldn't worry about her so much. Yui Wushwang looked at the embarrassed girls in shock. Shenshi put his fingers to her lips and said that she should know better than anyone why he came here. He asked why he should go where she was not. He said that she had been working very hard lately, traveling to so many secret realms. Yui Wushwang, looking away, said that she did not do this to find a medicine that could heal him, and she just wanted to improve her cultivation by entering the secret realms. The main character hugged her, and she, sobbing, said that it was not what it seemed. She told him not to think he understood her. Smirking, Shenshi thought that there is no problem that cannot be solved, and he is the best at solving problems. He wondered if he had now dug himself an even deeper hole. Yueting told the protagonist that Muling Castle was ahead. The main character exclaimed how great it was to finally return home. Yueting squinted her eyes and thought that something was wrong. And why were there so many cultivator auras in the castle? Two people appeared in front of the main character. Yueting exclaimed in amazement that the gatekeepers were cultivators of the golden core. The guy said that they returned with firewood. The woman said to take them to the south side to dry. Yueting asked in amazement that the golden core cultivators were helping with the preparation of firewood. She asked the main character if he knew what was happening here. Shenshi told her not to panic, because he was the one who organized everything. Kai Leng greeted the main character, and he said that formalities were not needed. He said that all the people had been successfully transferred to Muling Castle and were completely at his disposal. Shenshi said that he could go about his business for now, and he would visit Lu Shasha. He thought that the people from Kai Leng had finally arrived, but they were working in support. However, they seemed to be doing it with pleasure, but Shasha had never encountered such a situation. Baeliner appeared in front of him, talking in her sleep about delicious Dao rhythms. He told Yueting to take her and do something while he went to her mother for official business. The main character knocked on the door, calling out to Shasha. She ran to the door. Opening the door, dressed only in a robe, she said that he had returned. Shenshi, blushing, asked if he had woken her up by accident. Shasha said no and she was just a little tired and laid down to rest but still felt sluggish. The main character looked away, smiling nervously. Shasha took his hand. She said that since he came, it means there are some important topics that need to be discussed with her. She told him to come in and sit down. After seating him in a chair, Shasha asked whether he wanted her to sit on his left leg or his right. Shenshi coughed and said that they needed to discuss official matters. Shasha said that she understands, but what they are doing now is also an official matter. Moreover, today he will experience something different, something very pleasant. The main character, smiling nervously, asked, maybe it's not necessary. Shasha said his mouth protests, but his body shows true desires and something hot and hard touches her feet. Yueting opened the door and shouted that she had bad news, and Bai locked Zio Bai. Noticing that Shasha was sitting on the main character, she asked what they were doing here. Shasha, getting to her feet, said that her master got a grain of sand in his eye, and she only helped to get it out. Yueting asked the main character if this was true. Shenshi said that she was just helping him and nothing more. He asked what she meant by saying that Bai locked Zio Bai. He asked whether Linger sent Zio Bai to prison. Yueting said yes, and she had just broken through the third gate. The main character told her to forget about Linger and Zio Bai for now, let them have fun, and go and cultivate diligently until she opens the fourth gate. He said that he would prepare a worthy opponent for her. Yueting turned around and said with a smile that she would go and cultivate diligently. Shasha told her not to run so fast because it is dangerous. After closing the door, she asked if they would continue. Shenshi said that it was already quite late, and there were indeed matters worth discussing. He suggested rescheduling the new sensations he had promised her for next time. Shasha sat on his lap and asked him what he said earlier about Shasha helping him herself. The sky above the building was painted in sunset colors. Shenshi smiled and asked Shasha what she thought about the people from Kailang, and Shasha said that they are quite eccentric, although they have a lot of respect for them. The main character said that these people were all high-level cultivators. He asked what they should do with them if they could not be in Muling Castle. Shasha said that Muling Castle would not be able to support so many cultivators, and they would not have enough resources for them or tasks. She said that with such powerful people, they could create an independent force outside, open up a black market, or facilitate trade for cultivators, gradually seizing control of the black market in Jinju and the northern region. Continuing her sentence, Shenshi said that then, when the time comes, they can set up a trading pavilion to monopolize the trade of all kinds of heavenly treasures and even hold regular auctions. He said it was a great idea. Looking at the scroll, he thought that nothing less could be expected from the head of Muling Castle under her leadership. The Kingbei Celestial Sect and the Jinbei Chamber of Commerce would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the northern Kingju region very quickly. Clenching his hand into a fist, he thought that although the starting capital was making him bleed, considering the future profits and the prepared cultivation path for Kier, it would be worth it. Opening his eyes, the main character looked forward. Looking at Shasha sleeping at the table, he thought that she was completely exhausted, and he needed to come up with a suitable cultivation method. Otherwise her body might not be able to bear it. Taking her in his arms, he thought that she looked fragile and thin, but in fact she was not so light. Looking at the bulkiest part of her body, he thought that perhaps all her weight was concentrated here. Placing her on the bed, Shenshi thought that she had worked so hard, and he would definitely find a cultivation method for her. Frowning grimly, he ordered everyone to gather in a side room in the southern courtyard. People knelt down and greeted the main character, calling him the ruler of the world. The main character reacted indifferently, holding a cup in his hand. Kai Langan thought that, as expected from the ruler of the world, he looked like a celestial being even if he was just sitting. Placing the cup on the table, Shenshi said that they will be given many tasks that must be completed as soon as possible, because they are part of his grand plan. Smirking evilly, he told them not to ask too many questions and just do as they were told. The people replied that their subordinates would unquestioningly help the ruler of the world, even if they had to die 1,000 times. The main character told Kai Langan to go with his minions to the Round Lake in northern Xinjiang and create a sect there, which would be called the Kingbei Heavenly Sect with Kai Langan as the temporary head. He said that plans for the development of the sect are already ready. He told them to go and find out the details from Shasha. Kai Langan complied. Shenshi, grinning, said that in fact the sect is just a cover, because it is he who controls the secret kingdom of Bagua under the Round Lake. He said that he wanted them to enter the Bagua secret realm to cultivate talents, and he needed an unrivaled squad of dedicated expert cultivators. He asked if everything was clear to them. The guy thought that it turns out that the ruler of the world has already gained control of the secret kingdom of Bagua. Time in it is faster than outside, and it is replete with spiritual energy, and the Bagua towers are filled with training artifacts. He thought that they could easily cultivate a group of experts who would be loyal to the Kingbei Celestial sect. The other guy, smiling nervously, said that nothing less could be expected from the ruler of the world. The creation of a sect legalizes their identities, and its development helps to increase the strength of their deep blue kingdom. He said that they will pretend to be locals to fight against the locals. The people of this world will only think about the rise of another sect and will not understand that this is part of their invasion plan. The others sweated nervously, and he said that they used to hide all the time, but with the creation of the sect, they can act openly and without suspicion, and all they need to do is put in their best efforts to cultivate experts. They unanimously said that the ruler of the world is the wisest. Shenshi said that they could go their separate ways. Rising from his seat, he thought that it was time to leave, because Yueding should have already woken up and started cultivating. He decided to go say goodbye. Yueding stood in the training arena. The main character called out to the sleeping Baliner. She exclaimed that she wanted Tao rhythms. While feeding her, Shenshi said that she had not changed at all, and he felt like he was just wasting them. Licking her lips, Baliner said that as long as he gives her Tao rhythms, she will always obey all his orders, even if it is some kind of perversion. Yueding, rushing to embrace him, asked if he had seen that she had condensed her spiritual cover. She said that now she could finally be considered a normal cultivator. Shenshi said that he saw, and now she can sometimes show her strength to others, but she must be careful not to let anyone know about her physique. Yueding, holding a small bag in her hand, said that this was for him. The main character took the bag in his hand and asked if it was for him. Yueding, shyly fingering her fingers, said yes. She asked to be allowed to help put it on. Shenshi said that it is time for him to leave and he will not be here for a while, but he promises to return. Yueding said with tears in her eyes that she would practice hard to hit him to the core next time. Someone was flying over the forest on a sword. The protagonist, sitting on the sword, thought that the image of the young man was not very practical, and was seen by Yui Wushwang and others. He decided to try the illusion of an old man passing by. After spitting out the seed husk, he noticed something underneath. The two guys were chasing Xiao Kier. Shenshi thought it was funny. 2 golden cores couldn't handle the base cultivator. However, it seemed to have some skills. The stream of flames was catching up with Xiao Kier. Stopping, she turned around sharply. Swinging her blade, she cut the flames into pieces. Gritting her teeth, she jumped back. The main character thought maybe finding problems is part of the main character's nature. Xiao Kier cut the flames with her blade. The guy said not to come close because this rat's techniques are too strange. They shot blade and flame at her. Xiao Kier stood there, frowning in concentration. She said, the mid-level Zun technique, the art of spirit evasion. The sword and flame flew through her. Appearing in front of one of the opponents, she swung her blade. The guy jumped back. Another guy appeared behind her and said that he knew he would fight to the death. Suddenly he was cut in half by a giant sword. The protagonist, sinking to the ground, said that he could no longer watch the 2 golden cores bully the lone Foundation stage cultivator, and he would bear retribution in the name of the moon. The guy with long hair swore. Suddenly, Xiao Kier was behind him. Swinging her blade, she cut off his head. She thanked the main character for his help. Shenshi smiled and said that a good cultivator should be brave in the path of righteousness and shameless in collecting lost money. He suggested cremating the 2 first. Xiao Kier wondered why his words sounded so familiar, and whether this was a master. Shenshi asked her how she was able to provoke them. Xiao Kier said that they started first, ambushed her while she was collecting herbs and demanded all her things. But after refusing, they decided to kill her. The main character said since he was okay, then it was time for him to go. Xiao Kier suddenly exclaimed in pain. Shenshi asked what happened and if he was injured. Xiao Kier said that there seemed to be several internal injuries. She asked if she could ask to travel with him for a while. She added that she had no ill intentions and the injuries were definitely real. Pulling his hand to her chest, she told him that he could check her body to be sure. The main character, snatching his hand, said that he believed her. Turning around, he said to hurry up, because it was already quite late. We would have to spend the night in the forest, so we should find a safe place. Xiao Kier thought with a devilish smile that this was really a master, and he was so shy that he didn't even dare to touch her chest. The stars sparkled in the night sky, and butterflies and fireflies flew over the grass. The main character said that the most important thing in cooking meat is its aroma, so shallots, ginger, pepper, anise, and cumin powder will be indispensable. But when traveling, it is not customary to carry them with you. You will have to make do with wild ginger and onions. He said that these mysterious little grains were cumin, which is rarely found in the wild, but is a very important spice, and if you come across it, be sure to collect more and dry it. Xiaoqir thought, who would have thought that the master had such a mature and attractive side? Shenqi asked if he remembered everything he said. Handing her the meat, he told her to try it. Xiaoqir said it looks delicious. Turning away, the main character told her to watch the fire while he removed the seasonings. Xiaoqir grinned with a devilish smile. She wondered what effect the sky crane breeding powder would have on a person. In her hand was a bottle with the inscription, made from natural ingredients, an extremely effective secret potion for the reproduction of sky cranes. She decided to use all the powder because the more the merrier. The main character asked how things were going. Xiaoqir said that it seems that it will be ready soon. She asked if he would try. Shenqi said that it is almost ready, and a little more salt and you can eat it. Xiaoqir asked if more salt was needed. The main character said that if you add salt at the beginning, the meat will be too dry. He extended his hand to the heavenly sleeping powder. Smirking evilly, he thought that this girl was too gullible and should teach her a life lesson. Having served her the meat, he told her to eat it while it was hot. He thought that he had eaten the antidote beforehand, so he would not fall asleep. Xiaoqir thought that it would be okay if she also took the potion, and once it started working, she could give him more pleasure. They wished each other bon appetit. She both started eating meat. Xiaoqir moaned, rolling her eyes upward and throwing her head back. However, this happened in a dream while she slept on the ground, breathing heavily. The main character thought that it seemed like the medicine had started to work, but the effect was different. He wondered why his Danchin felt warm. Sweating nervously, he thought that this could not be the effect of the sleeping pills. He wondered why she gave the aphrodisiac to a stranger in bewilderment. Xiaoqir pulled his clothes. Her face was red and she said she was on fire. She said she was very hot. Shenqi thought that she did not give the pathogen to a stranger, but gave it to her master because she recognized him. He took Xiaoqir in his arms, and she hurried him along. The protagonist angrily slapped her across the face and asked what kind of wild ideas she had in her head. He asked if she expected him to satisfy her. The day had come and the sun was shining over the forest. Xiaoqir opened her eyes heavily. Rising up, she exclaimed in amazement. She asked why her breasts were still tight and didn't hurt between her legs. The main character asked if she was awake. Xiaoqir looked away in embarrassment and asked about last night. Shenqi said that there was something wrong with the meat they ate yesterday, and they both fell asleep almost immediately. Fortunately, the villain who poisoned them had lost track of them somewhere, so they were in no danger. Xiaoqir said in disappointment that they just disconnected. She thought about what kind of reptile poisoned them and ruined her plans. The main character said that they should continue on their way. Looking away, he thought that Xiaoqir didn't know what he could see through her disguise, and he needed to find an opportunity to teach her a lesson later. Xiaoqir thought that the master was still pretending, so she would play along with him a little. Standing in the bushes, Shenqi told her to look. He said it was a lone ghost wolf cub and offered to catch it. Xiaoqir asked what is the use of this ghost wolf cub. The main character said that he has a lot of use. He is strong, fast, tall, and develops quickly. The best choice is a mount. He said that the price of a cub on the black market starts at 10,000 spirit stones. He said that they should sneak up on him quietly and unnoticed. Shenqi thought with a grin that ghost wolves always live in packs, so it is impossible for him to be here alone, which means that there are adults in the golden core stage nearby, and if they go berserk, there will be trouble. He thought this would be a great lesson for Xiaoqir to always keep his eyes open and not be too greedy. Xiaoqir thought that although ghost wolves are very rare, she has read every single book in the library, so she knows about them. She thought that the master wanted to deceive her, and this was very cute, so she played along with him. The wolf cub looked in amazement at the movement in the bushes. The main character, grabbing him, said that all that was left was to tear off his head. He shouted to Xiaoqir to hold him, but she was not there. Huge wolves surrounded him, and Shenqi said that this is the afterimage after the art of spirit evasion. But where is he? Looking at the huge wolf, he offered to settle the problem with words and said that he was just playing with his baby and had no intention of tearing his head off. Noticing that the whole family was gathered, he asked if they had decided to take a walk. He warned them not to come closer. Xiaoqir, sitting on a tree, said that these are the 3 golden core demonic beasts, and even if it is a master, he will have problems. The main character, standing among the beaten wolves in his usual appearance, said that since they do not want to cooperate, he will take their son, and they can come at any time. He told Xiaoqir to come down. Zyokir, jumping down from the tree, exclaimed that he had fully recovered and even raised his cultivation level. Shenshi asked if she was done pranking and why was she still pranking him if she knew that he was. Zyokir said that he himself tried to prank her, but ended up falling into a trap. Having given her the wolf cub, the main character said that it was time to return. Zyokir said that they rarely go out. She asked why don't he take her somewhere for fun. Shenshi asked if she had the nerve to act like a spoiled child in front of him. Zyokir said that if they returned to the mountain now, she might accidentally blurt out too much. For example, how a master, pretending to be someone else, gave his student an aphrodisiac or a drug with a 2-in-1 effect. She added that the master even brought his disciple to the den of the demonic beasts, and mercilessly abandoned him there to capture the cub. The main character angrily asked how she could slander him so easily. Zyokir, picking up the wolf cub, said that they were witnesses. Shenshi irritably asked where she wanted to go to play. Zyokir hugged the protagonist's hand while laughing. Shenshi told her not to snuggle and asked where she wanted to go. Zyokir pointed her finger towards the forest. The main character asked in amazement if there was anything interesting there. Zyokir licked her lips and said that a secret meeting with the master must definitely take place in the forest. Covering his hands in fear, Shenshi asked if they had not agreed to just travel and see the sights. Zyokir took his hand with a devilish smile, and the protagonist said dramatically that he couldn't. Someone landing behind him said that he thought there was someone special here, but this was just a golden core cultivator. Folding his arms across his chest, he said that this was the territory of the Shangding Celestial Sect, and he was a Kindang elder. He told them to leave immediately unless they wanted to die. The main character, pointing his finger at him in amazement, asked about him being an elder. Kindang, summoning a flaming sword, told them not to blame the Shangding Celestial Sect for being arrogant, because with the Taiyan Celestial Sect as their patron, they could afford it. Shenshi said irritably that it seems that now every ant thinks of himself as an emperor, and he is a lousy actor. Zyokir said that he is at the final stage of the Golden Core with a rare spiritual root that combines offense and defense. She suggested that he step back for a while because he was just recovering from his injuries. The main character, patting her on the head, said that he was still very strong, and at least he was stronger than him. Zyokir told him to stop patting her head like a child. She said that if he wanted, he could stroke another, more pleasant part of her. Shenshi stood in front of her and told her to stop fooling around and watch carefully how to properly use the spirit evasion method. He immediately disappeared before their eyes. Kindang exclaimed in amazement, and the protagonist grabbed him by the neck and told him to answer a couple of questions. Zyokir thought that it was not only fast, but also extremely precise, with smooth and fluid movements. She thought that she lacked the speed of the skill, so there were gaps and pauses. Kindang exclaimed in fear that this was impossible. Shenshi frowned and told him to answer which sect they were from, and how he looked to pretend to be someone from the Shangding Celestial Sect. The guy, sweating nervously, shouted in fear that this was impossible. The main character started beating him, shouting at him to stop saying the same thing. He asked if he was a robot and said that he would beat him now. The guy asked if he didn't already do this. He said that even if he can instantly defeat his peers, there is no way he can handle someone from the upper realms, and why Dao Jun will come here in a moment, so he advises him to leave quickly. Shenshi asked who Wai Dao Jun was because he had never heard of him. He asked if he was a celebrity. The guy who appeared behind him asked how dare a pitiful golden core cultivator injure his fellow sect member. The protagonist defeated him using only a cutting wave, and Zyokir exclaimed that he was very cool. The guys, kneeling in front of him, said that they were from the Tongxian Valley sect and came here to place one item. Shenshi, holding a stick, told them to continue and not force him to spank them to get answers unless they were perverts who were doing it on purpose. The guy turned pale and said that since there are disciples of the Shangding Celestial Sect here, they need to place the map leading to the secret realm here, and after that they must attract these disciples to take it away. He asked to believe him and said that their mission was only this. Zyokir asked why they should force the disciples of the Shangding sect to find and take this card with them. The main character said that he also doesn't really understand why. He said he thought we should look for this map. He called Baliner. Baliner, appearing from the magic circle, told him if he called her for any obscenity, remember to pay first. Shenshi told her to put them in the Bagua Tower and beat them for a few days, and then let Kai Langan deal with them. Baliner replied that as long as he feeds her, she is ready to do anything. The guys, noticing the teleportation array, shouted that it was impossible. The main character said that he should have come up with more lines for these characters when he created them, because now they look extremely stupid. He told Zyokir that this is the spirit of the Bagua Ray, and they should become friends. A large blade flashed in her hands. With an ominous smile, she asked how this could happen between a person and a mechanical spirit, and whether children could be born from this. Shenshi asked why there was such hostility, since he only said that they should become friends. Balinor, hiding in the magic circle, said that she would rest, and next time, if he wants her to bear children for him, he needs to remember to prepare more Tao rhythms. The main character shouted how dare she run away after such a shocking statement. Zyokir, putting a blade to the protagonist's neck, said that he is already surrounded by several beautiful women, so he should stop attracting new ones, because women from the outside are not necessarily friendly, and this is just a reminder from her. With a cold look, she asked if he had connections with other women. Shenshi, looking away, said no and suggested finding the map and quickly returning to the sect. Raising her finger, Zyokir said that he had better not do anything that would upset his students. They flew on the sword, and Zyokir said that she thought they would take a long time to look for the map, but in the end they found it almost immediately. She said that now she would not be able to stay with the master for another couple of days. The main character said that the goal of the Tongxiang Valley sect was precisely for the Shangding Heavenly sect to find the map. However, the place where the map was kept looked so extravagant that it seemed fake. Zyokir asked if this means the card is fake. Shenshi, rubbing his chin, said that the map is real, and it points to a very good place for cultivation at the Golden Core stage. But since the Tongxiang Valley sect deliberately planted it, there must be some kind of plan behind it, and they need to keep their ears open. Vostro. Smiling, he suggested that they stop talking about problems and said that they would soon reach the Shangding Celestial sect, because the trip was a little delayed this time, and he made everyone worry. Smiling widely, Zyokir told him not to be surprised when he returned. They arrived at Urbai Peak. Shenshi asked in shock what it was. In front of him was a fountain with a statue of him, and Zyokir said that as a sign of gratitude for protecting the Shangding Celestial sect, the sect leader erected a statue in his honor. The main character asked why he was in such a strange position. She said that she found this pose in a volume of manga that was in his closet. The elder sister really liked this pose, and she suggested that the head of the sect make a statue with it. Shenshin asked how they dared to rummage through his things. The spray of water created rainbows in the air. The main character asked why Urbai Peak began to look like a premium establishment. Zyokir turned to him and said that after he left, the sect leader asked the team from Taiyan Celestial Sect to upgrade Urbai Peak, and she said that since he had never received any material rewards before, she would accept it as a thank you. The girls greeted the returning main character. Shenshi said that after she did this, he really felt like the peak had now become his private club. Bai Jiang told him to pass quickly, because he must be tired after such a long journey. Yui Wushuang frowned and said that he returned early and she was just about to leave. Yui Lin rushed into his arms, and the main character asked what she had under her clothes, poking at him. Yui Lin said that this is her magical treasure, and the elder sister said to nurture it, so she will never part with it. Danla, covering her face with her hands, said that she told her to feed it with her spiritual power, but she just kept it to herself all the time. The main character said that Yui Lin's understanding is unique as always. Danla knelt down and asked to be punished because it was all due to her mismanagement. Shenshi exclaimed that she was no less strange than Yui Lin. Danla asked to use it as a step. She said that she wished for his cultivation to grow higher and higher, and for his path to be smooth and leisurely. The main character, wearily lowering his head, said that they would talk about this later. He asked Zyokir to drag her into the house. Danla turned around and asked what time it was this evening. Shenshi invited the others to go inside. He thought that the atmosphere of this place had reached a completely different level. Ning Yanyan said with a radiant smile that she should once again congratulate him on restoring cultivation, and the position of the sect's deputy should have belonged to him long ago. She said that since he had finally restored his cultivation, he would immediately take up his new position tomorrow. The main character said that he doesn't mind, but shouldn't his salary increase in his new position? Yui Wushuang, puffing out her cheeks, asked why he shouldn't become her personal bodyguard then. Shenshi exclaimed in bewilderment. Yui Wushuang, blushing, asked why he was looking at her like that. She said that she simply recognized his skill, so she wanted to ask him to become a bodyguard, and she did not mean that he would be her personal bodyguard. Confused in words, she said that she needed him personally and not as a bodyguard. Ning Yanyan asked how about 15 spirit stones as a deputy sect leader. With 2 fingers up, Yui Wushuang said that she would pay 25 spirit stones every month. Ning Yanyan narrowed her eyes and asked why she needed Shenshi, since Taoist Yui was secretly protecting her. She asked Shenxi how about 3,000 spirit stones. Yui Wushwang shouted that she was crazy. She asked how dare she snatch someone away from her. Ning Yanyan smiled and said that she was wrong. She asked if she herself had not asked her to take care of him. She said that all she does is offer a reasonable price for the task she has assigned her. Yui Wushwang asked in confusion if it was because of her, and wouldn't it separate them. Shaking her head, she asked the protagonist how about 4,000 spirit stones. The offer increased to 6,000, and Shenxi was confused. He asked Ning Yanyan how much. Ning Yanyan, spreading her hands and shaking her head, said that this is the maximum she can offer without jeopardizing the interests of the sect. Yui Wushwang, waving her fists with tears in her eyes, shouted that he was a real villain and she was offering 10,000 spirit stones. She asked about that being all she had, but he still didn't agree. The protagonist said that no matter how much he wanted it, he had many students here to mentor, so he could not agree to her request. Yui Wushwang shouted that in that case, she would use 10,000 spirit stones to hire a cultivator much better than him to be her personal bodyguard. Shenxi shouted angrily, "Let someone dare." Yui Wushwang confusedly asked what right he has to restrict her freedom, because they are not in any relationship. The main character, with a threatening expression on his face, told her to do what he wanted, but he would kill those who agreed to become her personal bodyguard as they arrived. While running away, Yui Wushwang asked who needed his care. Shenxi apologized and said that he really needed to stay at Erbai Peak, and she herself would not want a parasite following her around. Ning Yanyan clicked her tongue and said that he was quite experienced. Yui Wushwang, looking down, said that since he insisted, this matter was resolved, and she would not have to ask anyone to defend her. Running away, she asked that he had taken possession of her and was rejoicing. Bai Zhang thought that she was jealous and was waiting for her turn to be ruled by Shenxi. Ning Yanyan said that then everything is decided, and the salary is 3,000 spirit stones. Tomorrow he will announce his promotion. She asked if it was worth keeping his skill level a secret. The main character said that this was not necessary, because this was the only way they would convince them, and no one would be against a full-fledged nascent soul being the deputy leader of the sect. Ning Yanyan turned around and said that she would go first. Shenxi said that he thinks that playboys like him are not interested in the proud and smart Ning Yanyan. Ning Yanyan blushed and thought about Shenxi and his slippery words. She thought that she had almost lost her temper because of him. Bai Zhang said that she would also go. She asked if she would be able to take care of him like before. Shenxi said that she did not need to be so formal, because he had long considered her his friend, and friends have equal status. Bai Zhang smiled and thanked him for his loyalty. Turning to the students, the main character said that now that all the guests had left, he had to tell them something. Sitting down on the chair, he said that this time he had received a lot of things during his absence, so he brought something for them. Min Tian, massaging his shoulders, asked if it was too much. The main character said that everything is fine. He said that he had set a goal for them, and each of them must reach the golden core within 6 months. In addition, they would need to be at least somewhat familiar with the techniques and treasures that he would share with them. Han Xianpi thought that she was only at the 3rd stage, and reaching the golden core in half a year was a miracle. Min Tian thought that during the master's absence, the speed of their development had dropped significantly, especially her, because several people had already overtaken her. Han Xianpi thought that absorbing the golden core was equivalent to taking 2 heavenly pills, and once one formed their golden core, only then would they begin to comprehend the heavenly Tao and transcend death. Danma thought that even though she is now at the 5th stage, Kier, who is already talented at the 9th stage of foundation creation, is only a step away from the golden core. Xiao Kier thought that half a year was too short, and despite raising their average level, even a small promotion would be unexpected. Shenxi asked with a smile why they were silent, and weren't they proud and full of energy recently. Yui Lin said that he can count on her. The main character asked if she wasn't the most unreliable one here. He told them not to worry, because as their master, he could not give them an impossible task, and he had selected suitable treasures and techniques for them all. Moreover, he would give lectures every day. He said that 6 months would be enough to obtain the golden core. His students obeyed him. Shenxi grinned and thought that his stupid disciples had almost reached their debut, so he was close to surviving. He thought that Xiao Kier had reached the last stage of foundation and became an asset in the northern region, ranking first on the ranking list. Even though she had just debuted, she had gained a strong reputation in the northern region. With a golden core, like a bone demon, she killed thousands of people single-handedly, even rescuing talents from other sects, and became famous. Immediately after this, the northern snow region was in chaos under the attack of the Blood Devils. but she proudly sealed the gap in the defense line herself, stabilized the defense line of the northern region, and stopped the disaster caused by the demons, which further strengthened her reputation. The main character said that he is Shenshi from the Shanding Celestial Sect. He asked if they knew what it meant. He imagined how people admired him as the master of the famous Xiao Kier, and how he said that Kier is good at everything, and she is like a daughter to him. He said that wherever she went, she would always think of bringing something for her master as an act of piety. Laughing, Shenshi thought that a wonderful life awaited him. Yui Lin asked what the master was thinking about, because he had a very strange expression on his face. Xiao Kier spread her hands and said that the master is not like them, and obviously she is ready to do whatever he asks. The main character saw a jade sword of spiritual connection in front of him. Ning Yanyan told him to go to Tianfeng Hall quickly because it was an urgent matter. Shenshi asked when Ning Yanyan found out that he had a spiritual connection and connected them. Rubbing his chin, he decided to remember the plot, trying to figure out what the urgent matter was. Opening his eyes in amazement, he wondered if this was really the rebirth of the ancient demon of immortality, because this was akin to getting rich without doing anything. Turning around, he told the disciples that he urgently needed to go to Tianfeng. He told them to distribute the treasure themselves. The main character came to Tianfeng. Upon entering, he said that he was late and was very sorry about it. Ning Yanyan said that now that Mr. Shenshi is here, they can start. Presence thought that this nickname could not be used lightly, and this meant that Shenshi had not only regained his cultivation, he had broken through into the nascent soul realm. They thought that it was not surprising that the sect leader suddenly promoted him to deputy sect leader. Ning Yanyan said that the spiritual veins of the Yuhua sect were captured by demons a few days ago, which they suspect is a sign of the awakening of an ancient immortal demon, and at the moment, all the major sects have sent their acolytes to help. She said that their Shanding Celestial Sect, which is a loyal ally of the Yuhua sect, is of course no exception. The man stood up and said that if the immortal demon had awakened, they must do everything in their power. Shenshi thought that the ancient demon immortal who had just awakened couldn't find a suitable host, so he couldn't do his cultivation and was weak because of it. But be that as it may, he had a lot of treasures with him. He thought that acting so righteous and heroic, pretending to be a simpleton, was really shameless of him. Ning Shenming said that the Yuhua sect is their loyal ally, so he cannot just sit back and pretend that nothing is happening. He said he would go too. Ning Yanyan asked if he wasn't in the seclusion of Tail Mountain. Chuckling, Ning Shenming thought that there was no way she could hide the ancient immortal demon from him, and now that he had learned about this matter, as he took the lead as the nascent soul realm, all the rewards would belong to him. He wondered who else in the Shanding Celestial Sect was qualified enough to oppose him. He noticed Shenshi. Looking at his grin, he thought that he had a nascent kingdom in his soul. The main character thought he was a cunning old fox. Ning Shenming wondered if he had not lost all his strength during the previous great battle, and how he was able to not only recover, but also reach the nascent soul realm. He told him with a smile that he had known from the beginning that he was very talented. But now he had become a dragon that rose during the storm, and now the Shanding sect would rely on his efforts even more. He thought that in the previous great battle, Shenshi burned his cultivation for the sake of the sect. Although he has a hot temper, he is a person who values relationships and righteousness, and it would be best to associate him with the Shanding Heavenly sect. The main character, smiling back, said that it was all thanks to the kindness and instructions of the elder. He thought that he was still using psychological manipulation and tricks, as if he were some kind of fool. But it was okay, after all. All his disciples were in the Shanding Celestial Sect, and Ning Yanyan was still the sect leader, so that it is only natural that he will continue to defend the sect for now. Ning Yanyan said that now the Shanding sect has 2 nascent souls, but she must remind them that they should not hesitate to cultivate a new generation of disciples. And in fact, the cultivation should be faster, since the sect is experiencing rapid growth. They must accumulate a great and powerful force for their foundation. The man said that the sect leader is right and they are already teaching them everything they can. He asked what they could do with these playful young fools who could not achieve anything. Ning Yanyan said with a smile that Shenshi's disciples had already reached the foundation realm, and Xiao Kier had reached the final stage. She asked them why they thought this happened. She said it was possible. They could learn a lot from Shenshi. The main character smiled and thought that Ning Yanyan had matured and was using him to put pressure on these lazy scoundrels who were trying to argue with her. The man asked if she meant to say that this garbage with 5 magical roots had already reached the final stage. Shenshi thought that it had been a long time since he played a villain, and it just so happened that this fool had stepped on his tail. The man asked if she saw it with her own eyes, because he could be deceiving her. Shenshi, surrounded by an ominous dark aura, said that he seemed to want to die. The man with white hair looked down in fear. The other two men paled noticeably. The main character said that because they are members of the same sect, he will not kill him, but he hopes that he will not hear such statements again. He said that he didn't care whether it was Xiao or another disciple. His patience was over, and there would be no next time. The man, falling to his knees, fearfully said that he was grateful that he had spared him. Shenshi said with a good-natured smile that he was glad that they understood. Turning to Ning Yanyan, he apologized and said that he couldn't help himself. Ning Yanyan said that their sect has been invited to the Northern Region gathering that will be held in 2 years, so she must remind everyone to train their disciples carefully, also that their disciples can perform brilliantly at the gathering and gain more resources for improvement. The men thought that this event was for all the youth of the Northern Qingzhou region to participate, and their sect had not been called there for a long time. They thought that it was all thanks to the leader in Shenxi, who helped the sect grow rapidly, and the leader of the Wushuang sect also helped. And Yanyan said that was all she wanted to say. She told the elders to go back and prepare because in 4 hours they would meet at Dingshan Peak and go to Yuhua sect together. On the street, the protagonist asked Ning Yanyan if she had any special instructions for him since she ordered him to stay. Turning around, she said that it was getting harder and harder for her to understand what was on his mind. The main character said with a smile that he should be proud of the fact that he made the ruthless fairy disappointed. Ning Yanyan asked if his offer to give a lecture on Tao was still valid. Shenshi said yes, but now that he has become the sect leader and has reached the golden core, he has nothing more to teach her. Frowning his brows, Ning Yanyan said that it is not important. What is important is that he owes her one individual lecture on Tao. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist agreed and said that he would give her a lecture on Tao anytime. Turning around, Ning Yanyan happily suggested choosing a suitable day for this and said that she would take care of washing and tidying up. The main character asked why the Tao lecture had to wait for a good day. They crashed into each other. Ning Yanyan lowered her gaze in his arms in embarrassment. She asked if he did it on purpose. Shenshi said that she herself suddenly stopped. Ning Yanyan said that he did this on purpose, then there was no need for it, and he just needs to ask. She will gladly fulfill his request. The main character asked if she happily fulfills his requests, then what requests she cannot fulfill. Ning Yanyan asked, if this is what he wants, why not ask and find out? Looking away and blushing slightly, Shenshi asked what he should ask for. Turning around, Ning Yanyan said that she was bored. Rubbing his chin, the main character said that he thought a ponytail suited her better. Ning Yanyan said that she thought that weakening it would be more beautiful. Shenshi asked if she wasn't doing this for the sake of others. She answered no, because she, Ning Yanyan, never cared what others thought about her appearance. She let her hair down and pulled it back into a ponytail. She said that this shows both the ponytail he likes and the shoulder-length hairstyle she likes. The main character said with a smile that it turned out very beautifully. Blue energy surrounded him. His eyes widened. He told Baliner to give him the sword. Red energy seeped out from a crack in space. A red sword appeared in the protagonist's hand, and he said that this sword is called a flower afterward, and it is a top-class treasure. He asked if he hadn't mentioned that he would give her a divine sword. He said that as a sect leader, she was worthy of having more than 2 sacred swords. Besides, this sword suited her very well. Ning Yanyan exclaimed that this is a high-quality Xuan treasure, and she cannot accept such an expensive gift. Looking down in embarrassment, she added that they were just friends. Shenshi told her not to be shy, as this was a reward for her help, or she could just consider it a favor that she could repay in time. He said that he just hoped that he and Xiao would get along well in the future. Ning Yanyan thought about why Shenshi wants her relationship with Xiao to improve. Blushing, she wondered if he was trying to improve the relationship between his future wife and his student, and if this was considered a confession. The main character asked what happened and why she was looking at him like that. Shaking her head, Ning Yanyan thought that Master Taiyan had just established her relationship with Shenshi, and if she accepted this, it would disappoint her. She took the sword from his hands. She said that she would take it as a favor and then repay him. She mentally apologized to her master. At the same moment, Yui Wushuang sneezed. Wiping her nose, she asked if stupid Shenshi was thinking about her again. Covering herself with a blanket, she remembered his words that Wushuang belongs to him, and he will kill anyone who dares to approach. Turning around in bed, she exclaimed that he was very domineering. She adored him and wanted to marry him right now. Shenshi said that he has returned. An ancient demon immortal has appeared in the spiritual veins of the Yuhua sect, and he plans to take them all on a journey with him. He told them to go and get ready. Han Xianpi asked if they wouldn't only delay him since they couldn't even control sword flight. Waving his hand, the main character said that he had a solution, and the collection would be in 2 hours. The students obeyed. Shenshi said that during this time, he will transform these 2 swords into flying magical treasures. What follows is complete science fiction nonsense, so impatient readers can skip this part. There is nothing new here, rest assured. The core consists of a cloud-piercing mantra, and many cloud-piercing mantras are arranged around the magic weapon to provide a combination of smoothness and speed. Together with the spiritual magic circle, it serves as a source of spiritual energy, followed by a windproof spell throughout the body so that the wind pressure when flying at high speed does not affect the passengers. This flying magic treasure should be able to catch up with other acolytes, so we will use a spiritual flame spell to increase the speed and ease of control, then add 4 jet-shaped spiritual flame spells to the hilt of the flying sword. Considering the limited spiritual reserves of the driver, 3 spiritual energy injection holes are installed on the blade of the sword, allowing 3 people to inject their spiritual power at the same time. Thus, each person's spiritual power consumption is reduced to such an extent that even beginner-stage disciples can hold out for quite a long time, so that the sword can travel long distances. By using a wind mitigation spell, we can compensate for the passenger's momentum, and this will also provide sufficient protection from whiplash depending on the amount of spiritual energy consumed. Finally, with the correction of the heavenly Tao through the introduction of Tao rhythms, we can ensure smooth control. Yui Lin told the others that the master was flying into the air. Shenshi flew through the air on a large sword. He shouted to Min Tian and Yui Lin to climb up and said that he was inviting them to go for a ride. Danla asked what kind of toys these were. The protagonist said that it was a flying magic treasure, and the 3 of them could experiment with controlling the flying sword themselves. He told them to just remember that the 3 of them were supposed to transmit spiritual power together, but the person sitting in front was responsible for controlling it. He said that they had another hour to get used to it, after which they would hit the road. He asked Min Tian and Yui Lin, who were already sitting on the sword, if they were ready. They said yes. They took off and Ming Tian asked to slow down because it was too fast. The flying swords in the sky left colorful trails in the air. Yui Wushwang asked why Shenshi is not here yet, and didn't he say that he would come too? Ling Yanyan said that he would like to take his disciples with him. But even though they are growing quickly, they are still only at the foundation level. It is likely that he is using the flying treasure to transport them, so that he would definitely be late, and they could go first. Yui Wushwang, puffing out her cheeks, asked why Shenshi didn't warn her, because she could have helped him. Ning Shenming said that right now the area around the Shanding Celestial sect is fine, but as they get closer to the Yuhua sect, they will encounter more and more people from other sects. He said that Shenshi may have reached the nascent soul realm, but it was difficult to say whether he would not face any danger while leading his lower-level disciples. In the middle of his sentence, something flashed past them, leaving behind a multicolored trail. Yui Wushwang asked what it was. Ning Yanyan said that it was Shenshi and his disciples. Yui Wushwang asked if the things they were sitting on were flying treasures. She said that they had already reached the speed of nascent souls. The main character told Danla that she clearly has a talent for management. He suggested we compete. Danla agreed and said that a bet was needed, otherwise it would be boring. Shenshi asked with a smile what reward they wanted. Danla said that if they win, then the master will be at their complete disposal for the whole day, and if they lose, then they will be at the master's complete disposal. The main character asked what the difference was because they benefit anyway. He suggested that if he wins, they will go into seclusion for 6 months and are not allowed to leave the house freely, and if they win, then he will suffer the same consequences, and even fulfill the request from each of them. Xiaokir said that it was not fair because his skill level was higher than theirs. Shenshi said that he would adjust his spiritual energy to their level. Danla asked with a grin if he would retract his words. Xiaokir told the others that it was time to teach the master a lesson. She told Danla that everything was up to her, and they would do everything they could to help her. Danla told her to stop hitting her because the master's hits were more enjoyable. Blue and green trails from flying swords flashed over the mountains. Xiaokir told Danla that they were in the lead. She suggested giving her another spanking. Danla, covering herself with her hands, said that she did not need it. Xiaokir said with a pout and said that she thought she didn't care. The main character lay relaxed on the sword, and Yui Lin asked to let her give him the grapes. Shenshi asked why they only had food in their bags, since he told them to prepare for their outing. Throwing the grape, Yui Lin asked if he shouldn't be focusing on the race. The main character asked why he would do this, because he would win anyway. Min Tian said that what he meant was that even if they win, they will not be able to leave the sect as they wish, and if they win, the master will have to grant one wish for each of them. So if they win, They will have to stay here with him. Yui Lin said dissatisfiedly that this was too much because she thought that she would not have to stay here. She said she wouldn't give him any more grapes. The main character said that in any case she may wish not to remain in the sect. Yui Lin exclaimed that this is true, and each of them will receive a wish after victory, and they will be able to gain freedom. She asked if he wanted oranges. Shenji said that with her intelligence, she should eat more walnuts. Yui Lin said that she took them with her. The girl with blonde hair asked who was approaching. She said that this is the main gate of the Yuhua sect, and no one is allowed to break in. Xiaokir said that they were two disciples who came from the Shanding Celestial sect to help their sect. She said that they arrived before the others and they would arrive soon. The dark-haired girl said with a smile that they should have a good excuse if they were lying, since there was no way the two of them with their skills could have arrived faster than their elders. The girl with blonde hair said that she may not have lived much, but she is not that gullible. She told them not to make any noise and to leave quickly. Xiaokir scratched his head and asked if she really looked so harmless. Danla said that it was because she overdid it by acting so prim and it was not like her. He asked to let her deal with it. She said that Shanding sect's eldest disciple, Danla, had come for a visit, and she wished they would announce her arrival. The dark-haired girl apologized for the disrespect and said that they were indeed disciples of the Shanding Celestial sect. The girl with blonde hair said that she would immediately convey this information to the sect, and they need to wait a little. People will soon come to see them off. Xiaokir, noting that she had flawless skin, asked how she managed to take care of it. The girl with blonde hair asked if their master was so handsome. The dark-haired girl said that after their master returned from the Shanding sect, she dreamed about him every day. Xiaokir turned away and thought that it looked like the master would end up in a wolf's den upon arrival. The blonde-haired girl said that it seems that an important person will be arriving soon, and his bodyguards are flying around just standing on their swords, so they must be nascent soul realms. The girl with dark hair told the new arrivals to wait a little because she needed to write down where they came from and she would take them to their mountain immediately. The dark-haired guy said that he was the third prince, Yang Bufu from the Tizayang dynasty of the central region, who had come to help the Yuhua sect in eliminating the demons. The girls from the Yuhua sect smiled. Danla and Xiaokir restrained Han Xianpi with displeasure. Xiaokir asked her if these people didn't expel their Qingju dynasty from the central region, and if she recognized them. Xiaokir said that back then, her royal family was usurped by this bunch of people, and they massacred her entire family. She said that at that time she was still too young, so she had not met this third prince before. Danla, frowning with distaste, said that the Tizayang dynasty's power is greater than half of the Tongxian Valley, and they even have two revered representatives of the demigod realm at the core. She said that Han Xianpi is the only surviving member of the Qingju royal dynasty, and at first no one dared to take her as a disciple. Only their master accepted her as his disciple and trained her. She said that she did not know if this would make them dislike the master. Han Xianpi, gritting her teeth in anger, said that the resentment she felt towards them for destroying her family would never subside. But now was not the time for her to reveal her identity. Otherwise she would only cause trouble for the master. Yang Bufu glanced at them, smiling unpleasantly. He said, "Who would have thought that there would be 3 high-quality fairies here?" His subordinate whispered to him that the extreme lady herself had a very good smell, and if he teamed up with her, it would be very beneficial to his bloodline. Yang Bufu said that this is even better and he needs all 3. Danla said that he was coming to them. She asked if he recognized Han Xianpi. Xiaokir said no, and it showed in the disgustingly arrogant smile on his face. She said that she was very familiar with this, because it was described in the textbook that the teacher gave her, and he definitely wants to start a conversation. She said that if they ignored him, he would announce what family he was from and try some tricks. Tossing his hair, Yang Bufu asked if the same was here to help the Yuhua sect exterminate the demons. Xiaokir smiled brightly and said that they were here on master's orders to observe and increase their experience. Yang Bufu asked if they could tell the name of their master, because perhaps he even knew him. Xiaokir shook her head and said that the master told them not to tell his name to outsiders. Yang Bufu said that this is a common request. He asked if he could then find out which sect they were from. Xiaokir said that they are disciples of Tongxian Valley. She thought that last time the disciples of the Tongxian Valley sect pretended to be the disciples of the Shanding sect, so this time it was their turn. Yang Bufu said that it is not surprising that these 3 fairies are talented, and they must be the geniuses of the Tongxian Valley sect. He thought that this sect was just as powerful, and sects based on a revered demigod were unfortunately not allowed to be attacked. Bowing his head to the side, Xiaokir asked that he must be the 3rd prince of the Zuyang dynasty. Young Bufu asked if they knew him. Xiaokir said with a dazzling smile that her teacher had said before that if the Tiziang dynasty had not been protected by their elder, they would have disappeared long ago. Young Bufu frowned in irritation and asked what she just said. Xiaokir said with a sly smile that he also said that the Tiziang dynasty is now just a bunch of individual factions trying to get the throne, so it's not worth mentioning. In particular, all the princes are worthless weaklings, fake geniuses who rely on the strength of others. Young Bufu angrily asked what she just said. Danla asked him not to pay attention to her word, because this is the nonsense of a small child, and she still does not understand anything. Smirking nervously, Young Bufu said that now he is even more eager to find out who their master is. Xiaokir said that although she cannot divulge her master's name, but since he loves to laugh, she thinks that he is a good person, and she can say that their master's surname is Duong. Flexing his fists, Young Bufu said that he would go first. They walked past them into the sect's territory. Xiaokir said with a devilish smile that the third prince is indeed, as she said, a fool who does not have an ounce of insight. Danla sighed and said that she had made too much noise and now they had better not go to the mountain. She suggested waiting for the master and clarifying the situation. The girl said with a smile that she should not go up the mountain now, because people from the Tiziang dynasty are not worth enmity. Xiaokir thanked her for helping her hide the truth. Luo asked in amazement how they got here. Xiaokir turned to her and said that their celestial sect had come to the aid of the Yuhua sect, and some of them had come before their group. Frowning, she thought that she had always been partial to the master. When she asked her to teach her double cultivation, she said that both of them should do it together with the master to restore his perfection. Luo said that she didn't say that she would come too. She suggested climbing the mountain together. Xiaokir countered that they should wait for the master. Luo, blushing, asked if Shenshi would be there too, and if he had already regained his strength. Xiaokir said that he had not only recovered, but had also reached the nascent soul realm, so she should now address him with more respect. Provoking her, she said that her efforts were not in vain and she wanted to thank her for teaching her the secret technique. Luo, exuding the veteran's disdain, asked if she had forgotten that she was a novice of the Yuhua sect. She said that she could tell at a glance whether her body was pure. Danla folded her arms and asked what they were talking about and what the secret technique was. The tension between them was high enough to spark sparks. Han Xianpi thought in amazement that they had a strong fighting spirit. The air began to swirl around her, and she said that she would break through. Swinging her legs, she said that this set of exercises that the master gave her really gave a huge improvement in strength with each breakthrough. Xiaokir said that she looks like a maniac warrior. The main character, sinking to the ground, asked why they did not climb the mountain, but waited here. Xiaokir rushed into his arms and said that she had gotten them into trouble. Shenshi smiled nervously and asked if that was the case, why did he feel like she wasn't sorry at all? He told Luo that she still looked the same. He asked if she knew what happened here. Luo told him what happened here. Shenshi rubbed his chin and said about the Tiziang dynasty. Xiaokir asked if she had angered someone they shouldn't have angered. The main character, patting her on the head, told her that she did everything right, so she need not worry. And even if the heavens fall, the master will bring them back. He said that since the show has already started and they need to watch it to the end, he will change their appearance a little. Violet energy enveloped Xiaokai, Han Xianpi and Danla. Danla found herself wearing a red oriental outfit, and she asked if he liked it when she dressed more revealingly. Han Xianpi found herself wearing a blue dress, and she said that she turned white and had a strange feeling. Xiaokir found herself dressed in a devil costume, and she exclaimed that the master was quite insightful. She asked if he really knew that she would have so much potential when she grew up. Luo said with a smile that he seemed to have a fairly wide range of interests and hobbies. The main character turned away in embarrassment and said that he was simply influenced by the atmosphere of their Yuhua sect. Gu Ning sighed wearily as she sat on her throne. The girl told her that this time they have sects from all over the region sending their elites to help their sect, and there are already more than 10 aspiring soul transformers gathered here, so she no longer needs to worry so much. Gu Ning sighed and said that she was exploring the spirit mine, and this kind of spiritual pressure could not come from some ancient demonic immortal who was on his last legs. She said that she was afraid that their strength would not be enough. The girl ran into the room and said that the third prince of the Tiziang dynasty had arrived, and he had brought 2 novices with him. Gu Ning asked if the Tiziang dynasty didn't have an ancient ancestor either. She said that they couldn't afford to neglect them, so Elder Wen and Elder Li would go to meet them. She said that from now on they don't need to inform her about the arrival of the soul converters. One girl asked the other what happened to the sect leader, and didn't she think that an organization like the Tiziang dynasty deserved mention. The other girl replied that the cultivation level of their sect leader itself was not that low, so perhaps she thought that ordinary nascent soul lords would be of no help in solving their current problems. She said that she was afraid that someone like the ancestor of the demigod realm was needed here. Zuel brought the main character with her. Guning, grabbing his hand, called him a great savior and said that he had finally arrived. The girls looked in their direction with blank eyes. The main character, smiling awkwardly, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she became very friendly and hospitable. Guning asked that he had already managed to reach the nascent soul vessel. She asked if she hadn't noticed it yet. Placing his hand on her chest, Guning congratulated him with a smile, and said that he had made great progress. The main character said that she was very kind and asked if he could take his hand. Guning ignored him and said that his arrival had greatly shocked the Yuhua sect. She wondered if she was joking. He said she would break his arm. Guning said that he is young and promising, and her Yuhua sect will now be under his tutelage. She said that she was flattering him. Guning continued to speak. The main character, blushing with anger, telepathically asked her if she was finished. Hanging her head fussily, Guning said that she was finished. She said that the main group of his disciples had not arrived yet, and he had arrived earlier with the intention of talking and learning more about the situation surrounding the spirit veins. Guning asked about the people behind him. The main character said that they were his students and she had nothing to worry about. Guning said that the ancient demonic immortal who is hiding in the spiritual veins is very strange. She said that the demonic barriers surrounding the area alone caused the Golden Core acolytes to feel weak throughout their bodies and lose their spiritual powers after passing through. She said that the spiritual pressure emanating from the spiritual veins was even more frightening, and she only got slightly closer to them. But the pressure she faced prevented her from going any further. Turning pale, Guning said that this was the last time she felt such strong pressure from two other people. She asked from whom exactly, because this information could help. Guning said that the first one is Ziyubo Tin from the Tongxian Valley sect, also known as Dao's Tin. Trying to talk about the second one, she began to fidget uncomfortably in place. The main character said that everything is fine and he knows who he is talking about. He asked if she suspected that the ancient immortal demon had already become a demigod. Guning sighed and said yes, but the sects who came to help only believed that it would only take nascent soul realms to fight the ancient immortal demon. She said that she didn't need to worry too much. After all, when ancient demon immortals are born, they only carry over their soul realms from their past life. Hence the spiritual pressure they emit does not reflect their actual realms. He said that long ago, in the eastern region of Qingzhou, there lived a peerless demon fairy, and this spiritual pressure was strong enough to terrify even the acolytes of the demigod realm. But when the master of the Bay Sword sect took a step, he discovered that the fairy was only a nascent immortal demon of the soul realm. Guning said that he is so knowledgeable and encouraging that he is like a dragon among people. The main character stopped her. With a wave of his hand, he said that it was pointless to make any assumptions now, and the most important thing was to seize the moment and immediately go to the spiritual veins to curb the continued growth of the immortal demon. Guning said he was right. Mintian said that in order not to cause him trouble, they could stay here. Shenshi said that it was not a problem, and he did not plan to take them into the spirit veins with him. Smiling, he thought that it doesn't matter whether the others go into the spiritual veins, but Kier must not miss this opportunity, and the black barrier dome that the ancient immortal demon possesses must be given to Xiao Kier so that she has a means to save your life in a desperate situation. Yang Bufu announced his arrival to visit Guning. Guning nodded her head and greeted him and said that due to urgent matters, she was rude and asked him to be generous. Yang Bufu thought that this sect was truly amazing, and the charm technique was already deeply ingrained in them. He thought that this Guning had incredible skills, and his body might not be able to handle it. Noticing Shenshi, he wondered who it was, and if there was someone more beautiful than him and with an unusual personality in this small northern region. He asked who it was. The main character said that he is Shenshi from the Shanding Celestial sect. Yang Bufu said with a smile that this was the first time he had heard of such a sect. He asked if his students were behind him. Shenshi said that the Shanding Celestial sect is just a small and insignificant sect, so naturally the prince had not heard of it. He said that his students are too simple and ordinary, and he is afraid that they are not worthy of the attention of the third prince. Yang Bufu said that he was too modest, and if he had the opportunity to look into the central region, he would welcome him hospitably. The main character said that they were leaving. As Han Xianpi walked past them, one of Yang Bufu's subjects noticed something. Grabbing her wrist, he spoke about the aura of her blood. Shenshi pushed him away with a magic sword. The subjects surrounded Yang Bufu and told him to stay behind. The main character, surrounded by a murderous aura, politely asked why he touched his student. He asked if the Tizayang sect were as rumors had it, wreaking havoc wherever they appeared. The two guys shot forward with their swords. Gu Ning asked them not to be so angry, because her sect was not that big and would not be able to survive the consequences. Yang Bufu grinned and told her not to worry, because his two people knew to stay within reasonable limits. Gu Ning thought that no one cares about them, and she is afraid that Shenshi will kill them all in a fit of discontent. The two swords rushed forward, leaving behind a yellow trail in the air. The main character repelled the attacks with rapid swings of his blade. Blood gushed from the guys' mouths and they exclaimed that he was very powerful. The guy wiped the blood from his mouth with a grin. Placing 2 fingers to his lips, he used the Tizayang flame. A huge purple flame appeared between them. Gu Ning thought that only the Tizayang royal family is capable of using their royal secret art, Tizayang flame, and the power of this technique is terrifying. It is rumored that it can burn mountains and oceans, and it is also not affected by the 5 elements. Shenshi said that this flame technique actually contained a certain heavenly Tao, and for this, it relied on the power of the bloodline. Thus such a technique became possible. He said that, after all, there are still capable people in this cultivation world. Closing his eyes, he said that, be that as it may, that is precisely why it has no effect on him at all. The guys exclaimed in amazement how this was possible. Young Bufu said while laughing that these two are very naughty. His subordinates and the main character looked at him in bewilderment. Young Bufu said that they are far in the north, which is why the two are so cautious, and although he doesn't think he needed to go that far to hold back his strikes against Shenshi since they had already made that decision, he naturally understands their intentions. They tried to object, but Young Bufu ignored them and said that there was no need to fight, and they were the first to make a mistake and should not intimidate others with force. Approaching the protagonist, he apologized on behalf of his servants and told him not to remain silent if he was hurt, because he would make amends with a 4th-class healing medicine. Shenshi thought that he knew that he was stupid, but he didn't think that he was that stupid. He refused and said that he just wanted them to behave appropriately next time. Young Bufu, frowning, asked what the point was in saying that his Tizayang dynasty remained unpunished and wreaked havoc. Turning around, the main character said that these words did not make any sense, and this is just what he heard, and where he heard about it, it is better for them not to know. Breaking the bottle in his palm, Young Bufu wondered if this girl's words were right, and Tongxian Valley was spreading these rumors. Rubbing his chin, he thought that now that he thought about it, only Tongxian Valley had the courage to do something like this, and he thought that this little girl had deceived him. Smirking, he said that such an innocent and sweet girl could never lie. Sweet and innocent Xiao Kir, who cannot lie, asked the protagonist if this prince believed them. Shenshi said that it doesn't matter and the real show is just beginning. Danla thought that she and the master had such a close relationship, but it was logical because she didn't like talking to outsiders and couldn't compete with her in that regard. Standing next to the main character, she thought that since she did not like communicating with outsiders, she should do her best to find more opportunities to get closer to the master. She asked if they could really ask for anything. Shenshi said, of course. Danla wondered what she was waiting for, since he said it himself. She thought that she should ask for the master's body right now and reach a new level. The main character said, of course not. Danla asked in disappointment if he didn't say that he wouldn't go back on his words. Shenshi asked if she was telling him what to do. Danla said that she wants to tell him what to do and she wants to push him around. The main character, blushing, told her to speak more quietly because they were in a public place. Luo appeared in front of the main character. She said that they had already prepared a guest room for him with a women's guest room on the side to accommodate his students. Shenshi, pushing the students away from him, told them to hurry up and go to their room to train without wasting time. He said he needed a break. Xiao Kir sighed and said that it looked like she would have to train hard tonight to break through at least a little earlier. Danla told her with a smirk that she could only stay in her room for that night, which meant she wouldn't leave her room at all, because after all, she was the apple of her master's eye. Xiao Kir said with a sly grin that her cultivation has lagged behind, so she also has to train desperately using the time she has. Danla irritably suggested doing it together. Xiao Kir asked who else is afraid of whom. Han Xianpi, blazing with enthusiasm, said that she would do her best. Yui Lin asked when they would have dinner. Mintian suggested finding the elder sister of the Yuhua sect and asking where the kitchen is. The guy at the meeting asked 13th uncle about what he said that disciple Shenshi had a unique bloodline. He asked what was so unique about her. The guy replied that he didn't have enough time to fully understand since Shenshi forcibly removed his hand, but judging by this girl's aura, it should be a type of unique bloodline. In addition, it should be a bloodline similar to the bloodline Tziang. The other guy said that if this girl swallowed the fire pill and Yang Bufu trained with her after that, his bloodline should undergo further evolution, completely absorbing the essence of the bloodline from her. Yang Bufu grinned and narrowed his eyes and said that it sounded like a great idea, but he still really didn't like this Shenshi. He suggested that when they went in search of the ancient immortal demon, they should find a chance to kill him and get all his disciples. The guy asked what about Tongxian Valley. Yang Bufu, raising his head, suggested that if such an opportunity arises, they should also be sent to the afterlife. After all, the Elder is approaching, so now is the best conditions to clear out all the forces in the northern region. He said that once the Elder appeared, they would not only destroy all the treasures, but also remove the obstacles in the way of the Tziang dynasty. He told the 13th and 15th uncles that if he succeeded and could gain favor with his ancestors, he would not forget their help. The guy shouted that there was someone outside. Yang Bufu angrily asked who dared to overhear them. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that it was just a golden core, and they didn't have enough strength to break through their soundproof barrier. He suggested that we go out and see where they came from and who they were. People were running among the trees. They had a golden pendant on their belt. The guy, hiding behind a tree, said that this is the symbol of the Tongxian Valley sect, which means they are from there. Another guy suggested that he disguise himself and follow them because he was wondering where they were going. The guy, sitting on a stump, asked that they had returned. The guy frowned and said that this disciple was incompetent, and they went to explore the residence of the Tziang dynasty, but did not dare to approach. He said they were watching from the sidelines and the visitors seemed to be discussing something, but due to the sound barrier they were unable to get any information. Y said that it didn't matter, and the people of the Tziang dynasty were just empty-headed, and even if they combined their strengths, with their almond-sized brains, they wouldn't be able to come to any useful conclusions. He said that these ancestors were also just a bunch of widows whose sons were dead. They were hopeless, and what little heirs they had might as well have suffered from cerebral palsy. The guy, gritting his teeth, asked what this nonsense was. He asked when did their Tziang dynasty insult the Tongxian Valley sect for them to humiliate them like this. Y said that, in any case, the ancient ancestors themselves also actually do not have any skills and have one foot in the grave, because their lifespan has come to an end. But they are stuck in cultivation places, so they will really be out of action soon, and they were rotten from head to toe. He said that during this crusade against the ancient immortal demon, they must find a way to send them to the afterlife, because they cannot allow such sects to live in this world. The guy told the other to inform the prince about this so that he would convey this information to the ancestor, because this sect had crossed all boundaries. They immediately disappeared. Shenshi, surrounded by a dissipating cloud of dust, said that they actually believed it right away, and he thought that he would need to trick them again to make them believe. But it seems that they really are complete fools. The man asked if his performance this time was not so bad, because he did everything as he said. The main character said that it was not bad and he sees their potential. He told them to train more because they might still be useful to him in the future. Yuchika, after thanking him, asked if he could tell Lord Lin to stop beating them in the 8 Trigrams Tower. Shenshi said that they could be the first to return to the secret realm. The magic circle swallowed up the men. The chief asked Kai Lang and how things were going with the Qingbei Celestial Sect. Kai Lang said that they have already taken care of the gate of the Qingbei Heavenly Sect and have begun to allow a portion of the disciples to enter the 8 Trigrams Tower for cultivation, and they are all eager to consolidate their mastery as soon as possible to become the future pillars of the section. Shenshi told him to pay special attention to those who had talents in alchemy and treasure making. Kai Lang said that he had previously said that he wanted to wear clothes similar to theirs to hide his identity during critical moments, and Madame had prepared it for him. The main character told him to simply place it in the 8 Trigrams Tower, and he would be able to obtain it instantly. He asked why he was smiling so strangely. Kai Lang said that this is not the case, and he thinks that he will definitely be able to take off this special cloak. Shenshi asked why he thought he was hiding something. A cloak appeared in front, colored blue and orange. The main character silently looked at the cloak. Stars were shining in the night sky above the sect. Lying in bed, Shenshi said that he shouldn't worry about the cloak. Frowning, he said that he wouldn't be using it yet anyway, so he might just make some changes to it when the time came to use it. The door swung open. The main character looked towards the door. Xiao Kier looked inside, looking around. She said quietly that it seemed that the master had indeed fallen asleep. The main character thought, shouldn't she be in the same room with Danla, and she would never let her go out at night. He saw Danla climb inside through the window. Xiaoqir whispered to her to be quiet, because the master had definitely discovered them. She suggested that she pretend they didn't know and just jump to him and hug him. Danla asked if they wouldn't be punished for this. The main character with an irritated smile thought that they had come here for a night attack. Xiaoqir said that she didn't want to be punished, and they could say that they came here for materials. She said that the master must believe it. Shaking her head, Danla sighed and said maybe she should be a little more sassy. Xiaoqir told her to remember to unbutton the master's clothes, so that it would be easier for her to make the master's imprint. Drooling, Danla said that she couldn't hold it in anymore. Xiaoqir told her to attack because she had prepared everything. Danla, taking off her clothes, talked about the smell of the master. The main character, folding his arms on his chest, listened to their obscene exclamations. Danla, clutching the blanket, screamed about the smell of the master. Xiaoqir told her to hold on tight because she would be done soon. Danla, breathing heavily, said she was on edge and dizzy. Xiaoqir wondered why he didn't react, except that he wanted it. Shouting no, she reached out for her paper. The main character grabbed the paper before she did. Frowning, he looked at them. With his nose bleeding, he looked at the Danla imprinted on the paper. Putting the scroll away in his bosom, he said that he would confiscate it all. Xiaoqir thought that she thought that after receiving the master's photo, she could use it to corner him. Turning around, she asked Danla why she continued to clutch the blanket so happily, since there wasn't even a master in it. Danla suddenly extended her hands towards her. Xiaoqir exclaimed that she had confused her with someone. Danla looked at her with fascinated eyes, and Xiaoqir said that the master was no longer in bed. Danla asked the main character to punish them. Shenshi turned away and told them to clean up and wait outside for their punishment. Xiaoqir asked if this was serious with a dissatisfied face. Danla turned to her and said with a smile that they had nothing to lose anyway. They sat on their knees in front of Shenshi. He told them to answer whose idea it was. Danla said that it was her idea and she forced Xiaoqir to come along with her. She asked to be severely punished. The main character looked at Xiaoqir. Xiaoqir said that it was her idea. She received the photo scrolls from a girl from the Yuhua sect and tricked Danla into it. Shenshi asked why she did this. Fingering her fingers modestly, Xiaoqir said that she wanted to get closer to the master. Danla said that she wants master to punish her and she has waited too long for it. The protagonist said that even if that was the case, they shouldn't have used such methods. He asked if he had really taught them so poorly all this time. Xiaoqir exclaimed that this is not true. Danla said that this is exactly the case, and he should be stricter with them. They looked at each other furiously. Shenshi sighed and wondered why his precious disciples had gone astray, since he had never taught them this. Frowning, he said that what they both just said was their wishes. He asked if he should take them as a request that he promised each of them. Xiaoqir and Danla unanimously said no. They were surrounded by a blue magic circle, and the protagonist said that as a consequence of their actions, they would receive a small punishment. He told Xiaoqir to come over. Xiaoqir lowered her gaze and asked him to be gentle, otherwise she would not be able to bear it. Shenshi, placing her on his lap, asked if she knew about the consequences. Why did she do this? He said that he had not punished them since they joined the sect, and it seems that this was a bad decision. Violet energy surrounded his hand, and he said that she had 5 spiritual roots, and she had independently comprehended the wheel of spirit separation, a technique for breaking magic. However, even after so many years, she had yet to realize what her shortcomings were, and although the wheel, which divides souls, is very strong, it is not very effective against magical weapons. After spanking Xiaoqir, the protagonist said that the 5 were spanked not because of their perverted ideas, but because of their laziness and lack of initiative in pursuing progress. Xiaoqir thought that although it was painful, it was enjoyable, and it was no wonder Danla liked to make the master angry so much. Danla watched her punishment while drooling. She asked the main character to punish her the same way. Streams of water surrounded her. Shenshi told her that this was her punishment and he would constantly tie her up in various ways until she managed to free herself. The water engulfed Danla and she asked him to be rougher. Water entered her mouth, filling her throat. Xiaoqir looked at her and called her a pervert.